Interstellar, my battleship can transform. Chapter 1. Chi Yiming slowly woke up amidst a warning sound. He climbed out of the hibernation cabin with difficulty, regardless of the pain that hibernation caused to him. Chi Yiming came to the bridge of the Guardian frigate to check the reason why the ship's intelligent brain had issued an alarm. A line of bright red fonts flashed on the main information screen of the bridge. Warning: an asteroid has been detected that will hit our planet in 23 hours, 14 minutes, and 35 seconds. Threat level: fatal. The lethal level of threat indicates that the asteroid flying towards the planet where the Guardian crash-landed is a planet killer. If an impact occurs, all life on this planet will be wiped out. However, the battleship Guardian where Chi Yiming was located made an emergency landing on this planet due to exhaustion of energy. Facing the planet killer, a bare-handed man really had no effective way. Seeing that he could only wait for death, Chi Yiming decided to return to the hibernation cabin and continue hibernation, so that he could die painlessly. But when he saw the time information on the sleeping cabin, he was stunned. Has been dormant for 1035 years, 10 months, 23 hours, 35 minutes, and 15 seconds. Chi Yiming's dormant time was displayed in detail on the information panel of the hibernation cabin. More than 1,000 years. No wonder I was in so much pain when I woke up. Chi Yiming smiled bitterly. Why are you still worrying about this now? It will be over in a dozen hours. Chi Yiming lay down in the hibernation cabin again and ordered Hineo to prepare to execute the hibernation program. While waiting, he stared blankly at the ceiling at the top of the battleship, with no life in his eyes. Suddenly, as if he had grasped some key point, he sat up suddenly from the sleeping cabin. I remember what was the name of a frigate that made an emergency landing with the Guardian? Yes, it was the Probe. That frigate was specially designed for the flagship and was responsible for carrying fire control radar. Chi Yiming seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, climbed out of the dormant cabin again, quickly came to the bridge of the Guardian, turned on the shipboard radar, and launched a detector. A few hours later radar and detectors simultaneously spotted the frigate Discovery. The distance is not far. At the speed of the Guardian's core control module, it only takes a few hours to go back and forth. Let's treat a dead horse like a living horse. Chi Yiming came to the console at the captain's seat and pressed the button to separate the core control module. Authority confirmed, the core cabin is ready to separate. The cold synthesized voice of the shipboard intelligence rang again. The armor on the top of the Guardian's hull slowly separated to both sides, and an oval-shaped aircraft was slowly dragged out of the Guardian's hull by a tractor beam. The Guardian has entered sleep mode, and the main control program has been transferred to the core cabin. Chi Yiming listened to the report from the ship's brain and stared at the separation progress displayed on the holographic panel in front of him. It looks pretty good. After more than 1,000 years, the separation work can still be carried out normally. Chi Yiming was sincerely proud. The ship he was currently on was one of the crystallizations of human civilization in the past 1,000 years. The separation of the core cabin is completed. The synthesized voice of the ship's brain was so pleasant to listen to at this time. Set a target, Probe. Target setting. Take off. Chi Yiming gave the order to take off. The core module was seen igniting its own small propeller on the temporary launch platform composed of outer armor of the Guardian and slowly lifted off, flying towards the exploration frigate. An hour later, Chi Yiming drove the core module close to the probe. The probe also sent an identification code to the Guardian's core module, which successfully passed the verification. The probe took over control of the core module and guided the core module to land in an open space not far from the probe. Chi Yiming put on his extravehicular spacesuit and exoskeleton armor and left the core module and walked towards the exploration frigate. No crew members from the Discovery came down to greet Chi Yiming along the way, and it seemed that the crew members here were also in trouble. Boarding the battleship, more than a dozen bones lay nestled against each other in the bridge of the Discovery. Chi Yiming felt a little sad and then ordered the probe's shipboard brain to identify his identity and change the control authority of the battleship. The process of changing permissions was simple. After all, Chi Yiming was the only fleet member alive at the scene. However, what makes Chi Yiming happy is that the probe landed independently, so there was no damage. Although there is not much energy left, it is enough to complete the integration with the Guardian. The two battleships will form a new battleship after merging, giving him a chance to deal with the planet killer. Just do what you say, Chi Yiming ordered the core module of the Guardian to return to the Guardian independently. Then, with the assistance of the ship's onboard brain, he drove the probe to the location where the Guardian made an emergency landing. The journey was very peaceful. Qi Yiming, who was piloting a battleship alone, did not dare to be careless at all, for fear that a mistake would shatter his only hope of survival. Soon the probe came over the Guardian. The core control module of the Guardian returned here earlier and combined with the Guardian again to take over control. After passing the identity verification, Qi Yiming issued the order for the two ships to combine. Please select the Combination Master Control Program. Two options popped up on the display screen in front of Qi Yiming. Due to the different original design intentions of the Guardian and the probe, there will be two combat modes for Qi Yiming to choose from after they are combined. If you choose to use the Guardian as the main body, since the characteristic of the Guardian is to provide a large number of nanorobots for the combination to repair damaged armor, the armor layer of the combined battleship will be extremely strong. If the probe is chosen as the main body, then the probe, as the flagship's fire control radar, has an extremely excellent fire control program, and the combined warship will become a sniper warship, suitable for long-distance precision strikes. Qi Yiming thought about it and finally chose to combine it with the Discovery's shipboard intelligence as the main control program. After all, this was a mission that required precise shooting. After the two warships received the combination order, first the two triple main guns located at the front and rear of the two warships separated from their respective hulls, and slowly approached under the tug of the respective warship's tractor beam. The two main guns at the bows of the two ships came close and quickly combined to form a twin sniper-type turret with a gun barrel that was more than twice as long as a normal battleship. The two main guns at the stern quickly decomposed into 6 single-gun turrets. Secondary gun. As the two ships slowly approached, the shipborne radar on the Guardian quickly separated from her hull and flew towards the new installation base formed on the probe's hull, guided by the tractor beam emitted by the probe. The armor on the bottom of the probe's hull also underwent huge changes, forming many cavities that could just wrap the Guardian's upper hull. The two battleships slowly approached and finally merged together perfectly. The pre-assembled sniper turret was also installed on the gun mount of the new battleship under the pulling of the tractor beam after the battleship was assembled. 6 secondary guns are evenly placed on both sides of the new battleship to provide additional firepower for the reorganized battleship. Qi Yiming, standing in the command cabin, stared at various data until the two ships were combined. The hull assembly is complete, please confirm the temporary code name. The brain of the new battleship is also a combination, and its computing performance should be roughly twice that of the former. Temporary code name Xuefeng. This is the nickname of a virtual network that Qi Yiming used most often when he was a child. The Xuefeng has completed its assembly, please give orders from the captain. Check the status of the battleship. The energy reserve of this ship is 5%, which is at a dangerous level. Engines number 1 and 2 are damaged and require repair. The armor structure is slightly damaged, the main structure of the battleship is intact, and the rest of the weapons and equipment are in good condition. Please note that the crew is seriously insufficient. Unable to perform its duties, the ship's maximum combat power. Qi Yiming couldn't help but frown when he looked at the basic situation of the battleship. Engines number 1 and 2 should be the two engines on the Guardian. It was not surprising that they were already damaged. However, the energy reserve is only 5%, which means that Xuefeng only has one chance to fire at most, and then it will return to the planet again due to insufficient energy. It's useless to think so much. Let's solve the biggest crisis at hand first. After all, there is only one chance, and it is not certain whether we can succeed. Chapter 2. The Xuefeng slowly left the ground following Qi Yiming's takeoff order. The engine is in good working condition, and the number 1 main gun barrel is charging. The fire control radar has captured the target and can be activated at any time. Xuefeng enters sniper mode. With the assistance of the shipboard brain, Qi Yiming gradually completed all preparations before launching the main gun. At this time, there are still 3 hours before the asteroid impact, and Xuefeng still has time to adjust the shooting angle. Intelligent brain, calculate the best shooting point to change the orbit of the asteroid. Not to destroy the asteroid, just to change its orbit. The calculation is completed. The target distance is 203,000 km and the speed is 69,000 km per hour. The bombardment coordinates have been recalibrated and we are waiting for the best opportunity to attack. In sniper mode, the Xuefeng's effective shooting range is an astonishing 300,000 km. It is easy to deal with asteroids 203,000 km away. The long wait was a torture for Qi Yiming, but fortunately, after a few hours, the asteroid finally entered the Xuefeng's effective range. Qi Yiming stared nervously at the information displayed by the fire control radar. Xuefeng's main gun slowly rotated the gun body under the guidance of the radar, and then made final fine-tuning. Beep. After a beep, the fire control radar indicates that the target has been locked and can be launched. Qi Yiming gritted his teeth and stabbed his finger on the launch button. The Swifeng ship violently shook, and a red bursting laser beam burst out of the atmosphere and flew towards the target asteroid. The burst laser accurately hit the target point after a short flight. The violent explosion pushed the asteroid to make a small displacement. However, only this small displacement was corrected by the long flight trajectory. The asteroid finally skimmed the planet's atmosphere and passed. At this moment, Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down on the soft captain's chair. Just when Swifeng's main gun was firing, a small fleet composed of 2 frigates was closely monitoring the planet killer at a position 0.2 light minutes away from the planet where Swifeng was located. Originally they thought they could watch a moderately world-destroying show, but they didn't expect that the asteroid was hit by a blast laser fired from the ground when it was about to enter the planet's gravitational field, causing the asteroid to deviate its original trajectory. Fleet Commander Wang Sen immediately raised the alert level, and all combatants returned to work, ready to respond to possible attacks from the unknown planet. Sir, the radar detected signs of warship activity on the surface of that planet. The level is unknown. Unknown level. Yes, there is no relevant information in our database, but judging from the energy level of the shelling just now, it is at least a destroyer. At the same time, Swifeng returned to the ground again. Warning, the energy reserve is below the 5% warning value, please replace the energy core in time. Qi Yiming smiled bitterly and ignored Hineo's warning. Through the hanging window with the armor removed, I looked at the slightly red sky in a daze. An unknown fleet has been detected, suspected to be a Sickle-class frigate, 2 in number. Hineo warned again. Qi Yiming, who had been silent in his memories, shook his hands. Sickle-class? Is it the human fleet? Did the Federal fleet come back? 2 blue dots on the radar screen flashed regularly with the scanning frequency of the shipboard radar, but the information interface only had one line, suspected Sickle-class. Ji now, turn on the optical observation instrument. Enlarge the images of the 2 battleships and put them on the main screen. 2 blurry shadows appeared on the main screen of Swifeng's bridge. As the optical instruments were fine-tuned, the image became clearer and clearer. Yes, it's the Scythe class. This is definitely a human fleet, but why do these 2 Scythe-class ships look so weird? In Qi Yiming's memory, only humans can combine artistic atmosphere with battleships. Qi Yiming will never forget the graceful hull curve of the Sickle class. After all, the first battleship he served on was the Sickle-class frigate. However, the original Sickle-class frigates did not have missile launchers mounted on the outside of the hull. However, the 2 Sickle-class frigates in the picture have no fewer than 7 missile launchers densely mounted on the outside of the hull in addition to the original 2 main guns. Nest. After thinking for a while, Qi Yiming decided to hide first. He was sure that the other party had definitely noticed the bombardment of the asteroid just now. If nothing unexpected happens, they will send people to investigate, and it will not be too late to contact the other party after confirming the identity of the other party. Looking at the red sky again, Qi Yiming piloted the Swifeng, which was severely lacking in energy, to slowly land in a valley. He turned off the rest of the equipment on the battleship and only allowed the shipboard radar to run at the lowest power. Not long after, 2 frigates appeared again within the radar detection range, and Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. He is actually quite conflicted now. He wants to get in touch with the other party but is afraid that the other party has bad intentions. The 2 frigates gradually approached the location where the Swifeng landed. One of the frigates released a small traffic boat and flew towards the Swifeng. Qi Yiming stood in the bridge and saw everything clearly. The traffic boat landed not far from the Swifeng, and a group of fully armed soldiers came down from it and walked cautiously towards the Swifeng. After seeing the person clearly, Qi Yiming calmed down the mental arithmetic in his throat. It's good that they are human beings. At least we can still communicate with each other if we are of the same kind. Although the Swifeng no longer had the energy to support her from firing again, the group of people who came didn't know that. He had to find a way to scare these people and see if he could get some energy blocks. Qi Yiming turned on the battleship's external broadcast, cleared his throat and said, "Who are you?" The group of people hesitated for a moment and then took cover. One of them pressed the communicator to contact his warship. "Sir, the people on the battleship are asking about our purpose. Stay where you are and don't show hostility. I'll talk to him." Wang Sen was not surprised by this situation and ordered the communications commander to send a directional communication request to the warship. Qi Yiming adjusted his clothes before connecting to the communication, trying to look calmer. After everything is done, it's performance time. Hello. I am Wang Sen, the first heir to the Wang family in the Suan Galaxy. Please indicate your identity and affiliation. Qi Yiming saw a heroic young man on the communication screen, wearing a decent military uniform, staring at him seriously. Qi Yiming, captain of the Suifeng. Affiliated to the Human Federation Strategic Strike Fleet. Qi Yiming did not hide his true identity. He first wanted to use this identity to test the other party and determine whether the other party was a member of the Human Federation. After all, more than 1,000 years have passed, and after that war, whether the Human Federation still exists is still a question. Unfortunately, Wang Sen's reaction was not surprise but confusion. Human Federation? Which force is it? Why do you appear here? Qi Yiming was disappointed for a while. It seemed that things in the current world had indeed changed. My battleship encountered some accidents and was forced to land on this planet for more than half a year. Part of the repairs were only recently completed. Qi Yiming straightened his thoughts, avoided the question of the Human Federation, and lied. Wang Sen's adjutant whispered in his ear, the ground personnel sent back intelligence that the Suifeng's engine showed signs of damage. Wang Sen nodded calmly and then asked Qi Yiming, your battleship? Are you saying that this battleship belongs to you personally? Qi Yiming didn't speak, mainly because he didn't know how to answer this question. But Qi Yiming's reaction seemed to Wang Sen to be acquiescing to his statement. Wang Sen was delighted, are you a freedom fighter? Qi Yiming still didn't speak, but he felt happy in his heart, this person is really interesting, and he has so much inner drama. A suitable identity has been arranged for me without even saying a word. Wang Sen was even more happy when he saw Qi Yiming didn't refute, and then said, I wonder if I am lucky enough to invite you to join our Wang family. The treatment and other things are nice. At this time, Qi Yiming had mixed feelings in his heart, let me go, what kind of world is this? How come all the family forces have emerged? Chapter 3. As the first heir to the Wang family in the Suan Galaxy, Wang Sen really needs a strong foreign aid when facing strong competition from his younger brother. It was not that he had not thought about taking the Suifeng as his own at first, but through his conversation with Qi Yiming and his close observation of the Suifeng. It's just that the opponent bombarded a huge asteroid with just one shot and deviated from its original orbit. From the side reaction, the combat effectiveness of the opponent's warships was not something that the two frigates could compete with. It is better to have one more friend than one more powerful enemy. So after confirming that Qi Yiming was a freedom fighter, Wang Sen gave up the idea of snatching the Suifeng and instead tried to win over Qi Yiming, hoping that Qi Yiming would become a major foreign aid in his competition for the air. At this time, Qi Yiming was confused inside, but his expression was natural. The whole person seemed to be accustomed to these invitations. If there was an award for Best Actor, Qi Yiming would definitely be the best candidate to win it. Seeing that Qi Yiming still didn't respond, Wang Sen became a little anxious, thinking that he didn't offer specific conditions to make Qi Yiming mistakenly think that he didn't value him. Wang Sen hurriedly added, in return for joining my Wang family, I will personally provide you with 3 high-concentration energy blocks for your battleship every month. As for your personal treatment, I will work hard to fight for you after reporting it to the family leader. Qi Yiming didn't hear anything else clearly, but he could hear the 3 high-concentration energy blocks clearly. However, Qi Yiming remained unmoved. Instead, he frowned, as if thinking about whether the conditions given by Wang Sen were appropriate. In fact, Qi Yiming was extremely excited, high-concentration energy blocks. 1 block is enough for the Suifeng to travel normally for half a month. If a battle breaks out, it can last for about 5 days with full firepower. This deal seems unreasonable. Deficit. Qi Yiming, who had a small calculation, did not respond to Wang Sen in time, which made Wang Sen, who was extremely worried, a little anxious. Wang Sen actually imagined that Qi Yiming was a hawk who would not let go of the rabbit before he saw it. So he gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Qi, in order to show my sincerity, I can give you an energy block now. I am in a hurry to come out this time. There are only these in the battleship warehouse. The rest will wait until we return to the Suan Galaxy. I will give you all. If Qi Yiming was still tensed at this time, the scene would have been a bit overdone and would have lost the style of an actor. So he changed his gloomy expression and said to Wang Sen with a smile, Mr. Wang is really like everyone, so I reluctantly accepted it. As for the remaining energy blocks, I believe that Mr. Wang is not the kind of person who does not keep his credibility. Wang Sen's lips twitched twice and he muttered in a low voice, he's such a money addict. Mr. Wang, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Nothing, I mean I will send someone to deliver the energy block right away. Qi Yiming would not let the other party board the ship. If he found out that he was the only one on board the Swifeng, you could all know what would happen with your heels. But he couldn't do it too obviously to avoid arousing the other party's suspicion, so Qi Yiming wore exoskeleton armor and blocked the Swifeng's hatch with the self-defense weapons used in the ship. When the person sent by Wang Sen delivered the energy block, Qi Yiming rudely refused the other party's request to visit. Wang Sen once thought that he had been deceived and wanted to join him. Why didn't he even let his people visit the inside of the battleship? But Qi Yiming's next words dispelled Wang Sen's doubts. I'm sorry, there are members on the ship infected with level 3 alien organisms, which are extremely contagious. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the interior of the warship until they are completely cured. Although level 3 alien organisms are not fatal, they are very troublesome to deal with, and necessary isolation measures are still needed. That's really a pity. Do you need help? Wang Sen's face became much warmer after he put aside his doubts. However, watching Qi Yiming personally take the energy block into the battleship's power cabin, Wang Sen still said doubtfully, Mr. Qi, do you still need to do it yourself to replace the energy block? The crew members are all in quarantine. Only I, the captain, have the authority to move around, so I can only do this kind of work. Then you are truly a kind captain. But when Wang Sen saw Qi Yiming take out an energy block the size of a fingernail from the battleship's power furnace, his face turned dark. Mr. Qi, you are so brave. Wang Sen regretted it. If he had known that the opponent's remaining energy was not enough to fire, he would not have had to be so careful and just grab it. That's it. But it's too late now. The Swifeng engine, which has been replaced with a new energy block, has been started. The main gun is calibrating the sighting equipment under the control of the fire control system. The secondary guns on both sides of the ship now have black holes sticking out. Barrel. Seeing that Qi Yiming was going to do something dirty, Wang Sen was speechless for a moment. Seeing the change in Wang Sen's expression, Qi Yiming knew that the other party had misunderstood him, and hurriedly explained, Mr. Wang, don't get me wrong, the battleship has been without energy supply for a long time, and many systems need to be restarted. This is the battleship doing self-test. Wang Sen breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say, you are the most courageous person I have ever met. You are really good at playing the role of the white wolf with empty hands. No prizes, no prizes. In fact, I was scared to death just now. Look at the sweat on my forehead. The two of them chatting and joking like this actually drew the relationship between the two of them closer. Wang Sen originally planned to make friends with a high-concentration energy block. Although mass production is more troublesome, it is not in short supply. It was just that he suddenly discovered that Qi Yiming was actually at the end of his rope, and that he had missed a great opportunity to take the Swifeng as his own, and he was a little shocked. Since he had missed the best opportunity, Wang Sen didn't care so much about Qi Yiming's empty city strategy against him. He tried his best to win over Qi Yiming, hoping that he could be used for his own purposes. What about the conditions I just offered you? I need to investigate. This kind of thing cannot be decided at once, don't you think? Qi Yiming still needs to be cautious. He can't just treat the other person as a confidant if he is given an energy block, and he dares to say anything and agree to anything. That's what it should be, but I still sincerely hope you can join us. Qi Yiming did not answer clearly, but just nodded and said he would consider it. After confirming that there were no other problems with the battleship, Qi Yiming was not prepared to delay any longer and said to Wang Sen, let's set off now. I've had enough of this damn planet. Soon Wang Sen sent a formation invitation to Qi Yiming's Swifeng. After Qi Yiming agreed, Swifeng slowly took off and joined the small fleet. The three warships formed a triangular formation and left the atmosphere. The Swifeng began to accelerate slowly under the guidance of Wang Sen's endeavor. Until they reached the speed to start their jump engines, the three warships started their jump engines at the same time and quickly disappeared into the starry sky. But what Qi Yiming and the others didn't know was that shortly after they left, not far from where they started the jump engine, a miniature wormhole suddenly appeared, and out of the wormhole emerged a small spaceship filled with light. There was no pilot inside the spacecraft, and a line of words quickly flashed across the display screen in front of the driver's seat. Transition traces detected, energy level LV2, does not meet cleaning standards, information will be deleted. Then the miniature wormhole appeared again, and the small spacecraft entered the wormhole silently. The starry sky fell silent again. Chapter 4. After several days of sailing, Qi Yiming and his party finally arrived at the Suant galaxy mentioned by Wang Sen. Along the way, Qi Yiming got a lot of information from Wang Sen. By summarizing the scattered information, Qi Yiming had a vague feeling that today's human society was more or less affected by the original Federation. For example, Wang Sen's Endeavour frigate is a Scythe-class frigate copied from the ancient battlefield by the Gothic Empire, the most powerful force in mankind. The other classes of battleships also have some shadows of human Federation battleships. Today's human territory spans thousands of light years, but no one obeys anyone, so human beings have been in a situation of internal strife since the Federation. Qi Yiming has reason to believe that most of today's humans are descendants of humans who fled the Zerg hunt and wandered around. However, the extremely shrinking population has caused a serious technological epoch. In addition, there seems to be a mysterious force involved. Whenever a strong force rises, it will quickly decline within a few years after its rise. It seems like you need to be humble first and not be too arrogant. Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi. Wang Sen called several times through the communicator. Qi Yiming, who was too absorbed in thinking about things, realized his gaffe. He pointed at the busy waterway outside the hanging window and apologized quickly, "I'm really sorry. I haven't seen such a prosperous scene for a long time, so I got a little distracted. Mr. Qi is so complimentary. These are all due to my father. He has been working diligently since he took over the family territory and has never slacked off for a day. This is why we have what we have today." Qi Yiming nodded noncommittally, but his heart was full of emotions. Once upon a time, when the Human Federation was at its strongest, even the most remote edge galaxies were much more prosperous than the Suant galaxy in front of them. However, it can be seen that Wang Sen's pride comes from the heart, which shows that the prosperity of Suant galaxy is still only a handful within his known range. "Mr. Qi, I'm sorry that since you haven't officially joined us yet, your warships can only dock in the outer parking areas of this galaxy. If you want to enter the core area of the Suant galaxy, you need to reach the transportation boat specially prepared by our family," Wang Sen said apologetically. Qi Yiming expressed his understanding that the long-term existence of a force must have a complete set of rules. It is impossible to allow others to drive warships and run rampant within their own sphere of influence without any scruples. "I need some time to deal with matters on the ship. I will contact you after I finish." Qi Yiming looked at Wang Sen in the communicator with a smile. "Looking forward to meeting you." After saying this, Wang Sen ended the communication directly. Qi Yiming came to the battleship warehouse and looked at the dozens of bones neatly arranged on the ground. These were all his comrades in arms. Qi Yiming must give them the dignity that soldiers deserve. Half an hour later, a row of coffins flew out neatly from the launch port of an escape capsule on the Swifeng, covered with the military flag of the Human Federation. Qi Yiming stood on the bridge of the Swifeng and paid his respects, watching as more than a dozen coffins flew towards the star of the Suant galaxy, where they would be the final destination of these warriors who had fought for the survival of mankind. After completing the ceremony, Qi Yiming drove the warship slowly into the berth reserved for him. Wang Sen was already standing at the exit of the airport waiting for Qi Yiming's arrival. But Qi Yiming did not leave the Swifeng. It was impossible for Qi Yiming to leave the battleship alone before he completely gained his trust. "Mr. Wang, I am still in the quarantine period, and the contamination of alien organisms on the battleship has not been completely removed. I can only ask you to take me to say hello to the head of your family." When the communication was connected, Qi Yiming didn't feel much guilty about the logical use. The interface has been contaminated by alien organisms. Wang Sen said with a disappointed look, "Although to a certain extent, I have saved the Swifeng, I will not force Mr. Qi to join us. After all, forceful melons are not sweet. A high-level energy block, that's all, just treat me as a friend." Of course, Qi Yiming could hear the implication of his words, but he just made it clear with a faint smile, "Mr. Wang, don't get me wrong, I do have some unspeakable secrets, and I can only leave the ship when I can ensure my own safety." Wang Sen was not surprised by Qi Yiming's caution. After all, this was his own territory. Qi Yiming can never be too cautious. Wang Sen thought for a while and then said, "Mr. Qi, do you think this is a good idea? I have certain rights to recruit retainers for the family. Of course, the position will not be too high, and the treatment will not be very good. Qi Yiming listened with interest and motioned to Wang Sen to continue. After you join our company, I will make an announcement on our personnel changes. In fact, it is a means of external publicity to show our emphasis on talents. Qi Yiming nodded again, indicating that he was listening carefully. At that time, many people will know that you have joined our Wang family. If you are threatened to hand over the battleship in our territory, it will cause a serious blow to the reputation of our Wang family. Some retainers who have joined us will even choose to leave. When Qi Yiming heard this, his eyes lit up and he thought, this is a good way to gain mutual trust. What family forces fear most when they want to recruit talents is this kind of behavior. If a similar incident occurs, the family will not be far away from extinction. Therefore, no one with any brains would do this kind of thing. Furthermore, Qi Yiming actually doesn't care at all about the treatment of his so-called retainers. If it weren't for the insufficient reserves of the energy block, he would really not be willing to join any force and become someone else's thug. But the situation is stronger than the person. How can a piece of energy be a hero? Before having other stable sources of energy blocks, Qi Yiming could only commit himself to becoming someone else's thug. In the end, Qi Yiming agreed to Wang Sen's suggestion. Soon Wang Sen went through the entry procedures for Qi Yiming through his own authority. From this moment on, Qi Yiming became a team leader under the Wang family. At the same time, Qi Yiming also found information on the Wang family's personnel changes on the public internet, and information and photos about himself were listed. Mr. Qi, as a retainer of this family, you can drive a warship into the core area, where a special parking spot has been designated for your warship. Wang Sen did not change Qi Yiming's attitude because of Qi Yiming's joining. Still respectful. Externally, you are a retainer of my Wang family. Privately, we can be very good friends. I don't have any heirs. Wang Sen also changed his previous business-like attitude and spoke more casually. After the two sides gained initial trust, the next thing was much easier to handle. Under the guidance of Wang Sen, Qi Yiming drove the Suifeng into the core area of the Wang family and parked the warship in his dedicated berth. Then the isolation of alien contamination ended naturally, and he got off the battleship alone and came to Wang Sen, who was already waiting outside the docking door of the berth. Qi Yiming started his acting career again and gave Wang Sen a standard military salute, which actually made Wang Sen tremble. Qi Yiming is not embarrassed. Since he wants to act, he has to act in full. If you have agreed to join the other party, you must play the role of a thug from today on. Qi Yiming refused in his heart, it's impossible to help you fight, even in this life. Let me stay here for a while, and when I figure out the rules of the new world, I can rely on my deformable ship battleship, don't I just do whatever I want? Chapter 5. The Grey Rock Star is the only naturally habitable planet in the Suand galaxy, and it is also the core territory of the Wang family. Qi Yiming followed Wang Sen to the villa area on the surface where the lower-level retainers of the Wang family lived together. After performing a swearing-in ceremony in accordance with the rules of the Wang family, Wang Sen held a small welcome dinner for Qi Yiming. In terms of affiliation, Qi Yiming actually belongs to Wang Zhengfeng, the head of the Wang family. But everyone who attended the banquet could tell that Qi Yiming was actually the foreign aide brought in by Wang Sen. This made Wang Dong, a competitor of Wang Sen, a little curious as to what kind of ability Qi Yiming had that his eldest brother valued so much. Although the two brothers keep making little moves secretly, on the surface they still appear to be harmonious brothers and sisters. Wang Dong kept walking among the crowd with the goblet in his hand, and finally stopped in front of Qi Yiming. "Brother, why don't you introduce this friend to me?" Wang Dong looked at Wang Sen with a warm expression. Wang Sen also had a smile on his face. He pulled Qi Yiming, who was just eating and drinking, and said, "This Mr. Qi is a freedom fighter, and his battleships are extremely powerful." "Oh." Wang Dong raised his eyebrows and looked at the unattractive Qi Yiming curiously. As a child of an aristocratic family, Wang Dong was certainly not bored enough to compete with a newcomer who had just arrived. Of course, just because Wang Dong didn't come off the field doesn't mean that no one came off the field to test Qi Yiming. Otherwise, Wang Dong would not have been shuttling back and forth in the banquet hall with a goblet before contacting Qi Yiming. Freedom fighters? There are too many freedom fighters in this world. We can't just say that someone has extraordinary abilities and then join our Wang family easily. The speaker was a big man who was already a little tipsy. Qi Yiming frowned and glanced at the man, and found that he seemed to be drunk and didn't care. After all, it was impossible for a normal person to argue with a drunkard. However, the big man was a bit reluctant and said with a loud tongue, "You can't pull a mule or a horse out for a ride. If you just rely on words, then I said that my destroyer can overturn a battleship." Suddenly there was a burst of harsh ridicule in the banquet hall. Wang Sen looked at Qi Yiming with some embarrassment. Instead, it was Qi Yiming who calmly comforted Wang Sen, "Don't worry, an alcoholic just drinks too much to satisfy his cravings. I won't be on the same level as him." Wang Sen glanced at Qi Yiming gratefully and quickly waved to the waiters in the banquet hall. The waiter who received the order quickly dragged the big man out of the banquet hall. Wang Dong calmly toasted to Qi Yiming and quietly left the banquet. Wang Dong's face turned gloomy after leaving the venue, and he waved his hand to one of his subordinates and gave a few instructions, "Go and check for me, what is the background of this Qi Yiming?" When he returned to his residence, the big man who had just been drunk and making a scene at the banquet was already waiting in Wang Dong's room. "Daniel, what do you think of this Qi Yiming?" The man known as Daniel smiled and said, "I can't tell the depth, but judging from the performance at today's banquet, it's hard to say how deep the city is. At least he is not an impulsive person." Wang Dong nodded, "I have sent someone to inquire about him. The second young master doesn't need to take Qi Yiming too seriously for the time being. His status is too low to affect the decisions of the family's senior leaders. He just needs to pay a little attention. Daniel, no one will believe me if I tell you that you, a big-looking person, can actually be my think tank." Wang Dong smiled and patted Niu Ben, on the shoulder. The atmosphere at the banquet became even more heated after Wang Dong left with his men. People belonging to Wang Sen's faction gathered around Qi Yiming and raised their glasses frequently, and Qi Yiming also responded to all comers. "Mr. Qi is really huge." Fortunately, Wang Sen rescued Qi Yiming in time. "Come on, Mr. Qi, let me introduce to you the ministers of our Wang family." As he spoke, he pulled Qi Yiming to a middle-aged man. The man had a fair face and a neatly trimmed mustache. "This is Elder Li Zhemeng. He used to be my father's personal attendant. He fought with my father for more than 10 years and made countless achievements, and he has achieved today's achievements. Young master, I'm grateful." Li Zhemeng waved his hand modestly, "The master just gave me this honor because of my hard work over the past 10 years. It's not about any merit." Li Zhemeng took a sip of the red wine in the goblet and continued, "Our Wang family is one of the top families in the Suanwu star cluster. Mr. Qi is so young and promising. I hope that he can do his best in my Wang family in the future, and he will be able to work in this star field as soon as possible. Make a name for yourself. I can't say that I am young and promising, but since I have joined the Wang family, I will do my best." Qi Yiming also politely said. Li Zhemeng toasted again and left the banquet hall with a swaying belly. Wang Sen accompanied Qi Yiming and continued to chat with others. During the chat, he said to Qi Yiming, "Elder Li is here on behalf of my father. He is impartial to our brothers and is considered a neutral party." Qi Yiming nodded and was really not interested in this kind of power struggle between the children of aristocratic families, but looking at today's situation, it seemed that he had been tricked by Wang Sen. Wang Dong, who looks harmless to humans and animals, looks like a smiling tiger no matter how you look at it. As for the big and thick man, the acting was so poor that you got drunk just a few minutes after the banquet started. What about the liar? No, you can't be used as a weapon like this. None of the young men from these aristocratic families can save fuel. They have to find a way to get out of this whirlpool. Qi Yiming secretly thought in his heart, the strength I have shown now is not enough for me. With the transcendent status, it seems that I still have to work hard to climb up. The party didn't break up until late at night. Early the next morning, Wang Sen took Qi Yiming to meet Wang Tiansheng, the head of the Wang family. He had a clean-shaven face and a simple and elegant suit, sitting in the center of the reception hall. "Father, this is the new Mr. Qi Yiming Qi who has joined our family." Wang Sen stood in front of Wang Tiansheng in an orderly manner. He was meticulously dressed and seemed to have a strict tutor. "Well." Wang Tiansheng glanced at Qi Yiming, who was standing next to Wang Sen, and said, "Welcome to join Mr. Qi." He waved his hand and signaled the waiter on the side to hand a special communicator into Qi Yiming's hand. "This is the communicator of my Wang family's internal network. It will issue some tasks every month. There are corresponding merit points behind the tasks. If you want to make a big difference in my Wang family, just work hard to complete the above tasks and accumulate merit." After saying that, he left the reception room minding his own business. "Is this the end?" Qi Yiming looked at Wang Tiansheng's back in surprise. But it's normal to think about it. How can a lower-level retainer get the attention of the family leader without a sufficiently impressive performance? Perhaps even this interview was just a show-off for Wang Sen's sake. After coming out of the reception room, Wang Sen still had a lot of things to deal with, so he asked Qi Yiming to walk around first to get familiar with the environment, and then come to him after he finished handling the things at hand. Qi Yiming nodded, "You go about your business first, you don't need to worry about me here." Seeing Wang Sen leading his men away, Qi Yiming frowned. To be honest, Qi Yiming doesn't have a clear idea of his own strength so far. He was not sure that his Swifeng's combat power would be higher than that of current warships of the same level. However, judging from Wang Sen's attitude towards Qi Yiming did not think that his combat power would be any worse. Otherwise Wang Sen wouldn't be so eager to pull him into his camp. However, the actual situation needs to be tested. Then let's take on a simpler task to warm up. Qi Yiming was minding his own business, fiddling with the intranet communicator in his hand. Chapter 6. After turning on the intranet communication device, the first page of the virtual screen that popped up was some of the Wang family's family rules. Qi Yiming glanced at it roughly, and it was nothing more than not using force in the family's core territory, and not fighting privately among the family servants, etc. The second page was the decision-making results of the Wang family on some recent events, which were not very related to Qi Yiming, so he just glanced over it. From the third page onwards, there were various tasks, hundreds of tasks in total. Patrol tasks rarely encounter combat. I want to understand my own strength, so I give up. Qi Yiming clicked on the filter bar and ticked off the patrol task. Reconnaissance tasks require going to unfamiliar star fields, and the time is not ripe now, so I give up. More than a dozen of the hundreds of tasks in the taskbar disappeared again. Raid missions, the merit value is high, but I am not familiar with the situation and it is still dangerous for me, so I give up. More than a dozen tasks disappeared again in the taskbar. After screening, the only remaining tasks were combat missions to fight star pirates. During the cautious period, Qi Yiming chose a task with the lowest merit value. The mission brief said that a group of star pirates appeared near a remote asteroid belt in the Suan galaxy half a month ago, seriously affecting the mining operations of the Wang family there. The star pirate group only had one frigate and was weak, so the merit value was very low, only 10 points. This made the retainers of the Wang family uninterested in doing this mission. It's you. Although the combined Swifeng can no longer be considered a frigate, you should try them first during the cautious period to determine your own level. Qi Yiming applied on the mission application interface. It's not that Qi Yiming is timid, but he really doesn't know how strong he is. He can't think that he is invincible just because someone praises his warship for its good combat power. What if they are just complimenting him? The mission application was approved, and Qi Yiming didn't say hello to Wang Sen. He took the transport boat back to the Swifeng alone to prepare for the voyage. Wang Dong's office, his adjutant hurried in. "Second young master, the new guy has accepted the mission." Wang Dong frowned and glanced at the adjutant. "Pay attention to the address, after all, he is a retainer of my Wang family. There should be superficial respect." The adjutant nodded repeatedly. "What mission did he accept?" Wang Dong asked casually while concentrating on processing the documents at hand. The adjutant first smiled, as if he was very uncomfortable but was afraid of the bad influence and did not dare to laugh out loud. "Mr. Qi accepted a mission with the lowest merit value to clear out the star pirates." "Oh? Is it the mission that has been hanging in the taskbar for more than half a month and no one is willing to do it?" Wang Dong put down the file in his hand thoughtfully. "It's that mission. I heard that the confidant of the eldest young master was so angry that his face turned green." "That's true. Who would have thought that a person who is so valued by the eldest brother would actually accept such a simple mission? Who said it's not? This mission can be completed by anyone with a decent warship." The adjutant was obviously a little disdainful. "The mission says that the pirates have a frigate, but it's actually a converted small transport ship. Even the main gun on the ship seems to be an electromagnetic rail gun that is about to become scrap." "Okay, go down. Just pay a little attention to it." Wang Dong immediately lost interest in Qi Yiming. How much can a person who doesn't even want to let go of 10 merit points do? Wang Sen's side was even more lively. Wang Sen, who was originally writing a mission report in the office, was suddenly surrounded by his men. Everyone was talking and making a lot of noise. "Don't make a fuss, speak one by one." Wang Sen had no choice but to stop the dispute loudly. "Xiao Lu, what did you say? The person who was called was Wang Sen's confidant Lu Bishu. He first wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then sighed hard. Hey! Master, you really misjudged me this time. Qi Yiming. He actually accepted a mission with 10 merit points and left the port. Yes, Master, it's a pity that Master spent so much effort to recommend him to the head of the family. He will definitely be labeled as a bad judge of people. Everyone was in chaos again. It's impossible. With the combat power of Swifeng, let alone a combat mission with 100 merit points, Swifeng can easily complete it. Wang Sen was also a little confused. What kind of way did Qi Yiming take? Qi Yiming didn't care how much impact this incident had caused. At this time, he had already driven Swifeng to the mission location. He would never take the risk to accept those high-level missions before he was sure of his rank. Let's not talk about the combat power of Swifeng. Even if the combat power is strong, how much combat power can Swifeng, which is only assisted by intelligent brain driving, exert? Qi Yiming really couldn't say for sure. Mining operations have been suspended for more than half a month. If the asteroid belt itself did not produce much ore, how could the Wang family allow this group of pirates to roam around for half a month? They would have sent people to clean it up long ago. However, pirates are pirates after all. As soon as Qi Yiming appeared, they drove the armed cargo ship to escape. The shipborne radar of Swifeng had already found the traces of pirates as soon as it entered the asteroid belt. If you want to run, you have to ask me if I agree. Qi Yiming was extremely cautious when choosing a mission, but he completely let go when he arrived at the battlefield. A lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength, let alone the cautious Qi Yiming. Charge the main gun. Qi Yiming ordered immediately. Swifeng was in sniper mode, and its main gun began to slowly adjust its muzzle under the guidance of the fire control radar. As the beep for locking the enemy ship sounded, Qi Yiming decisively gave the command to the ship's brain to fire. At this time, the Star Thief's warship was nearly 200,000 kilometers away from the Swifeng. The Star Thief leader was showing off his alertness to his subordinates, and his subordinates also expressed their appreciation one after another. Just as they were celebrating escaping a liquidation, 2 red burst laser beams accurately hit the engine nozzle of the Star Thief warship. But the blow was not over. The bursting laser beam carried huge energy and penetrated the fragile tail armor of the Star Thief battleship and penetrated into the interior of the battleship. For a time, a large amount of supplies on the ship filed out from the damaged tail of the battleship, including many Star Thieves who had not rushed to put on extravehicular spacesuits. The burst laser beam, which consumed most of the energy, penetrated the few cabins inside the battleship, and then penetrated the outer armor on the other side from the inside again. The Star Thief leader standing in the bridge was blown out of the battleship by the powerful energy caused by the air leakage before he could figure out what was going on. He only had time to glance at the direction of the Swifeng, and his whole body was immersed in the darkness of the universe. The freezing temperature froze my mind. I wiped it so hard? It shouldn't be. Qi Yiming, who observed everything through optical imaging, touched the bar and said thoughtfully. It seems that they are a little too cautious, and the mission selection is too simple. Star pirates rarely have the opportunity to obtain standard warships. Most of them use the hulls of civilian ships to modify them into warships, and their combat power should be slightly lower. Qi Yiming thought for a while and concluded. Chapter 7. Qi Yiming's next actions created a legend among the Wang family in the Suan galaxy, and also earned him the title of Star Thief Nemesis and Chart-Sweeping Maniac. Qi Yiming completed dozens of star pirate missions with merit values, ranging from 50 to 100 in one day. The process is also uneventful. 1 shot will immerse you in the soul, 2 shots will make you see God, and if you are more lucky, the 3rd shot will follow. In short, the Star Thieves of Suan Galaxy became a rare species in one day. This made Wang Dong and others who were waiting to see the joke startled. Wang Sen and his subordinates confirmed that each other was not dreaming with smiles that were uglier than crying. Such a powerful record soon spread to the ears of Wang Zhengfeng, the head of the Wang family. At first he thought his retainers were joking with him. But Wang Zhengfeng was also shocked when he saw that the Star Thieves' clearance mission had been cleared. Those tasks were assigned by him personally, and he knew better than anyone else how powerful the Star Thieves entrenched in his territory were as a master. Not to mention the combat power of the Star Thief warships, the number alone is enough to make Wang Zhengfeng feel on edge. Not to mention that several well-known Star Thief groups in the galaxy also use several standard combat destroyers. Just like this, a young boy turned everything over in one day without making any noise. Wang Zhengfeng refused to believe anything he said, but the facts were right in front of him and he couldn't help but believe it. Because if you want to get merit points, you have to turn in the task. When turning in the task, you have to submit some specially designated task items mentioned in the task. The Internet communicator will automatically upload the completion status of the task by confirming the main task items, and will issue corresponding merit points based on the completion status of the task. However, the mission merit points that Qi Yiming received were all issued in full, which means that the system determined that Qi Yiming's mission completion was 100%. There's nothing more to say. The program shouldn't lie to people. After traveling back and forth for a day, Qi Yiming parked the Shuafeng into his own dedicated berth and returned to his residence on the ground with unfinished thoughts. The retainers who met him along the way looked at Qi Yiming like they were monsters. Qi Yiming murmured in a low voice, "Am I weak or strong in terms of combat power? There is no credible data at all. They are all dead in one shot. There is too little combat data." After Wang Sen and his subordinates learned that Qi Yiming was back, they had been waiting in front of his residence to get acquainted with this star thief's nemesis and list-sweeping maniac again. Qi Yiming saw everyone looking at him with strange eyes, and asked inexplicably, "Why are you all blocking my door?" Then he raised his hand and touched his face and said doubtfully, "There are flowers on my face." Wang Sen was the first to react. He patted Qi Yiming hard on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Qi is really a blockbuster." "Oh, are you talking about the extermination of the star thieves today?" Qi Yiming finally understood why this group of people gathered at the door of his residence. Of course, Qi Yiming would not be stupid enough to say that he completed all the tasks of clearing out the star thieves in one day just to weigh himself. Clearing his throat, Qi Yiming said righteously, "I hate star thieves the most in my life. The Suant Galaxy has such prosperous trade, so many people have died at the hands of star thieves, and how many families have collapsed because of star thieves?" Qi Yiming said seriously, while Wang Sen listened seriously. In the end, even Qi Yiming himself was embarrassed to continue talking, so he stopped. When Wang Sen saw that Qi Yiming was silent, he continued, "The combat power of Mr. Qi battleship is indeed outstanding. You must know that we have to go as a team to clear out the star thieves." Qi Yiming heard some differences and thought, are those star thieves really powerful? In fact, Qi Yiming greatly underestimated the Shuafeng's combat power. It seems that the human race thousands of years from now has inherited some of the legacy of the human federation, but the great recession caused by the technological era is real. Wang Sen and his frigates are imitations of the sickle class. They are only imitations in appearance, but the technological level contained inside is quite different from the real sickle class. First of all, in terms of hull materials, it is already at least 100 years behind the sickle class, not to mention the battleship's core systems and armament. It is also a burst laser cannon. The attack strength of the sickle class main gun is more than 3 times that of the imitation. With the generational difference in technology, it is an ordinary thing for Qi Yiming to be able to penetrate the soul with one shot. After comparing the power Wang Sen needed to mobilize to clear out the star thieves, Qi Yiming was speechless for a moment. "Damn, I always thought I was just a bronze-level player, but I didn't expect that I turned out to be a king in the end." Qi Yiming whispered in a self-deprecating tone. Qi Yiming's mood improved a lot after confirming his combat strength. It just so happened that he also gained a lot of merit points today. He waved his hand and loudly said to everyone, "Let's go, I'm treating you today, let's go to the bar and have a good time." Wang Sen and his subordinates also had this intention, and they followed Qi Yiming towards the bar in the residential area without hesitation. But before everyone reached the bar, they were stopped by people sent by the owner of the house. The visitor was none other than Li Zhimeng, the elder at the banquet last night. Li Zhimeng, who was stopping everyone, changed his cold expression from yesterday. He enthusiastically stepped forward and took Qi Yiming's hand and said, "I just said that Mr. Qi is young and promising. In just one day, Mr. Qi has broken into such a big company. Reputation." Qi Yiming chatted with the other party for a while and asked about Li Zhimeng's purpose of coming. "Look, I was so busy talking that I almost forgot about the real thing." Li Zhimeng patted his forehead and said apologetically, "The master of the house has invited you, and he is already waiting in the living room." Qi Yiming immediately cheered up and dealt with it carefully. Qi Yiming can still hang out with lower-level retainers in the name of haha. After all, most of these lower-level retainers with no status are just to earn a living and have no dirty intentions. But then he had to deal with an overlord like Wang Zhengfeng who had been exposed to all kinds of intrigues since he was a child. He had to be very alert. If he didn't deal with it well, he might get into a lot of trouble. For Wang Zhengfeng, the sudden appearance of a young man with such strong fighting ability in his own territory should be a happy thing on the surface. But Wang Zhengfeng is very self-aware, and in the Suanwu Star territory, which is 1/3 of an acre, the Wang family can still be considered strong. But looking at the entire human world, it spans tens of thousands of light years across the universe. There are too many huge forces that the Wang family dare not even take a look at. Even so, people like Qi Yiming are rare talents in the eyes of superpowers that span several star fields. How could they be reduced to a small place like them? This forced Wang Zhengfeng to think more. If the Wang family accepts the master who offends the superpower, then the Wang family is probably not far away from being exterminated. Or maybe it's a super spy invited by someone, but how can there be such a spy who doesn't hide his strength? Wang Zhengfeng had to figure out as soon as possible whether he had picked up a treasure or a hot potato. While Wang Zhengfeng was thinking wildly, Qi Yiming followed Li Zhimeng into the reception room leisurely. Chapter 8. Master, Mr. Qi is here. Li Zhimeng noticed that the master seemed to be distracted, so he stepped forward and whispered in his ear. Wang Zhengfeng, who came back to his senses, first looked at Qi Yiming with complicated eyes, then quickly changed his attitude, walked up to Qi Yiming enthusiastically and held his hand. Mr. Qi is a real person who doesn't show his face. I don't know where he was employed before, but why did he end up in a remote place like ours? Qi Yiming said in a sincere tone, the master of the house has given me the reward. The star thief has nothing to show off. As for my origin, didn't the young master tell you about it? Wang Zhengfeng smiled awkwardly. When Wang Sen introduced Qi Yiming to him, he didn't pay much attention at all. A lower-level retainer would not cause him any trouble. Qi Yiming understood Wang Zhengfeng's expression instantly, so he didn't expose it. As the saying goes, hitting someone doesn't mean hitting someone in the face. I used to belong to the Human Federation Strategic Strike Fleet. Qi Yiming once again told Wang Zhengfeng exactly what he had said to Wang Sen. Wang Zhengfeng's expression was no different from Wang Sen's before. Mr. Qi, please stop teasing me. There are currently no less than 1,000 forces in the human race, large and small. I have never heard of the Human Federation. Qi Yiming shrugged and thought to himself, look, you don't believe me when I tell the truth. Do you have to let me lie to you? Since Mr. Qi doesn't want to say it, I won't force it, but for the safety of my Wang family, I may have to wrong Mr. Qi for a while. Wang Zhengfeng no longer wondered whether Qi Yiming was telling the truth. I'm all ears. Since you have joined our Wang family, you have the obligation to accept the tasks assigned by the head of the family. Based on your achievements today, you are now promoted to Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Border Star Field Defense Fleet. The use of this subtitle is very particular. If you have your own people in the fleet, you will still have some real power. If you don't have your own people, you will be ignored every minute. Qi Yiming said nothing and stood there carefully listening to Wang Zhengfeng's orders. Within 3 days after receiving this order, please rush to the DP-310 system to take charge of the security of the border system between our Wang family and Zheng family. Wang Zhengfeng had already thought about this appointment before Qi Yiming came. Regardless of whether Qi Yiming came here because of the enemy's pursuit, he should be dispatched first. I'm sorry if someone comes to the door, Qi Yiming will be sold immediately. It wouldn't matter if no one came to the door. The DP-310 galaxy on the border between the Wang family and the Zheng family had always been the Wang family's defensive weakness. It would be a little more at ease to send someone with good combat power to guard him there. It wouldn't be too late to call Qi Yiming back if nothing unexpected happens. When the time comes, I can just find a reason to give some compensation, and the matter will be over. I'll go back and prepare for it, and I'll set off early tomorrow morning. Qi Yiming agreed happily. This command is perfect for Qi Yiming when he is sleepy and encounters a pillow. Qi Yiming originally wanted to stay away from the core of the Wang family and participate as little as possible in the power struggles of the children of the family. He is really not interested in these things. If he has time, he might as well collect more overall information about the entire universe. Gongdou is the most annoying thing. Wang Zhengfeng, who had prepared a lot of words, didn't expect Qi Yiming to agree so readily, so he didn't waste any more words. But Qi Yiming still needs to be rewarded for his work in clearing the Star Thief mission. Wang Zhengfeng was not stingy, and directly rewarded Qi Yiming with 10 high-concentration energy blocks with a wave of his hand. Wang Zhengfeng knew that for these lower-level retainers, other material rewards were empty, and energy blocks were the treasure in their eyes. Because each retainer is given a certain amount of energy blocks each month based on the battleship level, but these energy blocks are used by them to perform tasks assigned by the family. If you want to do some private work, the energy blocks handed down by the family will most likely not be enough. After all, Wangjiafa energy block is not for idlers. You must complete at least 10 tasks every month to receive the next supply. And the various combat consumption of 10 missions almost completely consumed the energy blocks supplied by the family. If you want to do private work, you can't even think about it if you don't have some extra energy blocks. Qi Yiming was not polite and accepted his reward generously. If the head of the family has nothing else to do, I will go back and prepare. Then go get ready. Watching Qi Yiming and Wang Zhengfeng leave, his mood was a little complicated. Wang Sen lost his mind for a moment after learning the news. He couldn't understand why his father made such a decision. With Qi Yiming's ability, it won't take long to reach the decision-making level. Anyone with a discerning eye can see how much help it will bring to him. But with Qi Yiming's departure, to put it bluntly, he was already excluded before he even touched the center of power. Faced with this situation, he had nothing to do. Mr. Qi, I will wrong you for a while. I will definitely convince my father to transfer you back to Grey Rockstar as soon as possible. Wang Sen patted Qi Yiming's shoulder with a painful look on his face. Qi Yiming said indifferently, I am a brick of the Wang family. I can move it wherever it is needed. Qi Yiming will never forget to shout such high-profile slogans, and he must do the whole thing when acting. Since you choose to join the Wang family, you still need to abide by the rules. What's more, staying away from the succession struggle within the Wang family is what Qi Yiming hopes to do, so Qi Yiming certainly won't feel aggrieved. But Wang Sen didn't know that he burst into tears after hearing Qi Yiming's high-pitched slogan, which almost made Qi Yiming lose his power. But Qi Yiming understood very well that Wang Sen might have true feelings, but most of the reason was definitely because he was worried about his future because he lost his help. Talk about feelings with political creatures? I'm afraid it's not a dream. The day after receiving the appointment, Qi Yiming didn't hold back at all. He said goodbye to Wang Sen and his subordinates at the airport, drove the Swifeng slowly out of the berth, and happily hummed a little tune to the DP-310 Galaxy to take up his post. But what Qi Yiming didn't expect was that Li Zhimeng, the elder of the Wang family, was going with him. Qi Yiming couldn't help but feel angry. How much do you have to dislike me and send a confidant to watch me? If Qi Yiming still can't understand it after reaching this point, it can only mean that he is really not suitable for playing politics. At first, Qi Yiming thought that the strength he unintentionally displayed was a bit scary. In addition, he was obviously one of Wang Sen's faction, which would break the balance of power between Wang Sen and Wang Dong. Wang Zhengfeng did not want to see this situation, so he was excluded from the center of power in advance. But judging from the fact that Li Zhimeng also went there, it was clear that Wang Zhengfeng thought that he was probably a spy sent by a certain force. At the worst, he might be a troublesome guy. He had to send someone who could control the situation to watch. Hold him. Just like what Wang Zhengfeng said to Qi Yiming, if it weren't for the above two reasons, how could Qi Yiming's warships come to this remote place with their combat power? Chapter 9. After forming a temporary formation with Li Zhimeng's cruiser Zhong server, the two warships quickly disappeared into the Suan Galaxy and entered superlight navigation. 2 days later, the two successfully arrived at the DP-310 border system. A small fleet of the Wang family consisting of 5 frigates and 2 destroyers is stationed here. Now coupled with Li Zhimeng's cruiser and Qi Yiming's Swifeng special frigate, the Wang family's strength in this galaxy suddenly exceeds that of the Zheng family. As expected, Qi Yiming was isolated as soon as he arrived at the border post. Qi Yiming couldn't get involved in anything in the patrol fleet, and Qi Yiming wasn't angry either. He stayed on the Swifeng every day, flipping through the battleship maintenance manual, thinking about how to repair the 2 damaged engines, until he discovered that he was not the one, and he was depressed for several days. On the surface, Qi Yiming seemed not to care about this matter, but in fact, he was still very angry inside. Although he joined the Wang family out of necessity, Qi Yiming did not have any excessive thoughts. I just thought that since I joined, I could work peacefully for a few days. However, Wang Zhengfeng thought that he was a spy or a big trouble, so he used high-sounding excuses to send him to such an inhospitable place to guard the border. No, I won't tolerate this nonsense. Qi Yiming and Gilua got up from their bed and took out the Wang family's internal communicator. He was looking around to see if there were any suitable tasks so that he could earn some merit points to exchange for high-level energy blocks that would be enough for him to travel far away. Originally, he had no intention of wasting much time in the Wang family. Once he had enough energy blocks, he planned to drive the Swifeng to try to return to the capital star of the former Human Federation. I don't know if there are any tasks suitable for me in this place where birds don't shit. Qi Yiming quickly browsed the tasks in the communicator. Hey, there really is. The mission of a DP-310 galaxy to destroy star thieves sparkled in Qi Yiming's eyes. Hey, dear, you have 200 points of merit, which can be exchanged for 4 high-level energy blocks. Why is no one doing such a high reward? No matter, no one is doing it to make it easier for me. Who makes me the star thief's nemesis? Qi Yiming accepted the mission and said hello to Li Zhimeng before driving the Swifeng out of the port and headed straight for the mission location. According to the mission description, this star bandit group has 2 frigates and 1 destroyer. It has been entrenched in the asteroid belt of this galaxy all year round, robbing passing merchant ships. Qi Yiming didn't think much about it, since it was a star thief. When he arrived at the mission location, before he could scan the signal, 3 warships emerged from the asteroid belt and quickly rushed towards the Swifeng. With such an obviously hostile maneuver, how could Qi Yiming not be able to guess the identity of the other party? Charge the main gun, and the fire control radar locks on the enemy ship. Qi Yiming reacted quickly and immediately ordered the Swifeng to charge the main gun. There is a directional communication signal coming in, are you connected? The cold electronic synthesized voice of the shipboard brain sounded on the bridge again. Plug in. After a burst of electricity, a middle-aged man with a fair face appeared on the communication screen. Are you from the Wang family? The man asked in a deep voice. That's right, who are you? New here? Didn't the Wang family remind you that the Wang family doesn't have the final say everywhere in this galaxy? Isn't this the border galaxy of the Wang family? Qi Yiming asked doubtfully. This is true, but we have an agreement with the Wang family that this asteroid belt belongs to our Scorpio star thief group. It has been almost a week since I came here, and Qi Yiming has not spoken to more than the top leader. How could anyone tell him these things? Or maybe Li Zhimeng deliberately didn't mention it. Qi Yiming suddenly realized that no wonder no one accepted the high reward of this mission, and this was already a family of officials and bandits. Then I'll just leave. Qi Yiming didn't want to cause trouble. Since everyone had already made an agreement, as a retainer of the Wang family, he still had to abide by the agreement. Leave. The middle-aged man smiled contemptuously, leave the battleship behind and you can leave. How could Qi Yiming, who had just become the star thief's nemesis, accept such a threat? Seeing that things could not get better, he directly ordered the Swifeng to open fire. The Swifeng, which was in sniper mode, once again showed off its power. Its twin sniper-type main guns fired 2 red burst lasers, directly hitting a frigate that had been approaching the Swifeng. Still a shot into the soul, the blasting laser beam penetrated the hull of the pirate standard frigate. In a single confrontation, one of the opponent's warships was severely damaged, which really shocked the star thief leader. He just said, "You are brave enough," and hung up the communication. Because the Swifeng was too close to the asteroid belt, the star pirates had already put the Swifeng within the range of the main gun as soon as they broke out of the asteroid belt. The star thieves group, which had a frigate severely damaged, showed no intention of backing down, and the remaining 2 warships opened fire one after another. Swifeng was seriously short of crew and could only rely on predetermined procedures for evasion. The Swifeng only dodged 3 of the 7 burst laser beams fired by the enemy ships, and the remaining 4 blast lasers accurately hit the Swifeng. The Swifeng hull was hit and vibrated violently several times. Although the outer armor of the hull was not penetrated, several deep scars were left on the outer armor. Qi Yiming is currently unable to repair the warship, and he does not dare to overdo it and let the Swifeng be bombarded. Change the battle mode and mount the main control program of the Guardian. Qi Yiming calmly ordered the ship's intelligent brain. After receiving the order, Swifeng suddenly detached the main gun from the bow of the ship from the gun mount, and then quickly decomposed into 2 triple main guns. The star thieves were shocked when they saw this strange scene. What method is this? Is it popular nowadays to surrender and abandon the main gun? A bearded star thief scratched his head and asked his companions on the side. It doesn't seem like a surrender. Didn't you see that the cannon was disassembled and then reassembled? Just when the star thieves were at a loss, the main gun that automatically fell off completed its transformation, and a new gun mount appeared on the stern of the Swifeng. The 2 disassembled main guns were pulled by the tractor beam emitted by the Swifeng and flew to the gun mounts at the bow and stern of the ship respectively, and were assembled. Oh shit, what the hell kind of monster is this? Why is it still deformed? A younger star thief rubbed his eyes vigorously and shouted in horror. I'm afraid my eyesight is not dazzled, right? I'm still young, what can I do if my eyesight is not good? The radar operator on another battleship also rubbed his eyes and looked at what was happening on the battlefield monitor in disbelief. The star thief leader was the first to come to his senses and shouted loudly on the fleet channel, "Don't worry about monsters or not, just shoot them for me." Qi Yiming on board the Swifeng didn't care what these star thieves thought, he just stared at the Swifeng's injury monitor screen. The location originally damaged by the shelling has been marked in light yellow by the ship's brain, indicating that the armor has been damaged but has not been penetrated. I saw that the light yellow area was slowly turning green. This is the combat function guard mode after the Swifeng mounts the Guardian's main control system. The original frigate Guardian has become a nanorobot production factory. The nanorobot production equipment that had been installed in the Guardian ship was activated and a large number of nanorobots were quickly produced. These nanorobots poured out from the exit specially designed for them, quickly arrived at the damaged part of the armor along Swifeng's outer armor, and quickly repaired the damaged armor at a speed visible to the naked eye. I had a dream last night. I dreamed that a big boss gave me 100 recommendation votes, and then I woke up when my baby peed. Chapter 10. The star thieves all felt desperate when they saw that the damage they had just caused to the Swifeng was quickly repaired. They thought they could manipulate a soft persimmon, but who would have thought that a frigate would be lost as soon as the battle started? Star pirates are a profession that licks blood. It is normal for a battleship with companions to be sunk, as long as it does not delay the living people from eating meat. But they never thought that the soft persimmon in their eyes was not only powerful, but also performed tricks on the battlefield. It didn't matter if it changed from one main gun to two. What made them despair was that the transformed Swifeng actually had the ability to repair itself. Seeing that the damage they had just caused was completely repaired by the opponent's powerful self-healing ability within a few minutes, it was hard for anyone to muster the courage to fight the opponent. The star thief leader reacted first and quickly ordered the battleship to turn around and prepare to escape from the battlefield. But how could Qi Yiming give them this opportunity? Although the battle mode has been switched, the attack intensity of Swifeng's main gun has decreased. But the firepower density of the two main guns makes up for this shortcoming. Under the control of fire control radar, the two triple main guns fired a dense barrage at a rate of 2 rounds per barrel per minute. The dense barrage also solves the problem of decreased shooting accuracy. The result is obvious. The frigate, which had no time to turn its bow, did not survive the second round of bombardment under Swifeng's attack. It was hit by the power furnace and exploded, turning into a gorgeous firework. Although the destroyer of the star thief leader was not killed by one round of shelling, the hull was beaten into a sieve after 2 consecutive rounds of shelling. The engine's tail flame flickered stubbornly several times before finally extinguishing helplessly. Most of the crew members in the ship flew out of the battleship together with the equipment inside the battleship, and they could no longer die. Only then did Qi Yiming clearly know how powerful the Swifeng was. At the moment of the battle, Qi Yiming had already noticed that there was something different about these battleships. The two frigates are similar in appearance to Wang Sen's Endeavour. They should be a replica of the Sickle and a standard frigate. As for the appearance of the destroyer, it is likely that it was copied from the Petrel-class destroyer of the Federation era. Although according to federal standards, Swifeng is now at most a special frigate. But in the face of today's destroyers, it can be easily sunk. If divided according to the current combat power level, Swifeng is fully capable of facing cruisers alone without falling behind, and can even face a small battleship formation with cruisers as the core. After the battle, the Swifeng changed the main control system again, and the combat mode also changed from guard mode to sniper mode. After all, the entire battleship is only controlled by Qi Yiming. Although there is a shipboard intelligence to assist, the intelligence's response strategy is still not as flexible as humans in the face of a chaotic battlefield, so it is better to be cautious. It feels pretty good to hit an enemy ship with a sudden attack from a distance. Looking at the wreckage of the battleship in the distance again, Qi Yiming drove the Swifeng out of the asteroid belt without looking back. Following the old rules, the results of the mission were uploaded through the Wang family's internal communication. As long as the merit points can be obtained smoothly, what is the agreement between the Star Thieves and the Wang family? What is that? Can it be eaten? Qi Yiming also believed that the Wang family would never embarrass him because of this matter. If word spread about their deal with the Star Thief, would the Wang family still want to hang out in this star field? When Qi Yiming returned to the outpost, he found that the outpost was also bustling with activity. Damn it, this is the rhythm of my hometown being taken away. Qi Yiming couldn't help but frown as he looked at the chaotic battlefield in front of him. It stands to reason that he should not hesitate to join the battle group at this time and help the Wang family's border fleet repel this enemy. However, he carefully observed the battlefield situation, and it seemed that it was extremely unfavorable to the Wang family. The Wang family's fleet was showing signs of collapse. If he joins at this time, Sui Feng's combat power may be able to reverse the situation. But Qi Yiming is not a generous person, but he also has a clear distinction between love and hate. If there is Wang Sen on the battlefield, then maybe Qi Yiming will help because Wang Sen helped him out of trouble. It's a pity that Wang Sen is not here, and Wang Zhenfeng's actions made Qi Yiming hold his breath. As a result, the somewhat petty Qi Yiming chose to sit back and watch. The Wang family's fleet quickly lost its fighting spirit under the opponent's strong firepower. Several frigates left their fighting positions without authorization, which directly led to the failure of the battle. Of course, during this period Li Zhimeng also tried to contact Qi Yiming to order him to attack the enemy ship. Qi Yiming is not as cheap as he thought. When it was time to use me, you remembered that I was a retainer of the Wang family. Then when you doubted my identity and sent me here, why didn't you think that I was a retainer of your Wang family? Qi Yiming muttered angrily. Although as a retainer, he has the obligation to go on duty in the border star system, there is a rotation system in place. Qi Yiming clears out the star thieves in Suan Galaxy and performs meritorious service in the back. Even if he acts like a monster, it is unreasonable without substantial evidence. Qi Yiming was sent to the border. No matter how you explain this approach, it is a bit excessive. Since you doubt my identity, I will do something consistent with my identity to show you. I join you sincerely, but you actually doubt me? I am really kind and think of it as a donkey's liver and lungs. Qi Yiming, who was hiding in the distance and witnessed the entire battle, did not leave the DP-310 Galaxy after the battle. Because this invading fleet fought very resolutely, and despite suffering huge losses, it was able to defeat the Wang family's fleet with fierce firepower from the fixed forts at the Wang family's outpost. Qi Yiming was curious about the purpose of this fleet. This is by no means an ordinary border harassment, and there will definitely be other purposes in the follow-up. Sure enough, Qi Yiming's guess was correct. After the Wang family's border fleet retreated in embarrassment, two more fleets painted with the Zheng family's logo appeared near the battlefield. Zheng Hu, the commander of the two fleets, thought that the Sui Feng was a warship belonging to the Star Thief group in the DP-310 system. He only ordered a few peripheral warships to drive away from the Sui Feng and did not take any drastic action. After all, the purpose of their operation was not to attack the Star Thieves here, but to clear the way for the subsequent invasion of the Wang family. This is not the right time to provoke the Star Thieves here. The fleet made some adjustments in the DP-310 system, and Zheng Hu ordered all ships to follow his flagship Black Tiger to start the jump engine and plunge into the Wang family's territory. At this time, Wang Zhengfeng did not know that such a big change had occurred in the border galaxy, and he was still handling the daily affairs in the territory leisurely. After getting rid of several warships from the Zheng family that came to drive him away, Qi Yiming also started the jump engine and rushed towards the Suan galaxy. He was not going to report the news, but he thought that the merit points he had earned so hard had not yet been exchanged for energy blocks. Even if the Wang family was to be destroyed, he would have to exchange the energy blocks for him first. If possible, it would be okay to rescue Wang Sen, who once helped him out of trouble. Although Qi Yiming is a bit petty, overall he is still a person with a clear distinction between love and hate. If the head of the Wang family misunderstands him, that is the problem of the head of the family. Although Wang Sen's intentions are somewhat impure, he is still someone who has helped him, so he can't be ungrateful, can he? Chapter 11. Faced with the sudden attack on the Zheng family, the Wang family's reaction cannot be said to be unpleasant. However, the Zheng family was more fully prepared. Facing several lines of defense hastily organized by the Wang family, the fleet's advancement speed was not affected at all. Qi Yiming followed the attacking fleet from a distance, gathering some people along the way, all of whom were members of the Wang family's scattered fleet. Of course, he also received a lot of questions. After all, this behavior of following the enemy fleet back to his own territory was not a leader, but his behavior was indeed very suspicious. This made Qi Yiming very depressed. Why, can't we get rid of the spies? Blame. In fact, it's not Qi Yiming's fault. It stands to reason that after the border fleet led by Li Zhimeng was defeated, it should retreat directly to the hinterland of its territory. However, Li Zhimeng's ship, the Zongpu, was the focus of attention during the first round of enemy raids. Zhang Hu commanded the fleet to directly sink the loyal servant with a single salvo. Li Zhumeng perfectly interpreted the glorious image of the loyal servant of the family power at the cost of his life. The remaining people had no intention of fighting after losing their backbone, and resisted for a while like a show. They found that the Zhang family seemed to be victorious, and the warships attacked their defense line as if they were desperate. Most of the Wang family's fleet are low-level retainers who are just trying to make ends meet. Seeing that the situation was over, each one fled faster than the other, escaping in various directions, but no one fled towards the hinterland of the Wang family. The somewhat conscientious person managed to sound the alarm through the family's internal communications before running away, but the report could be as exaggerated as it could be. The border fleet refused to retreat. Elder Li commanded calmly, and everyone resisted to the death. In the end, the enemy was severely damaged at the cost of sinking all the border fleet. Qi Yiming was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother. "You just ran away, why are you talking so tragically? Are you going to sink in battle? Then how can I explain to Wang Zhengfeng when I go back to exchange for energy blocks?" But the good news was that he actually discovered Wang Sen in the scattered fleet. Qi Yiming answered the communication with Wang Sen and smiled awkwardly. "Listen to me and explain this to you." "Oh no. Listen to me and explain it to you." Wang Sen waved his hand and said, "No need to explain, the border guard fleet has done this every time, but this time you are a special case, and everyone is not used to it." Qi Yiming was immediately petrified on the spot, muttering to himself, "Is this a border guard fleet? Is it like this again and again? It's really not easy for your Wang family to survive until now. It's not easy." In that case, Qi Yiming shook the internal communicator in his hand and said, "I came back to redeem the energy blocks. Since the border fleet is like this, I will leave immediately after exchanging the energy blocks. We cannot damage the border guard fleet. Rule." Wang Sen's mouth twitched. "I once went to my father and asked him why he transferred you to the border for no reason. When I found out the reason, I had a big fight with him. There's no need. Because I'm an outsider, there's no need to hurt the harmony between your father and your son." Qi Yiming said with some yin and yang. Wang Sen was not angry and continued, "Although you lied to me about an energy block, it was under forced circumstances, but I believe that with the combat power of your Suifeng, you don't even bother to be a spy." Qi Yiming nodded and said nothing. "As for saying that you may be a big trouble, it makes sense, but in a time of great strife, just because you have a powerful retainer who is afraid of wolves in front of you and afraid of tigers in behind, the Wang family might as well be disbanded as soon as possible." Wang Sen said this. The words were actually said impassionedly. "Well said." Qi Yiming couldn't help but praise Wang Sen, "But can you exchange the energy block for me first so that I can leave here?" Wang Sen, who was originally upright, was like a deflated rubber ball. He boasted and looked at Qi Yiming with pleading eyes. "Mr. Qi, I know you are still angry, but please see that I have helped you out of trouble. Come on, help our Wang family." Qi Yiming hesitated. If he rescued Wang Sen from the battlefield, Qi Yiming could refuse Wang Sen's request now. But the problem is, Wang Sen is not in danger. It seems that even his endeavor was not seriously damaged in battle, so of course he could not repay the favor he owed. Although Qi Yiming is a bit petty, he is a very kind person. The kindness of a drop of water cannot be said to be repaid by a spring of water, but we can still do it with our best efforts. Seeing the drama, Wang Sen immediately struck while the iron was hot. "I will definitely persuade my father to apologize to you and give you adequate compensation." "Forget it. I'm a soft-hearted person. I don't need any compensation. You can consider replacing it with energy blocks of equal value." Qi Yiming finally agreed to Wang Sen's request. You can't do anything ungrateful." Suddenly Qi Yiming seemed to have discovered something. He looked at Wang Sen in confusion and asked, "That's not right. As the first heir to the Wang family, how come your fleet was scattered when fighting against the enemy? Your endeavor is as if nothing happened. No serious injuries at all." This time it was Wang Sen's turn to be embarrassed. "I'm scared." 3 words completely defeated Qi Yiming, and he kept wailing in his heart, "What kind of weird family is this? It doesn't matter if the people under him are not dedicated, but you, an heir, tell me that you are weak when facing an enemy." Qi Yiming could only give a thumbs up to express his sincere admiration. The Zheng family's fleet was fully prepared and the incident occurred suddenly. The defense line was temporarily set up. If we insist on holding on, we will only increase casualties. But you have to know that the longer you stay here, the more time the defense line behind you will have to arrange. Qi Yiming looked at Wang Sen helplessly. I only thought of this after I ordered everyone to retreat. Wang Sen said with shame. At first glance, it seems that he has no battlefield command experience. Qi Yiming said unceremoniously. Wang Sen did not deny that Qi Yiming was right. He had no experience in commanding fleet operations. In the past, whenever a battle broke out, Wang Zhengfeng or Wang Zhenfeng's two capable generals would take command, and Wang Sen had nothing to do with him. This time the Zheng family launched a raid. One of Wang Zhenfeng's two generals was out exploring, and the other was Li Zhemeng who had died in the DP-310 system. Wang Sen was really in a hurry this time. Forget it, the Suan galaxy is probably in danger based on the current situation. Qi Yiming no longer laughed at Wang Sen, reorganize the existing warships to form a formation. We have to return to the Suan galaxy quickly. If it is later, maybe it will be later. The Grey Rock Star has been captured. Just when Qi Yiming and Wang Sen were reorganizing their fleets, Wang Zhengfeng was leading the few remaining warships to rely on the various defense lines of the Suan galaxy to resist. Wang Sen was originally asked to lead the team out to the Jushan galaxy in the Proxima galaxy. The original intention was to let him stall for time. As long as he can delay it for 2 days, he can complete the arrangement of the internal defense line of Suan galaxy. Only in this way could he have the opportunity to rely on the dense forts on the defense line to repel the Zheng family's fleet led by Zheng Hu. But who would have thought that Wang Sen would give up and be broken up by the fleet led by Zheng Hu in a single encounter? Without any obstruction, Zheng Hu led the fleet as if they were in an uninhabited land, and swaggered all the way to the Suan galaxy. Now, when Zheng Hu and his fleet appeared outside the Suan galaxy, Wang Zhenfeng's defense line was only halfway deployed. Facing the menacing Zheng Hu, Wang Zhengfeng could only bite the bullet and lead the Wang family's core fleet to fight Zheng Hu to the death. The two families were fighting so lively, but in Qi Yiming's eyes, it was like playing house. The total number of warships dispatched by both sides totaled 53. Most of them were frigates. The Zheng family sent a total of 24 warships for this raid, 15 frigates, 7 destroyers and 2 cruisers. The Wang family originally had 29 battleships, 3 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and 16 frigates. Unfortunately, in the DP-310 galaxy, Li Zhemeng's cruiser was sunk, 2 destroyers were missing, and 3 frigates were missing. In addition, another elder of the family drove his own cruiser and took part of the Wang family's core fleet on a pioneering mission not long ago. Even so, the remaining fleet of the Wang family is still capable of fighting. It is not difficult to understand why Wang Sen said that the Wang family is one of the top powers in this star field. Chapter 12. Facing the Zheng family's raid, Wang Zhengfeng, who had experienced countless life and death battles, was not too nervous. It's just that the Wang family has become very powerful in recent years, and few surrounding aristocratic families dare to challenge the Wang family head-on. Wang Zhengfeng is used to living a comfortable life, so he was a little angry when he was suddenly attacked. When it comes to ability, Wang Zhenfeng's ability is really not bad. Relying on the remaining 1 cruiser, 8 destroyers, and 13 frigates, relying on the half-completed defense line in the Suan galaxy, they fought vigorously against Zheng Hu's fleet. He actually found an opportunity to kill 2 of the opponent's destroyers. As the backbone of the battle force, the destroyers play a key role in supporting the battle line on the battlefield. With the loss of 2 ships at once, the Zheng family's battle line is slightly unstable. Fortunately, the cruisers, as high-end combat capabilities, are also struggling to deliver and sink. The Wang family acquired 5 frigates and 1 destroyer, and successfully broke through the outer defense line of Suan galaxy. Wang Zhengfeng commanded the remaining warships to retreat to the Grey Rock Star defense line for the final defense. Master, the forts on the Grey Rock Star defense line have not been deployed yet, and the young master failed to create more time for us. Even at this time, Niu Ben did not forget to suppress Wang Dong's competitors. The incident happened suddenly, and the warships assigned to Wang Sen were all frigates. It was originally an extremely difficult task. Wang Zhengfeng is an old fox, how could he not know the meaning of Niu Ben? Now is not the time to investigate the responsibilities. Zheng Hu of the Zheng family is a notoriously reckless man, but his command of this raid was remarkable. He was not fooled by me several times. It can be seen that he was not fooled before. How ridiculous his evaluation is. Wang Zhengfeng frowned and looked at the Grey Rock Star defense line, which was still under construction under the coordination of his second son Wang Dong. In the peripheral defense battle of the Suan Galaxy just now, if Wang Zhengfeng hadn't issued the order to retreat at the critical moment, Zheng Hu might have eaten his ship, the warrior, as well. Although he found an opportunity to sink 2 of the opponent's destroyers, his losses were not small. In comparison of the number of warships on both sides, the Wang family was already at an absolute disadvantage, and the remaining warships were all injured. It seems that our Wang family has come to an end today. It's a pity that most of the Wang family's core fleet went out to carry out pioneering missions, so the Zheng family took advantage of it. Wang Zhengfeng couldn't help but close his eyes and look up to the sky and sigh. Master, we still have a chance. As long as we deal with the opponent and buy time, it will not be easy for Zheng Hu to capture the Grey Rock Star until the railguns on the Grey Rock defense line are deployed. The Wang family still has some die-hard fans, and these are the retainers that the Wang family has trained since childhood. Although his status is not high, his loyalty has always been very reliable. An enemy ship appears. The radar operator on the warrior swallowed hard. Wang Zhenfeng's slightly tired face also recovered. Everyone. My Wang family has always treated you well. Today is a critical moment for the survival of my Wang family. I hope you will fight bravely. I, Wang Zhengfeng, will never treat you unfairly afterwards. The fleet communication channel did not receive the united response that Wang Zhengfeng hoped for. That is, the responses were sonorous and powerful from a few die-hard fans of the Wang family, as if they were looking forward to death. In that case, let me give a gorgeous closing performance. Wang Zhengfeng strengthened his will and resolutely commanded the ship to take the lead and meet the Zheng family's fleet. However, the fleet behind them was dragging their feet and no one wanted to move forward. Only 5 frigates and 2 destroyers followed closely behind the warrior, which was the core fleet of the other half of the Wang family. The 2 sides opened fire one after another when they were 250,000 kilometers away. The first round of attacks were all missile attacks. The dense rain of missiles passed by each other at the midpoint of the distance between the 2 sides, and then went straight to their respective targets. Under the command of Zheng Hu, the Zheng family's fleet formed a relatively dense formation, and the secondary guns of each ship fired wildly to form an airtight defense network. Hundreds of missiles were intercepted within a range of 10 kilometers away from the Zheng family fleet. Flashes of explosions occurred one after another. Only dozens of missiles broke through the fire network and hit their respective targets. Wang Zhenfeng's side was in a miserable situation. It was originally a desperate charge, and there was no formation at all. In addition, they are all fighting independently, although the secondary guns of each ship are working hard to fire. However, the Zheng family launched too many missiles at one time, and 5 frigates were hit and sunk by dozens of missiles one after another. The 2 destroyers were not much better. One lost power and turned into an iron coffin. The other's bow main gun was hit, and its firepower plummeted. Wang Zhenfeng's ship was rough and thick-skinned, and the gunners on the secondary battery positions were very effective. Fortunately, only 2 missiles hit the warrior, which did not cause much damage. The other warships that had not followed up saw how powerful the opponent's attack was, and they all turned around and quickly evacuated the battlefield. Wang Zhengfeng was not in the mood to curse them at the moment. He was focused on killing one of the opponent's cruisers before the warrior was sunk. At this time, both sides had entered the range of each other's main guns. At the same time that the missile was fired, the 4 main guns on the warrior also opened fire at the same time. But a strange situation happened. The warrior obviously only locked 2 targets, but 3 frigates in the Zheng family fleet were sunk one after another. Wang Sen, who was standing on the bridge of the Endeavour and witnessed all this, was jumping up and down and cheering. He was happy that Qi Yiming killed one of the opponent's frigates with 1 shot. At the same time, he also found that even though the Wang family had a high opinion of Qi Yiming's combat power, it seemed that they still underestimated Qi Yiming at this time. The combat power composition of the Zheng family's fleet is not comparable to that of those small star thieves. After all, it is an aristocratic family. Although it does not have its own warship assembly factory, military-grade warships with standard combat power can still be purchased. Although the Changkong-class frigate, also known as the Anti-Scythe-class frigate in Qi Yiming's mouth, has average combat power, it cannot be easily sunk by a destroyer. At least their Wang family's destroyers couldn't do this, but today Wang Sen saw with his own eyes that Suifeng sank a frigate with 1 shot. Coupled with the ultra-long-range sniper attack of more than 300,000 kilometers, it would only take a while for Qi Yiming and Bai Lang to kill the Zheng family's raiding fleet. Wang Sen couldn't help but feel excited and immediately contacted the warrior who was still charging desperately. Father, find a way to fight with the opponent, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Once the communication was connected, Wang Sen didn't explain much at all. If it were a step later, the warrior would have rushed into the best range of the main guns of both sides. When the time comes, let alone Qi Yiming, even the King of Heaven and I will not be able to save Wang Zhengfeng. Wang Zhengfeng didn't ask any questions, and quickly ordered the warrior to turn around and stop the charge, and formed a temporary front with a destroyer that caught up later to defend against the Zheng family's missile rain. After regaining his footing, Wang Zhengfeng asked Wang Sen what happened. At this time, Qi Yiming also accessed the fleet communication channel. Mr. Wang, do you need help? Qi Yiming said humbly. Wang Sen and Wang Zhengfeng twitched their mouths at the same time, and the situation suddenly became awkward. Of course Qi Yiming is not a sufferer of social arrogance. He just thinks of Wang Zhengfeng's original actions and still feels very uncomfortable. No one wants to be sent away like a god of plague, right? Wang Zhengfeng is an old fox. He can be said to remain calm in the face of Qi Yiming's squeeze. Seeing that the Wang family is already standing on the edge of the cliff, it doesn't matter what Qi Yiming's identity is as long as he can save the Wang family. Chapter 13. As a veteran who has fought bloody battles on the battlefield, it is not easy to make such a person bow his head. But as the head of the family, Wang Zhengfeng must make a choice between personal dignity and family interests for the continuation of the family. Qi Yiming looked at the determined eyes in the communicator, and finally relented and waved his hand helplessly. Forget it, let's solve the matter at hand first. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, and this is not the time to argue. In addition, Wang Zhengfeng's situation is not very optimistic. It can be said that he has been forced into a corner. As long as the Zheng family exerts more force, the Wang family can be destroyed. Zheng Hu sat in the bridge with an indifferent expression, his eyes fixed on the battlefield situation on the holographic map in front of him. The situation is clear, as long as he orders the entire fleet to press forward. If Wang Zhengfeng's ship was directly sunk without regard to casualties, then the Wang family would be doomed. The entire raid went smoothly, almost exactly as planned before the war. Just when he was about to finish, something happened. The radar commander just reported that a high-energy reaction was detected behind the fleet. It was not a big deal at first. They defeated many enemy forces along the way. It was normal for some stragglers to follow behind the fleet. But the problem is that this enemy seems to be somewhat different. Zheng Hu watched the head of the Wang family's ship warrior launch a desperate charge, and suddenly turned around just as it was about to enter the best range of each other's warships. Moreover, Zheng Hu clearly saw that the warrior only attacked 2 of his own frigates, but inexplicably sank 3 of them. This had to make him vigilant, and his original plan to issue the final assault order was temporarily shelved. Captain, we have an absolute advantage, why don't we launch a general attack? The adjutant looked at Zheng Hu sitting on the captain's seat in confusion. I always feel like there's something fishy. Zheng Hu frowned and groped his chin. Captain, are you thinking too much? The adjutant knew that his boss's old habit had happened again. There are always various analyses of Zheng Hu's character from the outside world, such as being reckless, being petty, etc. The adjutant knew very well that those were the news deliberately released by the Zheng family. In fact, Zheng Hu has been thoughtful since he was a child and is a rare general. Being better than his peers since he was a child has created his extremely confident character. Zheng Hu's extremely confident character also creates his stubbornness. He only believes in his own judgment on many issues. According to the current situation, the best option is to order the fleet to swarm forward and sink the warrior directly. No matter whose fleet is behind or what the purpose is, as long as Wang Zhengfeng's ship is sunk, the raid will be considered a success. As long as the resistance forces are defeated step by step, the day when the Zheng family will annex the Wang family is not far away. The problem is that Zheng Hu, who is extremely confident, gets into trouble at this critical moment. He thinks that the Wang family is playing tricks. Use the owner of your family as bait to induce him to make serious tactical misjudgments to achieve a comeback. Qi Yiming didn't have so many twists and turns. Since he decided to help the Wang family, there was nothing to say, just do it. First, drive away the Zheng family's fleet. As for the matter of exchanging merit points for energy blocks, wait until the battle is over and slowly talk to the other party. Qi Yiming had absolute confidence that Wang Zhengfeng did not dare to say no. On the other side, Niu Ben, Wang Dong's think tank, immediately turned the ship's bow after seeing the family leader launching a desperate charge to find Wang Dong, the second son of the Wang family, who was still organizing manpower to build a defense line. Niu Ben knew that this was an excellent opportunity to ascend to the throne. The head of the family died in the battle and the first heir was missing. As long as Wang Dong ascends to the throne first, it becomes an established fact that even if Wang Sen returns to the Wang family, he will no longer be the head of the family. The next step is to solve the Zheng family's troubles. According to Niu Ben, it is not difficult to break the situation, but it only requires the Wang family to make some sacrifices. But compared with the genocide, that sacrifice is nothing. Seeing Niu Ben coming to him in a hurry, Wang Dong still had some sense. He was not dazzled by the desire for power, but urgently contacted Wang Zhengfeng on the warrior. At this time, Wang Zhengfeng was staring blankly at the battlefield in front of him. "Father, are you okay?" When the communication was connected, Wang Dong saw his father in a daze. A look of disappointment flashed across his face, and then he asked, "How is the war going?" "Your elder brother is back with Qi Yiming. The situation is a bit weird now." Wang Zhengfeng didn't know how to describe his mood and battlefield situation at this moment. He could only use the word weird to describe it. "Weird? The old man is very bad. If you win the battle, you have won, and if you lose, you have lost. What do you mean by using weird to prevaricate me?" Wang Dong couldn't help complaining in his heart. But he heard that his eldest brother was back, and he also brought back the star thief nemesis Qi Yiming. The excitement that had just risen suddenly fell to freezing point. Isn't the border fleet completely wiped out? Why is this Qi Yiming back? Could it be that the eldest brother told Qi Yiming privately that if he couldn't do anything, he should save himself as the first priority? Wang Dong did not forget one thing at this time. The qualities a political creature should have. Wang Zhenfeng's face suddenly darkened. "Don't speculate on Mr. Qi thoughts. After this battle, he will be a guest of our Wang family." Qi Yiming's powerful combat power played a decisive role in Wang Zhenfeng's change of attitude. Wang Dong almost lost his footing, but he really couldn't understand. Qi Yiming's special frigate could repel the Zheng family? Confused, Wang Dong clearly saw the entire battle process through the battlefield monitor that had just been deployed. Qi Yiming commanded Shuafeng to fire frequently from a distance of 250,000 kilometers from the Zheng family fleet, sinking 7 enemy frigates in just a few minutes. Several destroyers would probably have been taken away by a salvo of cannons if the helmsman hadn't been so agile. Wang Dong's jaw dropped in shock, and he opened his mouth not knowing what to say. Niu Ben, who was standing next to him, was even more stunned. "Is this a cheat? Shooting so far? It doesn't matter the distance, the accuracy is so terrible. The most important thing is when the destroyer becomes a cannon fodder, this shot one is a bit much." The other retainers of the Wang family who had not fled far stopped to observe the situation. "I said, this trend is a bit wrong." A retainer whispered in the fleet channel, not taking Wang Zhengfeng who was still in the fleet channel seriously at all. "Yet, why does it look like you're about to make a comeback?" Another retainer also said in a low voice. "Then shall we run? Look again, if we can make a comeback, why should we run?" Wang Zhengfeng clicked the button to exit the fleet channel with trembling hands. Qi Yiming almost lost his temper with a smile and kept complaining to Wang Sen, "Your Wang family's subordinates are really weird. It's really hard for your father. With such a group of idiots, you can still develop the Wang family vigorously." Wang Sen looked at Qi Yiming with an embarrassed look on his face and kept saying, "Accident. Accident. The Zheng family's action was too sudden. Part of our direct fleet was taken away by another elder, leaving only a part of the direct line. Fleet? The rest of these retainers are people who have just joined and don't have much cohesion yet." Qi Yiming nodded. No wonder the Wang family, known as the overlord of the Suanwu Star territory, became so weak this time. It turned out that the main force was not at home. During the chat, Qi Yiming did not slow down the frequency of attacks on the Zheng family's fleet at all. He still sank a warship with a single main gun salvo. Chapter 14. Facing Qi Yiming's attack, Zheng Hu was really on the verge of riding a tiger. If he attacked the warrior, the Shuafeng behind him would call their names one by one. The problem is that even the damaged warrior cannot be captured in a short time. According to Shuafeng's attack frequency, Qi Yiming can completely attack Zheng Hu before he sinks the warrior. The fleet is destroyed. If the fleet turned around to deal with Shuafeng, Shuafeng would be too far away from them. This made Zheng Hu very uncomfortable. The main gun with the longest shooting range in his fleet was the triple main gun on his ship, and it only had a pitiful effective shooting range of 100,000 kilometers. Any farther away the blast laser will dissipate into space due to exhaustion of energy. The picture returned from the optical radar showed that the Swifeng was just a frigate, but every bombardment, whether it was a frigate or a destroyer, was a blast. Zheng Hu almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. When did a frigate have such a long range? Order Lone Wolf to lead his team to turn around and kill the frigate first. Of course Zheng Hu would not give up the opportunity to destroy the Wang family. But the adjutant wanted to say something more, but was directly interrupted by Zheng Hu. Nothing to worry about. The remaining warships will attack together with our own ship. We will sink Wang Zhenfeng's ship at any cost. Zheng Hu gave the decisive order. I saw the Zheng family's fleet split into two, heading straight towards the Swifeng and Warrior respectively. This is a division of troops. You think the Swifeng is just a frigate and you think it's easy to bully. Qi Yiming was not surprised that Zheng Hu made such a judgment. Zheng Hu wanted to kill Wang Zhenfeng at once, so he had to send a small team to hold Qi Yiming back. Pang Li, the captain of the Lone Wolf, originally thought that the Swifeng would fly his kite. After all, his advantage was long-range sniping. But Pang Li never expected that the Swifeng would stay at its original position and maintain its firing rate without any intention of running away. Pang Li smiled sinisterly and thought to himself, it's just a frigate, but it's just too far away to be so arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you get when I get it in your face. Attention, all ships, advance at full speed. Anyone who dares to retreat, imagine your family. Pang Li slapped the captain's chair and shouted an order in the fleet channel. Led by the Lone Wolf, 3 frigates were the forerunners and 2 destroyers followed closely behind. A full 6 warships rushed towards the Swifeng. Qi Yiming was not in a hurry and still commanded the Swifeng to shoot at the Zheng family's fleet. Facing the fleet rushing towards him, Qi Yiming didn't take it to heart at all. His main target was to attack Wang Zhenfeng's Zheng family fleet. Qi Yiming had to make sure that Wang Zhenfeng would not be killed, otherwise his energy block would be destroyed. At this time, Zheng Hu's forehead was throbbing with veins, and his bloodshot eyes were staring at the warrior, which was engaging in guerrilla warfare with him. From time to time, the adjutant reported in his ears that another frigate had been sunk. A few minutes later the adjutant again reported that a destroyer had been sunk. This gave Zheng Hu the illusion that what was attacking them was not a frigate, but a battleship. Pang Li, what's the matter with you? It's been 10 minutes. You can't crawl within the range of the main gun, right? Zheng Hu suddenly went crazy and ordered the communications officer to connect to the Lone Wolf. A roar. Pang Li is also very innocent, it's not that he doesn't try his best. On the contrary, when Swifeng had just entered the missile range, he ordered all ships to launch a round of missiles together. The missile nests mounted on the outside of each battleship fired all the missiles they carried within a few seconds. Hundreds of missiles flew towards Swifeng with Pang Li's sustenance. But the next second something happened that made him crazy. Not only does the Swifeng's main gun fire far, but the range of the secondary gun is also not close, and the accuracy of the secondary gun is also quite high. Pang Li watched as the missile he had just launched was wiped out by Swifeng's secondary guns in less than a minute. According to Pang Li's visual inspection, the barrage fired by a single battleship Swifeng was enough to rival their entire fleet. Holy shit, what kind of monster is this? Pang Li couldn't help but exclaimed. However, Zheng Hu did not see this scene. He just questioned Pang Li sternly on the communicator and issued a death order asking Pang Li to kill the frigate within 10 minutes, otherwise military law would serve. It's not that Zheng Hu is impersonal. First, it's impossible to talk to you about human kindness on the battlefield. Second, he really can't hold on anymore. Although the fleet was divided into 2, Zheng Hu still had 13 warships when the general attack was launched. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, not only did he fail to sink Wang Zhenfeng's ship, but his own side had already lost 5 battleships, including 2 destroyers. Pang Li really had no choice but to use his own fleet to block the Swifeng's guns. While attacking the Swifeng, they adjusted the fleet's route and blocked the Swifeng's firing line to attack Zheng Hu's detachment. This forced the Swifeng to change its attack target. But does Qi Yiming care about this? No, he didn't care at all. Since the Zheng family's fleet was delivered to Swifeng's gun muzzle, Qi Yiming accepted this gift without hesitation. The Swifeng displayed one shot and took away one of the opponent's destroyers. It happened that the team led by Pang Li also entered the range of the Swifeng's secondary battery. This ship engages the battle on the starboard side. Qi Yiming issued the battle order to Zhenao. I saw Swifeng's secondary battery deployed on the port side, leaving the gun seat under the tug of the tractor beam and quickly flying towards the new gun seat that had just been formed on the starboard side. Pang Li was dumbfounded by the scene, but what surprised him even more was what came next. Swifeng's secondary battery was in position and opened fire quickly. The 6 green beams were fired at the same time, hitting the first frigate that entered the range at the same time. Although the attack power of the secondary guns is not as good as Swifeng's main guns, fortunately there are enough of them. The impact points of the 6 secondary guns were almost exactly the same. The hull of the frigate that was hit was torn into a big hole in just an instant. The next second, a violent explosion occurred from the inside of the frigate, and the crew had not even had time to enter the escape cabin. So he met the King of Hell together with his warships. Such powerful firepower frightened Pang Li to the point of trembling. Pang Li trembled and ordered the communications officer to connect to Zhang Hu's battleship. "Sir, that frigate is too evil." Looking at Pang Li, who was trembling even as he spoke, Zhang Hu rolled his eyes angrily. "Isn't it just a frigate that can hit farther? How powerful can its firepower be?" Before Zhang Hu finished speaking, Pang Li sent over the combat process recorded by the battlefield monitor. "It's just a frigate. If I can't do it, he can still go to heaven." Zhang Hu muttered while watching the recorded video of only 10 seconds, "Oh my god." The adjutant next to him also saw clearly, rubbing his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. While Zhang Hu was stunned for a few minutes, Qi Yiming took the huge lone wolf into his bag without any courtesy. The lone wolf died a heroic death, first being shot through the bridge's shielding armor by a single shot from the Swifeng. Pang Li and the people on the bridge were instantly vaporized. Immediately afterwards, the 6 secondary guns on the Swifeng opened fire one after another, baptizing the lone wolf from beginning to end. Chapter 15. Discovering that the communication with the lone wolf was suddenly disconnected, Zhang Hu was about to ask what happened when the communications officer on the side shouted in shock. "What? The lone wolf was sunk." Zhang Hu suddenly collapsed on the captain's seat and waved his hand helplessly, "Order the fleet to retreat." The Wang family retainers who witnessed everything through the battlefield monitor looked at each other in shock. "Is that frigate Swifeng?" a bearded captain asked his adjutant, who nodded blankly in affirmation. "When the battle is over, I must ask Captain Qi where he got his warship. Even if he sells iron, I will get one," the bearded captain said excitedly as if he saw a bright future. Wang Zhengfeng also looked at the retreating Zheng family fleet with a look of disbelief. "You have one? Are you sure Qi Yiming's battleship is just a frigate, not a battleship?" The crew members on the Warrior were still congratulating themselves on escaping death, and no one responded to Wang Zhengfeng. At the same time, the retainers of the Wang family who had not run too far suddenly realized. One by one on the fleet channel, they shouted, "We will defend the Wang family to the death, we will fight to the death. Don't put yourself in danger." Then they swarmed towards the Zheng family's fleet. Who is Zheng Hu? Just because he can't deal with Swifeng doesn't mean he can't deal with this group of miscellaneous fish. Although the Zheng family's fleet was sunk by Qi Yiming and several warships were sunk, the fleet only retreated rather than retreated. Under Zheng Hu's organization, the fleet fired a salvo, and the Wang family's chasing fleet suffered heavy losses instantly. Those who were lucky enough to survive also retreated obediently and gradually gathered around Wang Zhenfeng's warrior. The next task of cleaning up the battlefield had nothing to do with Qi Yiming. Under the curious and fearful eyes of everyone, Qi Yiming parked the Swifeng into its berth. Wang Sen and Wang Zhengfeng had been waiting outside the hatch of the battleship's connection equipment early in the morning, waiting for Qi Yiming to disembark. As soon as he walked out of the connecting passage, Qi Yiming received a warm welcome. The scene was much more lively than the day he first arrived. Lu Bishu, who was lucky enough not to die in the battle, actually took a bouquet of flowers and solemnly stuffed it into Qi Yiming's hand. After that, he seemed to want to step forward and do some more intimate actions, which directly frightened Qi Yiming. "I'm warning you, don't come here. If you come here again, I'll castrate you." After some threats, Lu Bishu stopped any further actions. Wang Zhengfeng, who was still alive after the disaster, slowly came to Qi Yiming and bowed deeply at first. Let's not talk about whether Qi Yiming had other purposes, but just to save the Wang family when they were in danger, Wang Zhengfeng should do the same. As a promising young man, Qi Yiming can't make others feel uncomfortable, right? If he doesn't accept the gratitude of others for saving the building, won't he make others feel uncomfortable? So Qi Yiming stood straight on the spot and accepted the gift. Wang Dong stood aside and watched with cold eyes, wishing to kill Qi Yiming with his eyes. It was not because Qi Yiming held a grudge for saving his father, but because Qi Yiming would be stationed on Grey Rock Star as the elder of the Wang family. On the surface, as a person recommended by his brother Wang Sen, there is no way he would favor Wang Dong in the competition for the position of the head of the family. Not far away, Niu Ben winked at Wang Dong, gesturing for him to go up and make friends with Qi Yiming. Wang Dong remained unmoved and watched as a crowd of people gathered around Qi Yiming and walked towards the head of the family's mansion. Niu Ben, who was a step ahead of everyone else, came to Wang Dong and said to Wang Dong with a look of resentment, "Why don't you, the second young master, go up and talk to Qi Yiming and start a relationship? What's the use of building relationships with someone who is clearly the eldest brother?" Wang Dong said angrily. "Politics is not how you play. As long as there are enough benefits, the young master's people now may be your people later." Niu Ben muttered to himself as he looked at the crowd that was gradually retreating. Wang Dong glanced at Niu Ben thoughtfully and his eyes lit up. "Thank you, sir, for your teaching. I know what to do. It's good to know. Let's go quickly. The celebration party is about to start." As he said that, Niu Ben pulled Wang Dong and quickly caught up with the crowd. At the banquet, everyone drank loudly and Qi Yiming also refused to come. But Wang Sen, who was sitting aside, was really curious when he saw Qi Yiming, who was not drunk no matter how much he drank. So he walked over to Qi Yiming, and just as he was about to ask, he noticed that a wet towel in Qi Yiming's hand was thrown aside. Wang Sen got closer and smelled it, and a strong smell of alcohol hit his brain. "Oh no, this grandson cheats even when drinking." Just as he was about to question Qi Yiming, he was held tightly by a pair of big hands. Wang Sen turned around and saw that it was his father Wang Zhengfeng who was smiling and shaking his head to signal him not to expose Qi Yiming. Everyone was full of wine and food, and one by one the attendants carried them out of the banquet hall. Only Qi Yiming and Wang's father and son were left in the hall. Mr. Qi, regardless of previous suspicions, came to the rescue of my Wang family when it was in danger. Please drink this cup to the full. He raised his glass to pay tribute to Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming, who was still drunk just now, stopped acting when he saw that all the retainers had left. He drained the wine in his glass and said to Wang Zhengfeng with a smile, "Now should we talk about the energy block?" Wang Dong was the first to stand up and said, "Mr. Qi, no matter how the family rewards you, as a direct beneficiary, I will personally give you 20 high concentration energy blocks. This is the biggest number Wang Dong can come up with, and he doesn't have any more." Wang Dongzhuo expressed how Wang Sen could fall behind. "Mr. Qi, I will also personally give you 15 high concentration energy blocks to express my gratitude." Qi Yiming smiled and nodded in acceptance. Finally, Wang Zhengfeng said apologetically, "Mr. Qi, please forgive me. As the head of the family, I have to think about the family." Putting it in his perspective, if Qi Yiming was the leader of a place where no one has shit, and one day a person with superior combat power but unknown origin suddenly appeared in his sphere of influence, Qi Yiming's first reaction would definitely not be "I am ecstatic, but I have to think more carefully, why does this person with good fighting ability come to me? What's the intention?" After thinking about this, Qi Yiming felt a lot less angry. He waved his hand and said to Wang Zhengfeng, "For Wang Sen's sake, let's forget about the past." In order to completely eliminate Wang Zhengfeng's wariness, Qi Yiming said to Wang Zhengfeng again, "I can't say more, but I can guarantee that there is no threat to the Wang family. I am only interested in energy blocks. Energy blocks are easy to talk about. Based on your achievements this time, it's not an exaggeration to recommend you as an elder of my Wang family. There are just enough energy blocks in our Wang family's warehouse." Wang Zhengfeng patted Qi Yiming's shoulder boldly. "Forget it, elders, I just want energy blocks." Qi Yiming was equally happy. Finally, he had a stable source of energy blocks to support him in exploring this new world. At this moment, his heart had already flown to the place that he had dreamed of. Orbiting Galaxy. Chapter 16. Faced with Qi Yiming's rejection, Wang Zhengfeng did not appear surprised. Wang Sen, who was sitting aside, was particularly anxious. After all, it was great news for him that Qi Yiming could join the elders. But in this situation, Wang Sen could only be anxious. Wang Dong sat behind Wang Zhengfeng with a smile on his face. Why did Mr. Qi refuse? The treatment of the elders is no better than that of ordinary retainers. The elders have decision-making power on some matters. Qi Yiming interrupted Wang Zhengfeng before he could finish his words, shook his head and said, "Let me tell you clearly, I will leave here sooner or later. The reason why I won't leave for now is because I haven't collected enough energy for the journey. Just a block. Wang Zhenfeng's face was slightly startled, and then he quickly returned to normal. He looked at Qi Yiming in confusion. I don't know where Mr. Qi is going to go. As far as I know, you got 35 energy blocks today. Are you going? Where? There are not enough energy blocks for you to use. Qi Yiming wanted to tell Wang Zhengfeng that he was going to the former capital galaxy of the Human Federation, but unfortunately Wang Zhengfeng and the others had never even heard of the Human Federation, let alone the capital galaxy. Qi Yiming had no choice but to say tactfully, a place far away really requires a lot of energy blocks to support my trip. Wang Zhengfeng was not curious about the place Qi Yiming mentioned, and just asked him about when he would set off. Qi Yiming thought for a while and said, the specific time is not yet certain, but I won't be leaving soon. I still have a lot of work to do. After all, there are still a lot of things to prepare for a long trip. At this time, Wang Zhengfeng completely let down his guard. After all, a person who was going to leave sooner or later did not pose a big threat to their Wang family. So Wang Zhengfeng said generously, Mr. Qi, don't be polite. If you need anything, just tell me. Qi Yiming unexpectedly shook his head, Master, there is no need to be so polite. Since I am a retainer of the Wang family, I can just take what I deserve. As for what I need, I will figure it out myself. It's not that Qi Yiming is so noble, on the contrary, Qi Yiming is very greedy. Is Qi Yiming's help to the Wang family really worth the position of an elder and some highly concentrated energy blocks that are not scarce resources? If Qi Yiming is simply a retainer of the Wang family and will hang out with the Wang family in the future, then the position of an elder is indeed worth the price. After all, the elder is already tied to the Wang family. As the power of the Wang family grows, the benefits that the elders can get will become greater. But Qi Yiming is leaving. Even if the Wang family unifies the Suanwu Star territory in the future, what does Qi Yiming have to do with him? In other words, the chips given by Wang Zhengfeng are too low. In fact, when Wang Zhengfeng learned that Qi Yiming was leaving, he already understood that the Wang family owed a favor that could not be repaid easily. Since I can't afford it, I can only find a way to remember this favor. Since Mr. Qi insists on refusing, how about temporarily living in my Wang family as a guest of our Wang family? When there is an opportunity to use our Wang family in the future, we will definitely refuse. Qi Yiming thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Qi Yiming knew about the position of guest minister. The Wang family had had many guest ministers, all of whom were gifted. But Keqing is different from the elders. They have a high degree of freedom and can come and leave as they please without being bound by the Wang family's rules. Wang Sen, who was staring at Qi Yiming with a resentful look, suddenly became happy when he heard that Qi Yiming would be appointed as the guest minister of the Wang family. Although Keqing cannot be regarded as a formal retainer of the Wang family, he still has a certain say in many matters. In other words, Wang Sen can finally get some help from Qi Yiming. Wang Dong still sat behind Wang Zhengfeng with his expression unchanged and his heart not beating, as if everything happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. The rest of the group chatted. Except for Qi Yiming and Wang Zhengfeng, who exchanged their merits for some energy blocks, neither party mentioned the reward for the rescue. The next day, Qi Yiming fell asleep for the first time since he woke up. The string in his head during the half-month since he came to Wang's house was indeed a little too tight. Qi Yiming really felt tired. When Qi Yiming opened the door after getting up, he found that there were a bunch of people blocking the door, all coming to congratulate him, and all of them were holding gifts in their hands. It was Lu Bishu who squeezed in from behind the crowd, looked at Qi Yiming and said excitedly, Mr. Qi, congratulations on your appointment as the guest of my Wang family. Please accept this small gift. Then he handed a small box in his hand to Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming opened the box in front of him. What surprised him was that inside the box was a military emblem from the era of the Human Federation. Qi Yiming looked at Lu Bishu calmly, then said with a smile, this gift of yours is very special. This is something left by my ancestors. I have always regarded it as a treasure. I will give it to you today. Lu Bishu looked at the military emblem with a look of pain on his face. You just gave me such a commemorative thing. But Lu Bishu did not answer Qi Yiming's question. He just stepped forward and whispered to Qi Yiming, Mr. Qi, the day you first came to the Wang family, the funeral ceremony was very special. I have seen the military flag on the coffin before. What do you want to explain? Qi Yiming suddenly became alert. Mr. Qi, don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm. Lu Bishu held Qi Yiming's shoulders and told him not to get excited. If Mr. Qi is free tonight, I hope you can come to my house as a guest. The crowd around him gradually crowded in, and Qi Yiming had no choice but to nod calmly, indicating to Lu Bishu that he would be a guest at Lu Bishu's house on time in the evening. Then Qi Yiming was overwhelmed by the excited crowd. After finally sending everyone away, and planning to celebrate with a drink at a high-end hotel in the residential area at noon, Qi Yiming hurried to the airport and took a transport boat back to the Swifeng. Holding the military badge in his hand, Qi Yiming couldn't calm down for a long time, for fear that the badge was just a fake. Putting the badge into a device designed to verify authenticity, Qi Yiming anxiously waited for the result. This federal badge is not as simple as it seems. The badge not only expresses identity, but also serves as a personal data storage device. Stored inside are the name, place of origin and position of the badge owner, as well as some logos used in the military. Each Federation battleship has a specialized instrument that reads the information stored in the badge. Soon detailed information appeared on the holographic display of the instrument, and Qi Yiming knew that the badge was real. Name, Lu Zhen. Age, 27 years old, not counting dormant time. A string of personal information about Lu Zhen was displayed on the screen in detail. Qi Yiming looked at the information in front of him and shed tears of excitement unconsciously. It turns out that world really hasn't left me yet. With this incident, Qi Yiming didn't show so much concern at the noon banquet. After expressing his gratitude to the retainers who came to congratulate him as usual, he never showed up again. It wasn't until evening that Qi Yiming's figure appeared outside Lu Bishu's house. As soon as he entered the door, before Qi Yiming could ask questions, he saw Lu Bishu wearing a corporal uniform from the federal era. He stretched out his right hand and raised it to eyebrow level in a not-so-standard federal military salute. The glory of the Federation illuminates the stars. Lu Bishu earnestly shouted out a greeting that Qi Yiming had engraved in his heart. Chapter 17. Qi Yiming returned the favor, excitedly took Lu Bishu's hand and asked, "Corporal, how long have you been awake?" Lu Bishu looked at Qi Yiming with a confused look on his face. "Wake up? What wake up?" Qi Yiming was stunned for a moment, and then continued, "Then how do you know the phrase 'the glory of the Federation illuminates the stars'? Isn't this a slogan of the organization?" "Organization? What organization?" Qi Yiming was confused. This time it was Lu Bishu's turn to be surprised, thinking, "Oh my god, it seems that the wrong connector is connected. How can this be fixed?" The two people just stood there awkwardly, looking at each other suspiciously. In the end, it was Lu Bishu who spoke first. "Mr. Qi, doesn't he know about the organization Glory Federation?" Qi Yiming shook his head. "Then where did you get those military flags? And how did you know this slogan?" "The military flag is on my ship, and the slogan has been used by people around me to greet each other since I can remember." Lu Bishu was silent for a long time, seeming to be recalling something. It is said that the top leaders of the organization were once purged by several forces. The leader had a son who was secretly sent away on the eve of the purge. Could it be that you are the child who was sent away? Qi Yiming had a dark look on his face, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart, "Where is this all from? Why do you still come up with such a bizarre life experience?" Seeing that Qi Yiming did not deny it immediately, Lu Bishu was overjoyed. "Oh my god, I have met a big shot. Quickly step aside and open the door to the hall," asking Qi Yiming to come in and sit down. Qi Yiming sat on the sofa inexplicably and was about to ask a question when he saw Lu Bishu taking out a federal military flag from the bedroom. Although the pattern on it was different from the military flag on the Swifeng, Qi Yiming knew that it was the special flag of the Federal Capital Star Guard Fleet. The garrison fleet left with the Federation's escape fleet. "I didn't expect to see this flag here again." Qi Yiming stood up unconsciously and gave a military salute to the military flag. What was originally a subconscious action made Lu Bishu more certain of Qi Yiming's identity. No matter how Qi Yiming denied it later, it was of no avail. Qi Yiming simply stopped struggling and comforted himself in his heart, "It's a misunderstanding. It will be explained one day." So Qi Yiming naturally became what Lu Bishu said was the only son of a senior executive in the organization. "Can you tell me about the current situation of the organization?" Qi Yiming was really curious as to what kind of organization this Glory Federation was. Then something happened that made Qi Yiming regret asking this question. Lu Bishu actually chatted with Qi Yiming until midnight, listening to Qi Yiming's voice shrouded in mist. Then Lu Bishu said, "In short, the organization is currently in a state of paralysis. I have not received instructions from the summit for 2 years. Qi Yiming was so angry that he wanted to strangle the talkative man in front of him. However, he also understood some of the reasons and purposes of this organization. The Glory Federation was originally formed by Lieutenant General Qi Xiaoning, the former commander of the Federal Garrison Fleet. At that time, in order to allow the human escape fleet to go further, the Garrison Fleet sacrificed itself and took out most of the fleet supplies to send the escape fleet on its way. The Garrison Fleet landed on a habitable planet and waited for the arrival of the Zerg. But what Qi Xiaoning didn't expect was that the Zerg did not catch up, but the Federation's escape fleet was already far away, and he tried every means to fail to contact the escape fleet. In desperation, Qi Xiaoning could only take the members of the garrison to live on the planet and formed the Glory Federation, hoping to one day fight back to the capital galaxy. As time passed, the members of the garrison barely survived on the planet. But the first-generation members also slowly died out. Wherever there are people, there will be competition for rights. In the following 1,000 years, the descendants of the garrison formed various factions for survival resources, and wars between the factions continued. Gradually, the Glory Federation also became a thorn in the flesh of various factions. In the end, the core members of the original garrison fleet inherited Qi Xiaoning's will, but they had no choice but to turn from light to dark without enough force. Thousands of years later, in the former Glory Federation, except for the core members who knew the purpose of the organization's existence, non-core members always believed that they had just joined a secret social organization. A few years ago, for unknown reasons, the Glory Federation was jointly liquidated by several forces. It suffered heavy losses and its core members disappeared into the vast universe. That's why Lu Bishu said that he had not received instructions from Shang Feng for more than 2 years. The organization has been essentially disbanded, why are you still dragging me along? Qi Yiming asked curiously. I only remembered this when I saw the military flag you used at your funeral that day. After all, we were once members of the same organization. I wanted to use this relationship to get closer to you, but I didn't expect that you were actually the leader's only son. I have told you so many times, I am not your leader's only son. Qi Yiming emphasized again, complaining crazily in his heart, according to seniority, I am his ancestor. Lu Bishu didn't argue, with an I understand expression on her face. Seeing that there was no usable information, Qi Yiming stood up and was about to leave, but Lu Bishu stopped Qi Yiming again. Anything else? Mr. Qi is already a guest of the Wang family. I wonder if he will have a fief. I heard that there is an honorary fiefdom. It is of no use to me. I am ready to refuse. Qi Yiming thought for a while and said. Mr. Qi, please don't refuse. Lu Bishu said in shock. Why? As the leader's only son, you haven't thought about making a comeback. Qi Yiming slapped his forehead, pushed Lu Bishu aside and rushed out the door. The next day Wang Zhengfeng held another dinner party. This time it was held for Qi Yiming's inauguration as Wang's guest minister. The guests and hosts had a great time at the dinner, but it was a pity that Qi Yiming actually refused the honorary fiefdom given to him by the Wang family under the envious eyes of everyone. Although the honorary fiefdom will be taken back after he leaves, and Qi Yiming has no management rights. But as long as Qi Yiming is still in the Wang family, 50% of the tax revenue from that fiefdom will be Qi Yiming's personal assets. After Qi Yiming refused to give him the honorary fiefdom, Wang Zhengfeng certainly gave him corresponding compensation. Qi Yiming was given high-concentration energy blocks of equal value based on 50% of the fiefdom tax, but Qi Yiming did not refuse this time. After all, Qi Yiming still needs energy blocks. Qi Yiming went back to his room at night and did some calculations. Now he had a total of 40 energy blocks with him, plus the energy blocks that Wang Zhengfeng promised to compensate later. If he wanted to collect the energy blocks needed to go to the Federal Capital Galaxy, he would probably have to live in Wang's house for about half a year. Maybe it won't take half a year. I can still do some tasks to accumulate merit points and exchange energy blocks with Wang Zhengfeng. Qi Yiming looked at the bill in front of him with satisfaction. It was the account book he kept for himself after coming to Wang's house. Then he thought about Lu Bishu again. Did the top management of that organization know everything about the Federation? Where was the only son of the high-level executive who was sent away now? If you want to know the specific direction of the Federation's escape fleet, you may really have to look for the legendary only son. Thinking about future plans, Qi Yiming fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 18. After helping the Wang family successfully repel Zhang Hu's raiding fleet, Qi Yiming finally gained a foothold in the Wang family. Since he did not accept Wang Zhenfeng's generous gift, he had to stay on the Grey Rock Star for a while until he collected enough energy blocks to support his long journey before he could say goodbye to the Wang family. Qi Yiming is not in a hurry. Going to the former federal capital Star is a long journey, and he doesn't care how early he starts. According to Qi Yiming's wish, he just needs to reach the capital Star before he dies of old age. So the star thieves around the Wang family were once again in bad luck. Qi Yiming leaves early every day and returns late every day, single-handedly completing all the tasks on the Wang family's task list related to clearing out the star thieves. Logically speaking, Wang Zhenfeng should be happy that the security environment around Suan Galaxy has improved, but he has not been happy at all these days. For no other reason, Qi Yiming had almost finished replacing the high-concentration energy blocks in the warehouse. So much so that the number of energy blocks to be distributed to retainers next month is not enough. Wang Sen, this Qi Yiming has high combat power and is indeed of great benefit to our Wang family. The problem is that the number of energy blocks we have is a bit insufficient. Wang Zhenfeng scratched his head in pain. Father, I will ask the people below to increase production capacity as soon as possible and fill the gap in the energy blocks in the warehouse. This is secondary. The main thing is that we can't let Qi Yiming continue like this. What will you do to the other retainers if this continues? Although Wang Zhenfeng expelled some retainers who had just joined the Wang family as punishment because they fled the battlefield. But Wang Zhenfeng, the retainer who could stay, didn't want these people to just hang around and wait to die. To put it bluntly, if retainers had extra money, they could increase the combat power of their own battleships. The increase in the combat power of the retainers was equivalent to the increase in the Wang family's combat power. But the problem is that Qi Yiming has cleared all the tasks of clearing out the star thieves, and Wang Zhenfeng's speed in completing the tasks cannot keep up with Qi Yiming's speed in clearing out the star thieves. Wang Sen looked at his father who was both in pain and joy and rolled his eyes. Father, why don't you let Mr. Qi go to an unfamiliar galaxy with me to explore? Go on. Hearing Wang Sen's thoughts, Wang Zhenfeng suddenly became interested. You can appoint Mr. Qi to go with me to carry out the development mission, and the merit points will be higher. This way Qi will not have to waste time and effort to accumulate merit points when he shows up, and it will also give other retainers the opportunity to make extra money. Well, that makes sense. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to send out the pioneering team before Elder Fang Minfang leads the team to develop? You don't know that the operating expenses of a pioneering fleet are very high. No matter how rich the Wang family is, they can't afford to have two pioneering fleets working at the same time. Wang Zhenfeng said with a frown. Father, have you forgotten Mr. Qi combat power? In the past, the cost of developing a fleet was high because it was necessary to organize a full fleet led by cruisers before it dared to set off. But Mr. Qi combat power only needs to be equipped with a supply ship, able to complete pioneering tasks alone. Wang Sen and his father murmured in the conference room for a long time and finally decided to send Qi Yiming to the K-28 galaxy to perform a pioneering mission. Qi Yiming didn't react much when he was briefed on the mission, but when he finally heard that the merit points were as high as 500, Qi Yiming pulled Wang Sen towards the airport where the Swifeng was parked without saying a word. He kept complaining along the way, why didn't you tell me earlier about a mission with such a high merit value? It made me leave early and come back late every day. In fact, the past 2 days have been quite painful for Qi Yiming. After all, going out to fight star thieves every day means crushing the game, but no matter how much you do, it will be very boring. In addition, that old fox Wang Zhenfeng secretly increased the exchange price of energy blocks. Originally, it only took 50 merit points to exchange for an energy block, but now it has increased to 100 merit points to exchange for one. Qi Yiming realized that it was nothing, it was just a matter of killing a few more groups of star thieves. The problem is that this has made life miserable for the other retainers. It was not easy for the retainers to earn merit points by completing tasks, but their lives were even more difficult. However, due to Qi Yiming's tyrannical fighting power, they dared not speak out in anger. This time it was better. I heard that Qi Yiming was going to lead a team to do a pioneering mission. The retainers rushed to tell each other excitedly, and some even celebrated grandly. But these are not important to Qi Yiming, he only wants merit points. After learning that this pioneering mission had a total of 500 merit points, Qi Yiming happily set off on the Swifeng. He didn't even wait for his supply ship. Seeing the Swifeng riding in Jueshan, the captain of the supply ship scratched his head and asked Wang Sen, "Young master, should I give chase now?" "How to chase? Can the supply ship catch up with Swifeng at a speed?" Forget it, Mr. Qi must have his own considerations. Wang Sen helplessly let the supply ship return to its berth. In fact, Qi Yiming didn't want to bring a supply ship at all. He had to know that if he brought one more battleship back, he would have one more captain to share the 500 merit points with him. Qi Yiming didn't want others to eat from his bowl. Besides, he was the only one on the Swifeng, so what kind of supply ship did he need? As long as there is enough energy, the food synthesis machine on the ship can provide Qi Yiming with basic life support. The K-28 galaxy is 27 light-years away from the Suant galaxy. At the speed of the Swifeng, plus the exploration time, it would take half a month to go back and forth. When Wang Zhengfeng heard that Qi Yiming set off as soon as he received the mission, he breathed a sigh of relief. I can finally relax for half a month. 2 weeks later, Wang Zhengfeng held a grand welcome ceremony at the Grey Rock Star Airport. Don't misunderstand, he was not welcoming Qi Yiming, but welcoming another pioneering fleet of the Wang family brought out by Fang Min. Strictly speaking, Qi Yiming's mission this time can only be regarded as a prelude to the development mission. Just like when Wang Sen met Qi Yiming, Wang Sen was also doing the development mission at that time, but he was only responsible for the early investigation and filter. Fang Min's pioneering mission this time was considered a pioneering mission in the true sense. Not only did he find a better livable planet for the Wang family, but he also brought back a lot of people to the Wang family. Population is an indispensable resource for the Wang family in the development stage. Only with a large population base can the Wang family select qualified battleship pilots to form more interstellar fleets. Battleships are not a problem, as long as you have money you can buy them, but it is very embarrassing for no one. Seeing the people being driven off the ship like cargo, Wang Zhengfeng couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. My ancestors, like these people, were used as a strategic resource and suffered various plunders. It's just that Wang Zhengfeng's ancestors were lucky. Through their efforts, the Wang family was as strong as it is today. Be kind to those people and let them adapt to the new environment as soon as possible. Wang Zhengfeng ordered the retainers responsible for settling the plundered people. In fact, signs of human activities can be seen on many naturally habitable planets in this star field. The difference is that some humans have already stepped into the universe while others are still living like savages. Chapter 19. Fang Min's return is good news for Wang Dong. Because Fang Min is not a centrist like Li Zhimeng, Fang Min is a staunch supporter of Wang Dong. After attending the welcome ceremony at the airport, before Fang Min returned to her mansion and had a quick drink of water, Wang Dong came to her door with Niu Ben. Fang Min was not surprised. When he was at the airport, he heard about what happened to the Wang family during his absence. Especially regarding Qi Yiming, he specially asked his men to inquire about some information. The result is obvious. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for Wang Dong. Qi Yiming's rise to power has given Wang Sen a great boost. If Wang Dong does nothing after this, there is a high probability that he will lose to Wang Sen in the competition for the succession of the family head. Seeing the anxious Wang Dong, Fang Min could only try his best to comfort him. Second young master, don't be anxious. When it comes to power struggles, you must take a long-term approach when encountering big changes. Uncle Fang, I know we need to take a long-term approach. But this time the Zhang family raided, Wang Sen got a lot of limelight. If I don't do something, I will probably lose my position as the head of the family. Wang Dong looked helplessly at the calm Fang Min. Fang Min nodded to show that he understood Wang Dong's current situation. What were the losses of the Zhang family in this raid? Fang Min asked as he glanced at Niu Ben next to Wang Dong. The Zhang family also suffered heavy losses, but their main warships did not suffer much damage. Only one of the 2 cruisers involved in the raid was sunk. Niu Ben, as a person who participated in the battle on the front line, said that the Zhang family's raid fleet the situation is relatively clear. Fang Min nodded and asked, does the second young master have any way to get a cruiser? Wang Dong looked at Fang Min with confusion, why do you need a cruiser? That thing is not cheap. If you want to achieve great things, you have to be willing to spend a lot of money. Fang Min walked to the bay window and looked at the dark sky in ecstasy, as long as you have a way to get a cruiser, then I will be sure to convince the head of the family to let you take it. The team took revenge on the Zhang family. Wang Dong thought for a while and his eyes lit up, Uncle Fang means that as long as I can organize an effective revenge against the Zhang family, I can still recover some disadvantages. Fang Min nodded, that's true. We can't do things like providing help in times of need, but we can't let go of things like adding icing on the cake. We must know that disadvantages can be recovered slowly. I have a way to find out about cruisers. The Star Loyal Federation next door has decommissioned a cruiser. I can ask someone to inquire about it. Wang Dong, Fang Min, and Niu Ben talked in secret all night at Fang Min's mansion. The next day, Niu Ben drove his warship to the Star Loyal Federation, 13 light-years away. Before leaving, he took all Wang Dong's belongings with him. 2 weeks later, Niu Ben successfully returned to the Grey Rock Star, and a cruiser came back with his ship. It really made the Wang family retainers excited. After Wang Dong reported it to his family, the cruiser was put into his name. The next day, Fang Min asked Wang Zhengfeng to convene a retainer group meeting and required all retainers on Grey Rock Star to attend. Wang Zhengfeng cleared his throat. This meeting was organized at the request of Elder Fang Min. I hope everyone will listen carefully. Then he motioned to Fang Min, who was sitting aside, to start his speech. Fang Min stood directly on the podium without being polite. I wonder how you feel about the Zheng family's raid on my Wang family. As soon as Fang Min came up, he glanced at the venue with sharp eyes, and then asked a rather pointed question. The retainers all lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly at Fang Min. Fang Min smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Not daring to look directly at him showed that these people still had a sense of shame. Although my Wang family is not as good as those big forces outside the Suanwu Star territory, there is no force in this 3-acre area of the Suanwu Star territory that dares to blatantly shit on my Wang family's head. The elder is right. Wang Dong responded to Fang Min at the right time. Then what should we do? Fang Min looked at Wang Dong with a smile and asked. We want to take revenge and destroy the Zheng family. Niu Ben stood up excitedly and shouted loudly. Daniu is right. Wang Dong spoke up again. This time Fang Min rolled his eyes and looked at Wang Dong, almost scolding Wang Dong in his heart, you idiot, although these were all colluded in advance, today is just a show, you should be more professional. Just saying so and so is right, do you really think your father is an idiot? Fortunately, Wang Dong was not hopeless. He immediately understood what Fang Min meant by rolling his eyes. He stood up pretending to be excited and said, the Zheng family did well in the 1st grade of junior high school, and our Wang family did well in the 5th grade of junior high school. We want revenge. Wang Zhengfeng sat in his seat with his eyes closed, as if everything happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. Fang Min saw that the effect was good but Wang Zhengfeng didn't respond, so he spoke again. The Zheng family lost 1 cruiser in this raid, and the other warships were also damaged. It can be said that their vitality was severely damaged. Fang Min noticed that Wang Zhengfeng's closed eyes seemed to move, and thought to himself, you old fox, you are just pretending. Quite similar. Wang Sen stood up at this time, the Zheng family suffered heavy losses, and our Wang family is not much better. The retainers from Wang Sen's faction nodded in agreement. Fang Min said with a smile, the core fleet of our Wang family has not suffered much losses. In addition, Wang Dong has just purchased a cruiser. As long as we attack with all our strength, I believe that the Zheng family will not be able to hold on for a few days. Wang Zhengfeng, who had his eyes closed tightly, seemed to be moved by this reason. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Fang Min, I don't know what the elder means. I am willing to lead my Wang family's core fleet to launch an attack on the Zheng family and kill him while he is sick. Fang Min looked at Wang Zhengfeng with firm eyes. The retainers who were still quiet at first, Wang Dong's faction was the first to respond, and all of them were raising their arms and shouting for revenge. Next, the infected centrists also shouted, and the retainers of Wang Sen faction had no choice but to join in when they saw that the situation was complete. I object. Suddenly a high-pitched voice echoed in the venue. Everyone looked in the direction from which the sound came, and it turned out that Qi Yiming was standing at the door of the venue in his spare time, holding a loudspeaker in his hand. Let me introduce, this is... Wang Zhengfeng was about to stand up and introduce Qi Yiming to Fang Min, but Fang Min spoke first. This must be my guest from the Wang family, Mr. Qi Yiming, right? Fang Min looked at Qi Yiming with disdain. Qi Yiming was a little puzzled. He didn't remember that he had offended this elder whom he had never met before. I wonder what Mr. Qi has to say. Fang Min asked in an unfriendly tone. Although the Zheng family suffered heavy losses, they will definitely be prepared for the Wang family's counterattack when they go back this time. It is easy to fall into someone else's trap. Qi Yiming ignored Fang Min's hostility and looked at Wang Zhengfeng and said. Mr. Qi is right. It was Wang Sen's turn to kowtow, nodding his head to express that he thought so too. Chapter 20. Looking at the kowtow worm Wang Sen, Qi Yiming was speechless for a while. Wang Zhengfeng asked Qi Yiming with a smile, Mr. Qi, preliminary exploration was completed so quickly. What's so difficult about this? It doesn't take much effort to go around in a circle. Qi Yiming waved his hand. How is the result? There are indeed traces of human activities there. K28 has a total of 6 planets, 3 of which are in the habitable zone, but only 1 planet is suitable for human habitation. Are there humans up there? Wang Zhengfeng looked at Qi Yiming with glowing eyes. Qi Yiming nodded, there are many people. Great, Mr. Qi, don't worry about what's going on here. Let's take the transport ship to rob people. Wang Zhengfeng quickly stood up from his seat and walked out of the venue, telling his men to arrange the transport ship. Qi Yiming glanced at Fang Min, who was standing aside, shrugged his shoulders and followed Wang Zhengfeng. Before setting off, Qi Yiming said to Wang Zhengfeng again, you must not take revenge on the Zheng family at this time. They definitely have back UPS. Wang Zhengfeng nodded perfunctorily and did not take Qi Yiming's words to heart. Upon seeing this, Qi Yiming didn't say anything more and went straight back to the Swifeng to go to the K28 galaxy again. Wang Sen was also in the team. He was responsible for robbing people, while Qi Yiming was responsible for security. The habitable planet in the K28 galaxy is called Yarrow by the locals, and its technological level is in the middle of the Industrial Revolution. Why is there still a fight? Qi Yiming looked at the images from the reconnaissance satellite released by the Swifeng in surprise. A war on the ground affecting the entire Yarrow star is in full swing. Qi Yiming contacted Wang Sen, what should I do? Wang Sen said as if he was used to it, if they beat them, we can catch them. Then you do it and I'll watch for you. Qi Yiming turned off the communication and ordered the Swifeng to fly next to the transport ship. The Yarrow star did not have the power to threaten the transport ship. Qi Yiming was fine for a while, so he ordered the Swifeng to turn on the exploration radar and conduct a careful scan of the planet beneath his feet. The last time I came here, I launched a reconnaissance satellite. After confirming that there were humans on the ground, I left without carefully investigating the Yarrow star. The Swifeng automatically divided the 2 factions who were fighting fiercely on Yarrow into red and blue. At first, Qi Yiming did not pay attention to the form of the battlefield on the ground. The long wait was really boring, and Qi Yiming finally became interested in the war on the ground. Looking at the situation map of the ground battlefield, Qi Yiming became more and more curious. The situation map gave Qi Yiming the feeling that the war on the ground was fought around a huge canyon on the planet. What has been discovered that makes these people work so hard? Qi Yiming curiously enlarged the investigation image. The canyon is very deep, but its bottom is unusually flat, and there seems to be something inside that is very large. The orbit of the reconnaissance satellite is relatively high, and the images returned are somewhat blurry. Qi Yiming controlled the satellite to lower its orbit and launched reconnaissance again. At the same time that the new reconnaissance pictures were sent back, Swifeng's shipboard brain also made a discovery, the destroyer Lightning was discovered. Qi Yiming was so shocked that he fell off the captain's chair. Qi Yiming rubbed his aching butt and carefully looked at the new pictures sent back by the reconnaissance satellite. Above it was a spaceship nearly 300 meters long, parked quietly there. Ji now, send a directed communication request to the Lightning. After a few minutes, Zhinao replied, no one answered. Qi Yiming lowered his head in disappointment and murmured to himself, I know I shouldn't have high hopes. Send the identification code and order the Lightning's onboard intelligence to report on the battleship's situation. The Lightning did not receive the identification code. It seems that there is no energy at all. I don't know what the crew of the Lightning did with her after landing. Under normal circumstances, after a federal warship turns off all equipment and enters sleep mode, half an energy block can sustain it for thousands of years. The Lightning is completely exhausted and should not enter sleep mode. Qi Yiming originally wanted to let Swifeng's core cabin escape directly and land directly next to the Lightning. But looking at Wang Sen, who was busy plundering the population not far away, fortunately Wang Sen did not notice anything unusual on the ground battlefield, nor did he notice the existence of the Lightning. Although the Federal warship has an advanced identification system, except for the personnel entered in the warship database who can command the shipboard brain under certain authority, the rest of the personnel need the captain's consent to even board the ship, so Qi Yiming is not worried that Wang Sen will use the warship takeaway. But the problem is that no matter how advanced the identification system is, you can find a way to break it as long as you have enough time. I have to say that Qi Yiming's luck is pretty good. Within a few hours, after Wang Sen's crazy plundering, the transport ship he brought was already filled with frightened humans. The war on the ground had long since stopped due to the sudden appearance of a giant space battleship. The human weapons on Yarrow pose no threat to the transport boats that break into the interior of the planet. They can't even injure the Marines who go to arrest people. They could only watch as their companions were captured by this group of alien. In fact, Qi Yiming couldn't understand at first why the Wang family regarded population as a strategic resource. As he gained a deeper understanding of the Wang family, he gradually understood. Although the planet where the Wang family is located has entered the space age, it does not have the capital to promote large-scale automated production, and can only rely on a huge population to fill this gap. In the interstellar era, a project often requires hundreds of thousands of people to work at the same time. Without a huge population base, it is impossible to cultivate a large group of workers. How can the Wang family develop? This situation is not just limited to the Wang family, there are many families in the Suanwu galaxy who are worried about the population problem. Before being unable to develop new colonial planets, it is a common choice for all forces to plunder the population of habitable planets, and sometimes they will even fight for a livable planet with a large population. And the Yaluo planet where they are currently is a habitable planet with a huge population. After a period of crazy plunder, Wang Sen connected to Qi Yiming's communication. The transport ship is full. I have to go back first to settle these people before coming back. I'm watching here in case other forces come to plunder it. Qi Yiming was supposed to escort the transport ship back together, but the destroyer he was thinking about was still here, so how could he be willing to leave? Wang Sen thought for a while and said, "You are right. I will go back as quickly as possible to tell my father about the situation here and ask him to send more transport ships over and send some more personnel to protect him. There is no danger along the way, but you still have to be careful." Qi Yiming is not reckless. He knows how to measure. If there is a great risk on the way back, he will not trust Wang Sen to go back alone. Watching the transport ship enter the jump mode, Qi Yiming ordered the Suifeng to end the combination. Suifeng split in two and slowly separated. After Qi Yiming gave the guard order to the probe, he took the Guardian's core cabin into the atmosphere of the Yarrow star and flew quickly to the location of the lightning. Chapter 21. Under the horrified eyes of the Yaluo people, Qi Yiming drove the core capsule into the canyon. Approaching the core cabin of the lightning, the identification code was sent out again, but there was still no response. Qi Yiming was really worried about what to do if there was a problem with the lightning's internal equipment. Holding a box containing an energy block in his hand, Qi Yiming quickly arrived outside the lightning's hatch. The hatch of the lightning was half open. It seemed that it had been mechanically opened from the inside after it completely lost energy. However, the person who opened the door had no idea where he had gone, and there was no trace of human activity around him. Qi Yiming squeezed in sideways. The interior of the battleship was dark, with occasional light shining in from the hanging windows on the side of the ship. The hanging window allows the crew to observe the outside world when not in combat, and is a good place to relax. In combat situations, armor plates will fall down to provide protection. Along the dark corridor, Qi Yiming walked cautiously towards the lightning's power cabin. It took a lot of effort for the boss to open the power furnace and put the energy block he brought into the power furnace. With energy, the lightning seemed to come alive. First, the lights on the ship turned on one by one, and then a low buzzing sound was heard. It should be that the ship's brain was restarting. A few minutes later, the voice of the ship's onboard intelligence rang out from the lightning's internal broadcast. Qi Yiming, a member of the Strategic Strike Fleet, was detected, and the biometrics were confirmed to be correct. All the crew members of this ship have been killed, and the command is now handed over to Qi Yiming. Major Ming. At this time, Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that the shipboard brain could be activated meant that the internal damage was not serious. Ji now, conduct a self-inspection of the battleship. Self-test in progress. A few minutes later, Zhineo's voice sounded again. The outer armor of this ship is seriously damaged, and the hull structure is 20% damaged. Warning. Please repair it as soon as possible. Upon hearing that it was only armor and structural damage, Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. After these damages are formed into an assembly, they can be repaired by the continuous production of nanorobots hanging in the Guardian control system. The intelligent brain detects whether it is damaged. The shipboard brain has not detected any damage. As a destroyer, the lightning is combined with the other two frigates, and the lightning as the basis of the combination directly affects the combat capabilities of the new Swifeng. The self-inspection of the lightning has been completed. The situation of the battleship is not optimistic, but it is still within the scope of repair. Qi Yiming couldn't wait to arrive at the bridge of the lightning. The bridge here is much larger than that on the Swifeng, and the superior captain's seat is still at the back of the bridge. The rest of the space is occupied by 3 relatively large centralized consoles, but currently only the holographic screen on one console is on. Qi Yiming knew that the other 2 consoles would not be activated until they were combined with the 2 frigates. Repeating his old tricks, Qi Yiming, with the assistance of Zhinao, drove the lightning slowly into the air alone. Once again, under the horrified eyes of the Yarrow people, they left the Yarrow atmosphere and came to the side of the Guardian and Probe, which were in their own independent states. Zhinao, start the combination program. The assembly program has been read and is starting. Following Qi Yiming's command, the 2 frigates with different functions gradually moved closer to the lightning, and were located on both sides of the lightning and on the same level. The armor on both sides of the lightning slowly separated, and many cables emerged from the middle. Under the action of the tractor beam, they flew towards the frigates on both sides. The cables were accurately inserted into the open data sockets on the 2 frigates and quickly recovered. The 2 frigates were gradually pulled towards the lightning by the straightened cables. At the same time, the 2 frigates were also changing their appearance. First, the main gun and radar fell off one after another. The radar was pulled towards the Lightning's hull and recombined with the original shipboard radar on the Lightning to form a high-level radar with a detection angle of 360 degrees and installed it in place. The main guns of the 2 frigates were once again decomposed into single-barreled secondary guns, and a total of 12 secondary guns were quietly waiting for the battleships to complete their combination. Several rigid interfaces at the same height as the hull stretched out from the hull close to the Lightning. While slowly approaching the Lightning, the rigid interfaces were inserted into the grooves prepared in advance by the Lightning. In this way, the 2 frigates are firmly embedded in the hull of the Lightning. The originally cracked outer armor of the Lightning slowly closed again after the docking was completed. The outer armor followed the position of the interface and wrapped the battleship tightly, and was connected with the outer armor on the 2 frigates. The engines of the 2 frigates separated from their respective hulls in the early stages of the combination, and were pulled into their own hulls by the Lightning using a tractor beam. The 4 engines that entered the hull were evenly placed around the power furnace, and a steady stream of blue energy could be seen on the ground around the power furnace rapidly entering the interior of the 4 engines. At this time, the 4 engines have been turned into 4 small power furnaces through links with the Lightning's internal equipment, responsible for assisting the main power furnace to provide ample energy for the battleship. The entire assembly process lasted nearly 10 minutes in a non-emergency state. The next step is to start the battleship self-inspection program. This ship has been assembled. The outer armor is 43% damaged, the structure is damaged 13%, the number 1 and 2 auxiliary power furnaces are severely damaged, and the power output is reduced by 20%. Qi Yiming couldn't help but frowned. The damage to the armor and structure was not a problem. The newly reassembled Swifeng has a destroyer-level shipboard brain, and its computing power has been greatly improved. Swifeng Gao can load an auxiliary program under the main program. That is to say, under the premise that the main control program of the Lightning is dominant, the Swifeng can choose the auxiliary program between the Guardian and the Probe. The armor and structure can be repaired by nanorobots, but the damage to the auxiliary power furnace is a bit troublesome. Unless a replacement can be found, Qi Yiming will never be able to repair it in his lifetime. Although Swifeng, which was upgraded to a destroyer, is still equipped with 2 triple main guns at the front and rear, its size is much larger than that of the frigate. Coupled with the strong energy supply of the new Swifeng, which is based on the Lightning, the attack intensity of its main gun has been increased by several levels. As we all know, energy weapons do not mean that the thicker and longer the barrel is, the more powerful it will be. Instead, the longer it is charged within the rated time, the stronger the attack will be and the longer the range will be. As for whether it can be fired accurately, it can only rely on the fire control radar. However, the Probe is the super flagship fire control radar. If the main control program of the Probe is mounted as the auxiliary program of the new Swifeng, it will perfectly solve the problem of shooting accuracy. Although the sniper mode is lost, the average hit rate within 400,000 kilometers is still as high as 80%. At this time, the other 2 consoles in the bridge that were not activated originally also lit up the holographic screens. If all ships are at full capacity, then the bridge members of the two frigates should all come to the new bridge at this time and sit in front of the console here to accept the captain's command. Their original bridge will be taken over by other personnel responsible for monitoring the working status of the two frigates. Chapter 22. After Swafeng completed its transformation, Qi Yiming mounted the Guardian's main control program as an auxiliary system. The damaged armor and internal structures were slowly repaired through the work of a steady stream of nanorobots. The repair speed is relatively slow in non-combat conditions, which can save a lot of energy. Materials for making nanorobots are easy to find, and Qi Yiming had already done supplies on the Grey Rock Star. While the battleship was repairing itself, Qi Yiming, who had nothing to do, once again drove the Swafeng to visit the K-28 galaxy. The last time I came to check it out was too hasty. After encountering the lightning on Yarrow, Qi Yiming decided to take a good look at this galaxy. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Unfortunately, nothing was found until Qi Yiming explored a planet at the edge of the galaxy. This made Qi Yiming a little frustrated, but he quickly adjusted. Just when Qi Yiming was half-heartedly preparing to return to the orbit of Star Yarrow, a full fleet led by 2 cruisers suddenly appeared at the other end of the galaxy. Qi Yiming knew nothing about this. He was still admiring the gaseous planet with a huge eye in front of him. Gao Fei led the Eagle Federation's pioneering fleet just out of jump mode. "Sir, we have arrived at the K-28 galaxy." The adjutant saluted him. Gao Fei just hummed, his face expression stiff, and it was impossible to tell his mood at the moment. The adjutant looked at the information in his hand and continued, "The information brought back by the exploration fleet half a month ago said that there are 3 planets in the habitable zone of this galaxy, and one of them has a large population." "I understand. The purpose of our coming here this time is to order her to follow the fleet after the jump engine is recharged." Gao Fei carefully looked at the galaxy map presented in front of him. The adjutant left in response. Half an hour later, the Eagle Federation's fleet entered jump mode again. The distance of this jump was relatively short and it did not require much speed, so the jump engine did not take long to recharge. 10 minutes later, the Federation fleet exited the jump mode again, and the entire fleet appeared in the high orbit of Yarrow. The Flying Eagle Federation's full fleet has 2 cruisers, 5 destroyers, and 10 frigates. At the same time, there were also 3 transport ships in the fleet. Gao Fei stood on the bridge of the cruiser Cod, and with a wave of his hand, the entire fleet quickly dispersed and surrounded Yarrow. The transport ship released a large number of transport boats and flew towards the planet ground in front of them. "Sir, the ground staff reported that it seems that someone arrived a step earlier than us, and part of the population has been robbed." The adjutant's expression looked a little nervous. The adjutant was not afraid that other fleets would appear and fight with each other, but he was nervous and Gao Fei gave the order for orbital bombing. As a member of the human race, Gao Fei has no clue that he is a human being. When encountering warships from other forces while carrying out population plunder, as long as there are humans who cannot be taken away, orbital bombing will definitely be ordered. Faced with this kind of devastating blow that does not distinguish between friend and foe, the adjutant has always been very resistant. He really couldn't understand that Gao Fei was once the target of being plundered, but Gao Fei worked hard enough to climb to where he is today. But why is Gao Fei so cruel to these people who have the same identity as him? Is it because he was once one of them and he has malice in his heart? But things didn't happen just because of the adjutant's worry. Gao Fei gave the order when he learned that they were not the first fleet to arrive here. "Let the plundering force move quickly. After the 3 transport ships are filled with personnel, the fleet will perform orbital bombardment." As soon as the order was issued, the humans on Yarrow saw what true barbarism and cruelty was. At this moment, the Yayluo people really miss Wang Sen who only robbed people but never killed them. But they didn't know that all this was just the beginning. A few hours later, the 3 transport ships of the Eagle Federation slowly returned to the high orbit from the low orbit of Yarrow. A dozen warships that were scattered outside the atmosphere of Yarrow Star began to attack the ground indiscriminately without any warning. Fortunately, there are no professional orbital bombing warships in the Eagle Federation's fleet. The weapons carried by ordinary warships can only cause limited damage to ground bombing, but it is not something that the Yayluoians can imagine. It's just that under this intensity of attack, the Yayluo people still have a slight chance of survival. If they are lucky enough, they can find a strong underground bunker to hide. After a 2-hour orbital bombardment, the Eagle Federation fleet regrouped and left the K-28 system. Half an hour after the Flying Eagle Federation fleet left, Qi Yiming arrived belatedly. After leaving the jump mode, Qi Yiming stood in the bridge blankly and looked at the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. How could he become like this after being away for a while? Although the humans on Yarrow have little to do with Chi Yiming, who has experienced alien invasion, has a huge difference in his sense of identity with humans today. In a sense, the Wang family regards humans on livable planets with relatively backward technology as a strategic resource, while Chi Yiming simply regards them as human beings like himself. Who is he? He is so cruel. He is so cruel to his own kind. Chi Yiming said to himself through gritted teeth. After ordering the Shuafeng to enter guard mode, Chi Yiming put on his exoskeleton armor and took a transport boat down to the ground. Large buildings collapsed, the fields in the wild became a sea of fire, and the city was full of fallen human corpses. Chi Yiming clenched his hands tightly, and his nails almost dug into the flesh of his palms. A trembling figure appeared in the distance, and Chi Yiming hurried forward to check on the person's condition. The person's eyes were dull, and most of his skin was burnt. He ignored Chi Yiming, who was close at hand, and walked past Chi Yiming with a swaying body. At this moment, Chi Yiming was extremely disappointed with the current human world. How he hoped that the Federation that had once united as one would illuminate this dark universe with its glory again. Suddenly Chi Yiming was hit by a stone, but fortunately he was wearing an exoskeleton armor, so he was not injured. Chi Yiming looked in the direction where the stone was thrown, and saw a little girl in her teens. The hair that was originally tied up was scattered on her shoulders, part of which had been burned by the fire, and her face was also covered with ashes. The eyes looking at Chi Yiming were full of hatred. Chi Yiming knew that he should leave. The humans here hated them from outer space. No matter how much they needed help, they would not accept the help of Chi Yiming and other aliens. Chi Yiming was depressed when he returned to Shuafeng. He wanted to do something, but he was alone and weak. And he also knew that this universe was not as peaceful as it seemed. Humans could be invaded by aliens again at any time. Chapter 23. While waiting for Wang Sen to bring people back, Chi Yiming drove a transport boat down to the ground many times and tried to help some humans. Fortunately, the Yellow people seemed to realize that Chi Yiming and the people who carried out the orbital bombing were not the same group, so they reluctantly accepted Chi Yiming's help. When Wang Sen brought his people back, Chi Yiming's state shocked Wang Sen. In the communicator, Chi Yiming said to Wang Sen with messy hair and red eyes, "Have your people go down to rescue people, treat the injured as much as possible, and take away all the people who are still alive." Wang Sen didn't dare to ask what happened. He didn't even dare to ask more about Chi Yiming's Shuafeng, which had undergone tremendous changes. Chi Yiming's eyes were so scary that Wang Sen felt that as long as he dared to say one more word, Chi Yiming would definitely dare to blast the fleet he brought. After the orbital bombardment, less than 30,000 humans survived on Yarrow. Chi Yiming didn't know how many people there were before, but based on the scale of the war, it was estimated to be at least 2 billion. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 billion people died unexpectedly, or died at the hands of the same kind. In Chi Yiming's view, this was an unforgivable sin and a complete crime against humanity. But Chi Yiming is alone, what can he do? In this deformed world, values are like this. Humans with high-level technology regard humans with low-level technology as resources, allowing them to take and take them. The better ones are to plunder people back to their own territory and let them reintegrate into the new social system, which is what the Wang family does. The worse ones would directly use the plundered people as slaves without caring about their life or death. Chi Yiming was thinking about what was wrong with the world, and suddenly thought of Liu Bishu. Glory Federation, Glory Federation. Chi Yiming kept repeating the name of this organization. Chi Yiming might not be able to do much on his own, but he thought of the Glory Federation, an organization that once had its mission to restore the Human Federation. Perhaps I can go public through a backdoor scheme and use the Glory Federation to do something. Chi Yiming murmured to himself. First of all, after the exchange with Liu Bishu that night, Chi Yiming did not think Liu Bishu was a peripheral member of the Glory Federation. At least he knew more or less the real reason for the existence of the Glory Federation. All this can be guessed from what he took out. The military emblem of the garrison fleet cannot be faked, and Liu Bishu said that it was something passed down from generation to generation. But Liu Bishu would never have access to high-level officials because he mistakenly regarded Chi Yiming as the son of the organization leader. Liu Bishu is likely to be in the outer circle of core members and has access to some secrets of the Glory Federation, but it does not involve core secrets. At least he knows the true purpose of the Glory Federation's existence. If things are really as Chi Yiming thinks, then Lu Bishu will definitely have the ability to contact some members of the Glory Federation who have the same status as him. Some of these people may be in the organization because of their livelihood, but Qi Yiming believes that there are definitely people among them who are full of yearning for the old human federation. Qi Yiming can make these people his initial team and slowly re-establish the Glory Federation. Perhaps one day Qi Yiming can lead these people to restore the glory of the human federation. A few days later, Qi Yiming led the pioneering fleet back to the Grey Rock Star. He said to Wang Sen, "You go and report to the head of the family, I still have something to do." Leaving Wang Sen alone in a daze, Qi Yiming hurriedly ran towards Lu Bishu's house. Lu Bishu knocked on the door and looked at Qi Yiming doubtfully. "Isn't Mr. Qi on a development mission? Are you back so soon? Do you want to restore the former glory of the Federation?" Qi Yiming went directly to the topic. Lu Bishu was as confused as a monk Zhang Er, looking at Qi Yiming with a wary expression. "Mr. Qi, don't be ridiculous. What age is this? Why are you bringing up those old things?" As expected by Qi Yiming, Lu Bishu did know the true purpose of the existence of the Glory Federation. "Think about your ancestors." Qi Yiming ignored Lu Bishu's answer. This time Lu Bishu looked at Qi Yiming with a solemn expression. Mr. Qi has figured it out and wants to make a comeback. Qi Yiming did not want to lie to Lu Bishu, because if an organization is built on a lie, then sooner or later the organization will collapse. "I am not the son of the leader you said, but I am inextricably connected with their senior leaders." "No." Qi Yiming thought for a while and then said, "To be precise, I have close ties with the existing people. All human beings are inextricably linked." Suddenly Lu Bishu froze as if he had been electrocuted. He remembered what Qi Yiming said when he first came to his house. "Corporal, how long have you been awake?" Lu Bishu slowly raised his trembling finger and pointed at Qi Yiming. Are you from that era?" Qi Yiming nodded slowly. After Lu Bishu guessed Qi Yiming's identity, she was not too frightened. Instead, she was very excited and pulled Qi Yiming, who was still standing at the door, into the room. "I have to say, you are really brave." Lu Bishu looked at Qi Yiming sitting opposite him. "Why do you say that? You trust me so much? Tell me your biggest secret." "That military badge doesn't lie. Couldn't I have picked up that military badge from the roadside?" "You would wipe a thing you picked up on the roadside so clean? How could that military flag be preserved so well?" It must be said that Qi Yiming did not expect Lu Bishu to guess his identity. But Qi Yiming was taking a huge risk by admitting his identity. Fortunately, this risk was worth it. The two were silent for a long time, and Lu Bishu spoke again. "My grandfather was also a person of that era. When he woke up, the Glory Federation was still at its peak of development." "You mean, people from our era occasionally wake up in this world now?" Qi Yiming asked in surprise. "Isn't this normal? If you can wake up, why can't others?" Lu Bishu looked at Qi Yiming with wide eyes. "You don't think you are the protagonist in the storybook? You are the luckiest person in the world who has been sleeping for nearly 1,000 years and has not died." Qi Yiming thought about it. This is normal. Since he can survive, there must be at least 10 billion people who fled at the time. How could he be the only one who survived by chance? Then why is this world still like this? Qi Yiming was even more confused. Since there were still others awakening, how could those people watch the once united human beings fall to this point? Lu Bishu raised his index finger and pointed upward and said, "Some people don't want people like you to exist. My grandfather died at the hands of the assassins sent by those people. Don't they know that this universe is not peaceful?" He. Lu Bishu smiled helplessly. How can the vested interests allow the benefits they have obtained to be taken away by others? Chapter 24. Qi Yiming felt that since Lu Bishu already knew his identity, he might as well open the skylight and speak frankly. "Do you still want to restore the federation of your dreams?" Lu Bishu looked at Qi Yiming with a half-smile. "Are you afraid you are dreaming? How many people have worked hard for so many years without success, why do you think you can do it?" There is nothing wrong with Lu Bishu's idea. He cannot happily follow Qi Yiming to do an impossible undertaking just by relying on Qi Yiming's few words. "I admire my grandfather very much. He can sacrifice everything for his beliefs." Lu Bishu stood up with serious eyes. "But I can't. It's not that I don't have the courage to sacrifice for my beliefs, but this belief seems to me it's like what humans in ancient times called heaven. You can only go there if you die." Qi Yiming could not deny Lu Bishu's statement. Even in Qi Yiming's own opinion, such a thing seemed impossible. But there are exceptions to everything, and Qi Yiming's Swifeng is an exception. Even during the period of the Human Federation, the combat effectiveness of the strategic strike fleet was one of the best, let alone now. And he was certain that the secret of his battleship's ability to transform had not been leaked. If Qi Yiming were a senior member of the Glory Federation, he would never reveal this secret. As for whether anyone else in the strategic strike fleet has woken up, Qi Yiming is not sure. But even if someone wakes up, Qi Yiming thinks it's nothing. Qi Yiming, a comrade in the strategic strike fleet, doesn't think it will pose any threat to him. And there is another point that Qi Yiming is more reassured about, that is, all the crew members serving in the strategic strike fleet are male. Even if some people survived the emergency landing, it is impossible for them to have descendants alive in this world. As for the Yarrow planet where the lightning was discovered, there must have been warships from other fleets that also crash-landed on that planet. This may be the direct reason why the lightning ran out of energy. Qi Yiming was not discouraged after failing to persuade Liu Bishu. This situation is normal. He is now a guest of the Wang family, but compared with the superpowers in the human race today, the Wang family is not even an ant. How can a person without strength persuade others to work for him? Then there is only one way to go, and that is to persuade the Wang family to fully support him. With the full support of the Wang family, Qi Yiming was able to collect all the supplies needed to travel to the capital galaxy of the Human Federation in the shortest possible time. How to convince the head of the Wang family depends on whether Qi Yiming can brag. After coming out of Liu Bishu's house, Qi Yiming went directly to the head of the family's mansion. As for whether Liu Bishu will reveal his identity, Qi Yiming is not worried. After all, Liu Bishu's grandfather died at the hands of those who did not want awakened people like them to exist. Liu Bishu would never cooperate with someone who had a blood feud with him. When he arrived at the Patriarch's mansion, Wang Sen was still reporting on the development mission. Qi Yiming sat carelessly in front of Wang Zhengfeng and said as if he was talking about an insignificant matter, "Does the head of the family want to dominate the Suanwu Star territory?" Wang Zhengfeng, who was drinking water, sprayed water on Wang Sen opposite him. "Ahem, what is Mr. Qi talking about? I asked you, do you want to dominate the Suanwu Star territory?" Qi Yiming repeated what he just said word for word. "To dominate? Isn't our Wang family the overlord of the Suanwu Star territory now?" Wang Zhengfeng stared into Qi Yiming's eyes and tried hard to look calm and composed. "The hegemony I'm talking about is the unification of the Suanwu Star territory." Qi Yiming also stared into Wang Zhengfeng's eyes. Wang Sen sat on the side, dumbfounded, with 10,000 alpacas rushing past in his heart. "Oh my god, this is going to heaven." At this moment, the two protagonists looked at each other quietly, and no one spoke. After a moment, Wang Zhengfeng laughed loudly. "Mr. Qi is really a strange person. You are the only person I, Wang Zhengfeng, have ever seen in my life who talks about such great achievements in such an understatement. The head of the family doesn't believe that I have the ability to help the Wang family dominate the Suanwu Star territory." Qi Yiming also looked at Wang Zhengfeng with a smile. "It's not that I don't believe you, but it's simply impossible to do this." Qi Yiming didn't want to waste any more words. He knew that Wang Zhengfeng would never believe that he had the ability to help the Wang family unify the Suanwu Star territory until he presented evidence that could truly convince the other party. Qi Yiming turned to Wang Sen, who was sitting beside him in a daze, and said, "Master, please go find out which force carried out the orbital bombing of Yarrow." What Qi Yiming didn't expect was that Wang Sen had already found out the whole matter clearly. Wang Sen came back to his senses and said, "It was Gao Fei from the Flying Eagle Federation." After plundering enough people, he ordered an orbital bombing to prevent other families from getting the remaining people. Qi Yiming nodded, "Master, please give me a piece of information about the Flying Eagle Federation. It must be detailed enough, including their combat power." Wang Zhengfeng on the side asked Qi Yiming curiously, "What is Mr. Qi doing?" "I'm going to give the head of the family a convincing enough evidence to convince you that I have the ability to help the Wang family unify the Suanwu Star territory." Qi Yiming looked at Wang Zhengfeng again. "What evidence?" "Give me half a month, and I will wipe out all the existing combat power of the Flying Eagle Federation," Qi Yiming said decisively. "Ha." Hearing Qi Yiming say this, Wang Zhengfeng and Wang Sen laughed at the same time. Both thought it was the funniest joke they had ever heard in their lives. Mr. Qi may not know that the stated combat strength of the Flying Eagle Federation is 3 cruisers, 17 destroyers, and as many as 30 frigates. Wang Sen listed the main combat capabilities of the Flying Eagle Federation in detail. "Come out." Wang Zhengfeng just watched quietly and did not interrupt. Qi Yiming smiled contemptuously, which really frightened Wang Sen. This made Wang Sen really believe that Qi Yiming could do it, and then he thought that Qi Yiming's Suifeng seemed to have changed a lot. First of all, the Suifeng was much larger and seemed to have gained a lot of weight. Mr. Qi is so confident, is it because of the new warship? Oh? Why didn't Mr. Qi notify us when he got a new warship? Let's celebrate! Wang Zhengfeng interjected when he heard that Qi Yiming had a new warship. As a family force, as long as their retainers do not violate family rules, what warships do they use and how do they get it? The family basically doesn't ask questions, so it's normal for Wang Zhengfeng not to know. Qi Yiming did not explain, but said directly to Wang Zhengfeng, we might as well make a bet. If I complete my goal within half a month, the Wang family will fully support my journey. What if it's not completed? Wang Zhengfeng asked Qi Yiming as if he didn't seem to be joking. If I fail to do so, I will completely give up my goal of traveling far away and become a true retainer of the Wang family from now on, serving the head of the family with all my might. Qi Yiming said with a serious face. Okay, it's a deal. Wang Zhengfeng agreed to the bet without even thinking about it. In fact, Wang Zhengfeng had no losses from this bet. Qi Yiming won the bet and Wang Jiaqing tried his best to help him collect supplies for the trip. But this all-out effort would involve using the Wang family's financial resources, which would be a big blow to the Wang family, so before that, he could still ask Qi Yiming to help the Wang family unify the Suanwu Star territory. If Qi Yiming loses, it doesn't matter. It's just that the Wang family now has a powerful elder. Unlike guest Wang Zhengfeng, he has to worry about what if he leaves one day unhappy. Chapter 25. Now that the bet was settled, Qi Yiming had nothing to worry about and immediately made a new request. Qi Yiming didn't ask for much, he just needed to pick some useful people from the crowd that had just been plundered. Wang Zhengfeng agreed without thinking. Then Wang Sen took Qi Yiming to the site where the Yaluo people were temporarily placed. The temporary resettlement site is quite large, and as far as the eye can see, it's full of people, and it's endless. There was a huge holographic screen floating above the crowd, which was playing some of the Wang family's arrangements for these humans in Yaluo Star language. After communicating with the staff for a while, Qi Yiming's face appeared on the holographic screen. The originally quiet crowd suddenly became commotion. Many of them had seen Qi Yiming, and instinctively wanted to step forward and ask Qi Yiming what happened. Qi Yiming cleared his throat, some of you have met me, and some of you know me, so I won't introduce myself anymore. Next, Qi Yiming stated his purpose of coming here. However, Qi Yiming did not explain the actual situation. He simply said that he needed manpower now and hoped that some of them could be selected to join him on the ship. When most of them heard that they could board Qi Yiming's battleship, they raised their hands to express their willingness, but what Qi Yiming said next dissuaded many people. You should probably know who carried out the inhumane orbital bombing of your home. Qi Yiming stopped and looked at the attitude of the crowd in the square. Everyone in the square had sad faces, and some had angry faces, with tears glistening in their eyes. Qi Yiming nodded secretly. He was afraid that these people would be beaten, and he didn't even dare to have any hatred. My battleship will go to the Flying Eagle Federation after it is fully staffed. As for what it will do, it can be understood as revenge for you. Qi Yiming paused to let these people digest the information in his words. But with only one of my warships going, it can be said that there will be no life or death. Qi Yiming did not tell the truth on this point. He needs people, but not just any cat or dog. The Yaluo people suffered a round of blows, and these people were plundered to a strange planet. When faced with something that they cannot resist, most people often choose to lie down. Then follow the new trajectory and continue your life. Only a few people choose to fight. Many people fell silent after hearing Qi Yiming's mission introduction. Only a few people among the hundreds of thousands of people raised their hands to indicate that they were willing to join. Among them was a boy who was holding a short-haired child with his right hand. He was looking at Qi Yiming with complicated eyes. The two of them raised their free hands high at the same time. Qi Yiming remembers the girl who hit Qi Yiming with a stone on Yaluo Star. Qi Yiming turned around and said to the staff around him, "Bring those who raise their hands to the conference room at the ground port." Then Qi Yiming turned and left. After Qi Yiming left, there was another commotion in the crowd, but it quickly became quiet again with the consolation of the staff. Qi Yiming waited in the conference room for more than half an hour. Talent number 100 who raised his hand came to the conference room under the guidance of the staff. The conference room was not big, and the 100 or so people standing there were a little crowded, but no one spoke, and everyone looked at Qi Yiming with complicated eyes. Qi Yiming did not explain further and said directly, "You are very good. You were not intimidated by the enemy's powerful force." Everyone boarded the ship after registering. An hour later, Qi Yiming was sitting on the bridge holding the information in his hand. What surprised him was that the two people who seemed to Qi Yiming to be children were actually husband and wife. The boy's name is Zhang Cheng, who is a little older than 23 this year. The girl's name is Hao Qingkai, who is a little younger and has just reached adulthood. Looking at the information in his hand, Qi Yiming had a headache. Originally, he wanted to quickly form his own team. He was a little uneasy about selecting people from the Wang family's territory, and for a moment he was fascinated by the people plundered from the Yellow Star. The huge technological gap means that these people are simply not qualified for any position on the Shuafeng. How about I go to Wang Zhengfeng to brag again? Qi Yiming fumbled for a moment and began to calculate. Let's just say that I can completely occupy the territory of the Flying Eagle Federation, but the time has to be changed. I don't know, in a year. The old guy is not happy. In the end, Qi Yiming accepted the fact that he had to continue to finish the job while kneeling. One person was given a rag with self-cleaning function, and Qi Yiming finally asked these people to clean the ship. As for the couple, Qi Yiming felt that they could still be saved. Despite their young age, judging from the Yellow Star education system, both of them are rare geniuses. And Qi Yiming didn't need them to do anything, just act as a microphone. The two men will become temporary captains of the Guardian and Probe. They will be responsible for replacing Qi Yiming on the bridges of the two warships when the Shuafeng is in a separated state. There is no way around this. If each warship in the separated state wants to operate smoothly, it must have a captain. Qi Yiming needs someone to report the status of the two warships in real time. Zhang Cheng and Hao Qingkai shook their heads when they first heard that they would become the temporary captain. But after hearing that Qi Yiming just asked them to play the microphone, he no longer refused. But what puzzled them was that there was only one warship. Where were the other two warships? Time was tight, so Qi Yiming ordered the Shuafeng to leave the port after settling the 100 or so people. When Qi Yiming left Grey Rock Star, the bet between him and the family owner spread. All the retainers once thought that Qi Yiming had lost his mind. Am I stupid for saying this, Qi Yiming? Who knows? It doesn't matter if Qi Yiming is stupid. Why is the head of the family also making noise? I heard that the eldest young master was also present at the time. Two senior retainers were whispering in the corner of the bar. A new retainer sat furtively behind their seats, tilting his head from time to time to listen to what they said. Of course Qi Yiming didn't know this. At this time, he had already left the Suan Galaxy. Qi Yiming did not go directly to the Flying Eagle Federation, but randomly found a galaxy on the way to let the two temporary captains meet their battleships and do a drill by the way. On the way, Qi Yiming roughly explained something to the two of them through the simulated driving system in the ship, and both of them mastered it well. In addition, Xi now has completed the adjustment of the battleship's operation interface. At this time, the holographic screen in front of the two temporary captains displayed the Yellow Star language they were familiar with. Remember, you two, you only need to report to me what I asked. You don't have to do anything else at other times. Qi Yiming emphasized their mission again with some worry. Of course, Qi Yiming had a backup plan for doing this. He was not afraid of the two of them stealing the battleship. Why interim commander? Temporary means that Qi Yiming can remove them from the captaincy at any time through high-level authority. As for why the two were given the position of temporary captain, it was simple that permissions were required to view some battleship data. Chapter 26. Chen Cheng and Hao Qingkai stood on their respective bridges, reporting the status of the battleship according to the instructions transmitted from the fleet communicator. He had never thought that the Shuafeng he was riding on could be broken down into 3 battleships. When the snow peak first began to disintegrate, they thought they were dead. Who would have thought that one battleship would actually turn into 3? During the drill, the 3 battleships lined up in a line, with the largest destroyer Lightning in the middle, and the Guardian and Probe on both sides of the Lightning. Guardian, report energy status. Qi Yiming's voice sounded in the fleet channel. As the captain of the Guardian, Chen Cheng used his authority to open the battleship's energy management interface. Report, the energy status of the Guardian is in good condition. There are 10 energy blocks stored in the ship, which meets the minimum combat standards. The same command was also sent to Hao Qingkai, who was standing in the bridge of the Discovery. Report, the energy status of the probe is in good condition. There are 10 energy blocks stored in the ship, which meets the minimum combat standards. Very good, each ship will check the operating status of the equipment on board. Hao Qingkai was slightly more skilled than Chen Cheng and quickly reported the status of the probe in the fleet channel. The equipment of the probe is operating smoothly, and the outer armor and internal structure are 100% intact. The Guardian's engine was damaged, its output power dropped to 50%, and its outer armor and internal structure are 100% intact. There was nothing Qi Yiming could do about the condition of the Guardian's engine. One of the reasons was that he couldn't find replacement parts. Another main reason is that there is no decent warship assembly factory in the huge Suanwu Star territory. Repairs to the Guardian's engine could only be put on hold. Each ship turns on its own exercise system. Qi Yiming issued an order to the two warships through the lightning. The Guardian has entered the exercise system. Probe has entered the exercise system. Each ship executes exercise plan No. 1. I saw two warships quickly moving away in two directions. After flying a certain distance, the two warships turned their bows and turned on their respective fire control radars. From time to time, the voices of two temporary captains reporting on the status of the battleships came from the fleet channel. The Guardian has locked the target and the main gun is charging. The probe has locked the target, the main gun is charging, and the ship's brain has executed the No. 2 evasion plan and is moving directly below the target. The Guardian is adjusting the direction of the ship's bow, the target is still locked, and the main gun is 73% charged. The probe fired. The drill systems of the three warships automatically calculated the damage caused by this attack. The armament of the probe and the Guardian are the same. They also have two triple main guns placed at the bow and stern of the ship. The Guardian was hit by 5 bullets, with 7% outer armor damage, and 1 penetrated the outer armor, with 2% structural damage. The nano repair device has been activated, and the estimated repair time is 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Chen Cheng reported step by step in the fleet channel battleship status. The exercise lasted for 2 full days, allowing the two temporary captains to initially master how to check the status of each system of the warship. Only then did Qi Yiming order the end of the exercise. Qi Yiming was helpless in doing so. It wasn't that he didn't want the two temporary captains to take over the command of their respective battleships, but their lack of basic knowledge could only serve as a microphone. After the three warships formed a combination again, the two came to the bridge of the Shuafeng. Their excitement was indescribable. I know what you are going to say. Qi Yiming interrupted them, now is not the time. You lack too much knowledge. It is already very good to be able to reach this point. The two of them lowered their heads instantly and walked dejectedly to their respective consoles, continuing to familiarize themselves with the retrieval of various interfaces and the research and analysis of data. Qi Yiming didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. He thought about it and said, there is nothing we can do about the lack of knowledge, but you can follow me to familiarize yourself with battleship command. One day you will become a real captain. The two stood at attention and followed the etiquette of soldiers in the Human Federation era and gave Qi Yiming a military salute. By the way, if you have time, teach your fellow countrymen. There will be many places to employ people in the future. Before I find someone trustworthy, I can only rely on these 100 or so people. Qi Yiming has not forgotten those who have taken advantage of them. A person who cleans every part of the battleship spotlessly with a rag. Although the knowledge reserves of these people are not as good as those of Chen Cheng, Qi Yiming has the means to train these people into qualified crew members. In fact, not all positions on the battleship require sufficient knowledge reserves to be filled. For example, the ship's guards only need to teach these people how to operate the weapons on the ship, and the technical content is not high. Qi Yiming retreated to the next best thing and temporarily used this group of people as a verification group for his ideas. If he could successfully train these people into ship guards, Qi Yiming could place his trusted guard captains on each warship. This serves the purpose of indirectly controlling the battleship. With this layer of protection, Qi Yiming can safely hand over the battleship to the future commander. After completing the enhanced training for the two temporary captains, Shuafeng headed directly to the border of the Flying Eagle Federation. The time agreed between him and Wang Zhengfeng was running out. He must complete the raid on the Flying Eagle Federation as soon as possible. Wang Zhengfeng was very conflicted after Qi Yiming left. He expected Qi Yiming to win the bet, but his reason told him that it was an impossible task. On the other side, Fang Min was also discussing the bet with Wang Dong in his mansion. Uncle Fang, do you think this Qi Yiming is stupid? Wang Dong said sarcastically. Niu Ben, who was sitting aside, took a sip of water and shook his head and said, I think Qi Yiming may not lose. Fang Min looked at Niu Ben with curious eyes. Why do you say that? I have seen Qi Yiming fight with my own eyes. Not any weapon can reach a main gun range of more than 400,000 kilometers. Niu Ben said thoughtfully. Wang Dong was a little unimpressed. So what if there is an ultra-long main gun range? We are not unaware of the fixed defense line of the Flying Eagle Federation. Fang Min nodded. The Swifeng's main gun range has no advantage over the railguns on the Eagle Federation's fixed defense line. But I heard that the Swifeng not only has a long range, but also seems to have a low attack intensity and frequency. Niu Ben frowned, seeming to remember something and continued, in addition, the Swifeng has changed this time, and it is different from the previous one. The battleship is very different, it should be a destroyer-class battleship. New battleship. Fang Min and Wang Dong shouted in surprise at the same time. Where did he get it? Wang Dong was very interested in the origin of the Qi Yiming battleship. Niu Ben shook his head, I don't know. When he came back from completing the development mission, the Swifeng was already different from before. Regardless of whether the Swifeng has changed its appearance, even a cruiser cannot single-handedly wipe out the entire Flying Eagle Federation. Wang Dong still did not believe that Qi Yiming could win the bet. Fang Min also nodded secretly at the side. He really couldn't figure out how Qi Yiming had the confidence to say something like that without being afraid of flashing his tongue. Only Niu Ben was sitting aside with a frown on his face. He always had a bad feeling that maybe Qi Yiming could really bring down the entire Flying Eagle Federation by himself. Chapter 27. After spending 4 days, the Swifeng appeared quietly in the border area of the Flying Eagle Federation. After spending another day doing some necessary reconnaissance, Qi Yiming decided to start the raid. He first exited the Swifeng from the combined mode, and then ordered the Guardian to combine with the exploration and named it the Revenge. He ordered the Revenge to enter the sniper mode with the exploration main control program as the main control program. The Lightning also has a fairly long main gun range. Although it has lost the bonus of the exploration fire control system, the hit rate will be reduced a lot, but fortunately the Lightning has abundant energy supply and can use extremely fast shooting speed to shoot dense barrages, thus offsetting the lack of shooting accuracy. The border fleet of the Flying Eagle Federation relies on a line of defense with 3 railguns to guard their border. As Gao Fei's nephew, Gao Cheng relied on Gao Fei's relationship to rise to the position of border garrison commander. Although he relied on relationships to get to the top, his ability is not bad. Since taking office, he has renovated the border defense line and improved his combat effectiveness a lot. Report: radar detected a high-energy reaction at 12 o'clock on the plane where my number 3 turret is located, suspected to be the main gun of the battleship charging. Gao Cheng, who was sitting in the office with his legs crossed and humming a little song, stood up immediately after receiving the report from his adjutant, tidied his clothes and quickly walked to the main control room of the defense line. Who dares to attack our Flying Eagle Federation? Gao Cheng said while looking at the radar screen. The radar commander pointed to the 2 dots on the screen that gradually turned deep red and said, "It's right there." Only 2. Gao Cheng asked the radar commander in surprise, "Are there any other discoveries?" The radar commander shook his head. Gao Cheng looked at the 2 red dots and said in confusion, "Who? Is your brain not right? 2 battleships also want to attack my defense line? Order the railgun to charge and sink them for me." As soon as the voice fell, dozens of blazing burst lasers hit the number 3 railgun, and the railgun that was charging was directly penetrated. The energy overflow caused by the damage to the structure blew the entire gun body into pieces. "Damn, sound the battle alarm." Gao Cheng was frightened by the sudden attack. "Send a warning to the rear, a battleship-level warship is attacking my defense line, request reinforcements." Gao Cheng took a special look at the information on the radar when Qi Yiming destroyed the number 3 orbital gun. It showed that the 2 warships were still 350,000 kilometers away. Gao Cheng couldn't think of any other level of warships that could hit so far except for battleships. When the people of the Flying Eagle Federation heard that a battleship was coming, they were all trembling and walking unsteadily. In their remote place, anyone who owns a cruiser must be paid special attention to, and they have never seen a battleship. Where did these 2 battleships come from? Qi Yiming didn't care what the enemy guessed. His purpose was very clear. The most threatening thing to Qi Yiming in this line of defense was the orbital guns, and the rest of the warships were basically no threat to him. Therefore, Lightning and Revenge ignored the enemy ships that left their berths one after another, and focused on bombarding the few rail guns. "Recharge the main gun." Chen Cheng, the temporary captain of Revenge, was honestly passing the microphone in the fleet channel. Revenge locks on the number 2 railgun and attacks until it is destroyed. Chi Yiming gave an order through the lightning shipboard intelligent brain. The sniper main gun of Revenge slowly adjusted the muzzle under the control of the fire control radar. At the same time, Lightning locked another railgun. Although the two ships locked the target at the same time, Lightning was the first to fire. And the firepower density and firepower continuity are much higher than that of Revenge. The distance of 270,000 kilometers is the best range of the main guns of the two warships. In fact, the range of the two warships is even farther. In order to improve the hit rate of the main gun, Chi Yiming approached this distance and fired. The effect was quite satisfactory. During the raid, a railgun on the border defense line of the Flying Eagle Federation was instantly destroyed. A few minutes later, the second railgun also fell apart under the dense fire of the Lightning. Although the Revenge had a high hit rate, it was only a special frigate after all. Even though it was much more powerful than the current human warships, it was still a bit difficult to deal with large buildings. However, the number 2 railgun was also destroyed within a few minutes, leaving Gao Cheng stunned. Less than 10 minutes after the raid was launched, the 3 railguns on the Flying Eagle Federation defense line were destroyed, which was unexpected by Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng had seen the world. He believed that battleships could hit so far, but he would never believe that the power could be so great. Gao Cheng looked at the hastily organized defense fleet, and his heart was a little up and down. If there were railguns to assist him, he would have the confidence to deal with the other side until the support fleet arrived. But the 3 railguns didn't even last 10 minutes. With the little power in his hands, it seemed that he was destined to die. Gao Cheng's ship was the only cruiser in the border fleet. Although the Federation deployed a full fleet to the border, facing Chi Yiming's 2 warships, Gao Cheng didn't have the courage to fight. Gao Cheng, who was very good at judging the situation, made the most correct decision in the entire defensive battle. Attention, all ships, rely on the existing defense bunkers to slowly retreat. The enemy's momentum is too strong, we can't contend with it, and we should focus on preserving our living forces. Gao Cheng issued a retreat order in the fleet channel. The other captains also breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was not stupid, and everyone else could also see what Gao Cheng could see. However, due to level issues, they cannot retreat without a clear order to retreat. The military law of the Flying Eagle Federation is very cruel. As long as you leave your fighting position without permission on the battlefield, not only will you be shot, but your family will also be sent to the most difficult place in the Federation to do hard labor. With Gao Cheng's order, everyone slowly turned the ship's bow and retreated towards the inner defense line of the Flying Eagle Federation. When Chi Yiming saw that the other party had run away, he was not in a hurry to pursue him. Although he had the advantage, Chi Yiming still played very cautiously. After confirming the withdrawal of the Flying Eagle Federation border guard fleet, Chi Yiming carried out a complete demolition of all the buildings on this defense line. The 2 battleships opened fire, destroying any man-made objects in sight. This prevents the enemy from using these buildings to reorganize his defense line and block his retreat route when the situation is not favorable to him. Although Chi Yiming is not afraid, he wants to avoid as much trouble as possible. The successful raid also gave the 2 temporary captains enough confidence, and they worked particularly hard when delivering the microphone. While cleaning the battlefield, Chi Yiming once again looked at the information about the Flying Eagle Federation that Wang Sen had given him. There are at least 2 lines of defense in front of him. The border defense line is a defense line that has just been established, so it has the weakest combat power. For the 2 subsequent lines of defense, the Flying Eagle Empire has been operating for hundreds of years. There are more than 30 railguns alone. The arduous battle has just begun. Chapter 28. When Gao Cheng led the fleet to retreat to the second line of defense, he happened to meet up with the fleet coming for reinforcements. Leading the reinforcement fleet was his uncle Gao Fei. Tell me about the situation. Gao Fei didn't waste any time and asked Gao Cheng to introduce the situation directly. Gao Cheng gave a brief introduction to the situation, but was a little evasive when it came to the number of enemies. Gao Fei glared at Gao Cheng with an unkind expression before he hesitated and said, "The radar detected 2 enemy ships." Seeing that Gao Fei was about to get angry, Gao Cheng hurriedly added, "The enemy ship attacked outside the visual range. I judged that it was 2 battleships." Battleship? The corner of Gao Fei's mouth twitched. "Did you fight against the opponent? Just say it was a battleship." Gao Cheng lowered his head and did not dare to look directly at his uncle. What a waste! Gao Cheng could admit that he had made a mistake in command, but he would never think that he was a waste and mustered up the courage to look up at Gao Fei. "Uncle, 2 enemy warships destroyed the number 3 fort with just 1 round of shelling." At this time, I was still a little frightened when I mentioned the altitude. When I ordered the retreat, the number 1 and number 2 forts were attacked at the same time. Before my fleet retreated to a safe distance, the 2 forts were also destroyed one after another. "Is this why you quit without a fight?" "Yes, I don't think my fleet can hold down the enemy ships without a defensive line to support, so I chose to preserve my strength." The anger on Gao Fei's face faded slightly, and he looked at the frightened Gao Cheng and said, "Even if there are all kinds of reasons, even I can't protect you if you retreat without fighting. You and your people should atone for your sins in front of the army." Seeing that Gao Cheng was still about to argue, Gao Fei raised his hand to stop him. "It's not that my uncle is cruel, military discipline is like this. Wait until you attack the enemy ship as the advance fleet. If you are lucky enough to survive, I can ask the military headquarters to help you and your family. Your family begs for mercy." There was nothing much to say at this point, but it was just one death. If it could save his family from the tragic experience, he would not be willing to take this life, but he felt a little unwilling in his heart. Although Gao Cheng's men were exempted from punishment because of his order to retreat, as the commander of the border garrison, Gao Cheng's idea of escape without a fight was useless. Gao Gao hung up the communication and led his fleet to move slowly to the front of the entire fleet, lined up and waited quietly for the enemy to come. On the other side, Qi Yiming commanded the Lightning and Revenge to complete a large-scale demolition, and then rushed towards the second line of defense of the Flying Eagle Federation. On the way, Qi Yiming took a brief look at the information about the second line of defense. There are 16 large rail guns, 11 missile launch nests, and a minefield in front of the defense line to limit the space where the attacking fleet can deploy. After thinking about it, Qi Yiming finally let the Revenge separate and recombine with the Lightning to form the Swifeng. The minefield can be ignored. After all, Qi Yiming only has 3 warships at full strength, and they are all grouped together. The 11 missile launch nests posed a certain threat to the Swifeng, but they were barely able to cope with the Swifeng's full firepower. The most important thing is the 16 rail guns. Swifeng's ultra-long attack range does not take much advantage in front of the rail guns. In addition, the rail gun has an abundant energy supply, so its attack intensity is not low. The one that poses the lowest threat is the fleet of the Flying Eagle Federation. Their hands are too short and they will not be able to touch the Swifeng for a while during the battle. It seems that we can only temporarily change the fighting form during the battle depending on the situation. Qi Yiming muttered to himself while looking at the information in his hand. 10 minutes later, Swifeng appeared alone on the outside of the Flying Eagle Federation's second line of defense. Soon the Swifeng's figure was displayed on the radar in the main defense control room. "Report, an enemy ship. Based on the plane where this building is located, the angle is 23 degrees positive, 11 degrees left, the distance is 472,000 kilometers, and it has entered the missile attack range." Gao Fei's face twitched again, and he cursed Gao Cheng in his heart, "You little bastard, it's a shame that I wanted to protect you, but you still lied to me." Gao Cheng, on the other hand, looked at the lone red dot on the shipboard radar with a confused look on his face. At this moment, Gao Gao couldn't figure out what was going on. He could clearly see that the radar on the first line of defense detected 2 warships. How come it changed to 1 warship here? Could it be that there was a ship on the way? Or are they fighting among themselves and fighting with their own people? That's not possible. The 2 warships attacking the second line of defense are a bit dangerous. How can they dare to come when there is only 1 left? Just when Gao Fei was hesitating whether to order the missile nest to launch, Qi Yiming had already ordered Swifeng to charge the main gun. "High energy response, the enemy ship is charging its main gun." A sharp voice came from the main control room of the Flying Eagle Federation defense line, with a trace of disdain mixed in it. The Swifeng is composed of a combination based on the Lightning. It already has a good main gun shooting range. Now Qi Yiming has loaded the probe main control system as an auxiliary, and the main gun range has been increased to more than 400,000 rise. But what Qi Yiming valued was not the extra shooting distance, but the precise hit rate that the probe's main control system brought to the Swifeng. The 2 triple-mounted main guns that had been charged were aimed at the target under the guidance of the fire control radar. After a burst of dazzling light from the muzzle, 6 burst laser beams accurately hit the target. I saw a huge railgun on the Flying Eagle Federation's defense line being penetrated by 6 burst laser beams in an instant. Gao Fei and others watched as it lost the power to maintain its orbit and slowly departed from its original position, followed by a violent explosion. The missile nest is launched and the railgun begins to charge. Gao Fei immediately ordered a counterattack after being in a daze. For a time, the defense line was bustling with activity. Thousands of missiles ignited their propellers the moment they were ejected from the launch tube. A sudden rain of missiles hit the Swifeng directly. With so many missiles, even if it's a battleship, I'll make it impossible for you to come back. Gao Fei stared bitterly at the direction where the laser blast just came from. This ship engages the battle on the starboard side. Facing the incoming missile rain, Qi Yiming was not nervous and ordered the Swifeng to engage in the battle on the starboard side step by step. The 6 secondary guns originally on the left side of the Swifeng were separated from their respective gun mounts and relocated to the starboard side of the Swifeng under the tug of the tractor beam. The secondary battery works in the shortest charging mode, giving me the densest firepower network in the shortest time. Qi Yiming ordered the Swifeng shipboard brain. If there are enough crew members, Qi Yiming does not need to do this. He only needs to issue an engagement method. The specific attack method will be decided by the gunner at the gun position based on the situation. Fortunately, the battle was not too fierce, and Qi Yiming still had the energy to take on multiple roles by himself. Under Qi Yiming's order, the Swifeng fired a dense barrage on the starboard side at an alarming speed. Gao Fei, who was full of confidence, was shocked and frightened when he saw the beam of light flying from the direction of the enemy ship, which was no less than a missile. Is this the firepower density of a battleship? Am I dazzled? Gao Fei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Little Transparent would like to ask for some recommendation votes. Thank you very much, readers. Chapter 29. Turn on the optical radar for me and see if I can detect the opponent. I want to see what kind of warship it is that can fire such a high density of firepower. After the shock, Gao Fei quickly regained his composure. He knew very well that as a commander, acting too frightened at this time would affect the morale of his men. But the image returned by the lidar within a few minutes almost killed him on the spot. In the image, a battleship about the size of a destroyer is firing with incredible frequency. The dense barrage almost covered the entire investigation screen. Is this the firepower a destroyer should have? Can you still fight happily? Gao Fei couldn't help but vomit in his heart. But the battle was still going on, and it was impossible for him to lower the attack frequency just because he complained about Swifeng. Charge the railgun for me, and reload the missile launcher as quickly as possible. Gao Fei was a little angry. He had never been humiliated like this by the enemy. So what if it's just a destroyer with a high firepower density, but what if it has a long range? I don't believe that one of your destroyers can withstand a railgun attack. Gao Fei roared and ordered all railguns to fire as soon as they were fully charged. After detecting an enemy attack, the Swifeng actively loaded the evasion plan in the pre-programmed program. Although the railgun's firing range is not much different from that of the Swifeng, its shooting accuracy is not at the same level as that of the Swifeng. As long as the muzzle of the gun is slightly deflected, even if the Swifeng floats in its original position for them to hit, the burst laser beam will have a high probability of missing the target after accumulating errors of more than 300 kilometers. Not to mention that Swifeng is always in motion. Fortunately, the number of railguns was sufficient. Under the control of the shipboard brain, the Swifeng mechanically evaded its movements and only managed to dodge a few blast lasers. Swifeng, which engaged the battle on the starboard side, was hit by a railgun, and its outer armor was damaged in many places. Fortunately, the starboard side is where the probe assembly is located. This was deliberately arranged by Qi Yiming in order to effectively protect the Guardian so that she could repair the hull in time at the critical moment. Our ship was attacked, with 3 hits and 5.7% damage to the outer armor, unable to penetrate the armor. Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the damage report of the ship's brain. The main reason is that Wang Sen and the others have overestimated the attack power of the railgun. Even if Qi Yiming has confidence in the Swifeng, everyone around him is talking about the railgun, so Qi Yiming cannot help but not worry. However, it is still necessary to reduce the damage received from attacks as much as possible. The prefabricated evasion procedures of the shipboard brain are too rigid and should only be used unless there is no other way. Qi Yiming explained to the couple standing on the bridge while setting the bow orientation of the Swifeng on the control console. Following Qi Yiming's control, the Swifeng began to accelerate laterally at a distance of 370,000 kilometers from the enemy's defense line. 3.7 million kilometers is the optimal design distance of the Swifeng's main gun under the control program of the probe. At this distance, the Swifeng can be said to have perfect shots. Coupled with the additional 4 auxiliary power furnaces transformed from Swifeng's main battleship Lightning by combining the 2 frigate engines, she can provide sufficient instant energy for the battleship. This has significantly improved Swifeng's acceleration. The enemy ship is accelerating laterally, continuing. The radar director in the main control room of the Flying Eagle Federation defense line promptly reported the status of the Swifeng. Can the railgun's tracking speed keep up with that of the Swifeng? Gao Fei looked at the white dot that suddenly lit up more than 3 million kilometers away. It was the tail flame produced by the Swifeng's sudden acceleration. If the enemy ship continues at this acceleration, the railgun will only be able to track it for 5 minutes at most. Where did this monster battleship come from? Gao Fei cursed in a low voice. Attention, all ships, line up in a diamond shape. The whole army attacks. After learning that the tracking speed of the railgun was likely to be thrown off by the Swifeng, Gao Fei knew that his fleet had to risk leaving the defense line to attack the enemy ships. If left alone, the Swifeng will sooner or later wipe out all the railguns on the front line. After looking at the direction of the home star through the porthole, he resolutely ordered the engine power of his fleet to be turned on to the maximum, intending to approach the enemy ship as quickly as possible. Lower the bridge to cover the armor, belonging to the border guard fleet, follow the maneuver of this ship. This was the first impact order given by Gao Cheng since the war started, and it also became the last impact order in his life. Because of the altitude, the Flying Eagle Federation reported earlier that it was a battleship attacking the defense line, and there were 2 of them. So Gao Fei brought almost all the capable battleships with him when he came for reinforcements. Including the high-altitude cruisers, the Flying Eagle Federation had a total of 5 cruisers, 23 destroyers, and 30 frigates to launch a group charge. The scene was quite spectacular. But magnificence cannot be regarded as combat effectiveness. The hands of the Flying Eagle Federation fleet are too short. During the impact, they could only watch as Swifeng called out the railguns on the defense line one by one. Only 10 minutes had passed since the battle began, and only 6 of the 13 railguns were left under Swifeng's precise attack. There was no damage to the missile launch nest, but despite the great efforts of the combatants, 3 rounds were fired. Under the dense barrage of Swifeng's secondary guns, only a dozen missiles hit the Swifeng. Less than 30% of Swifeng's outer armor was lost front and rear. Even if Qi Yiming did not switch to combat mode, the Guardian could still repair the damaged parts of the battleship at a slow speed. 30% of the total damage was reflected on the Swifeng, only 10.3%. Gao Cheng, order your fleet to block the enemy's firing angle. If this continues, the defense line will not be able to hold. Gao Fei reluctantly ordered Gao Cheng to take his men to block the muzzle. At the moment of launching the attack, Gao Cheng had already realized this. Facing such a strange enemy, it is impossible to defeat him without sacrifice. I will apply to the military for special military merit for you and your men. Gao Fei added. The border garrison fleet, which had no worries, completely put aside all concerns. All engines were overloaded, and the tail flames from the tail were instantly brighter. The enemy ship entered the secondary gun range. The Swifeng shipboard intelligent brain issued an alarm as soon as it detected that the enemy ship entered the range. Gao Cheng was also unambiguous. As soon as the fleet rushed into the missile range, he ordered the entire fleet to fire. Gao Cheng was very good at grasping the timing, and the launch order was not issued casually. The fleet was ordered to fire only when the missiles launched from its own missile launch nest passed through its own fleet. Although the number of missiles fired by the fleet was not large, the missiles fired from the defense line also caused considerable trouble to the Swifeng for a while. The originally stable armor damage line instantly soared to 25%. It was not because the firepower density of the Swifeng was reduced, but the number of incoming missiles had exceeded the maximum limit that the Swifeng could handle. Qi Yiming had no choice but to change the combat mode. Intelligent brain, load the main control program of the Guardian. Loading. With Qi Yiming's order, the external form of the Swifeng did not change much, the attack frequency was only slightly reduced, and it instantly returned to the original frequency. Only the internal energy pipeline underwent a huge change. The energy pipeline that originally led to the exploration suddenly dimmed, and only a very low energy supply was provided to the exploration to maintain this basic combat state. And the energy pipeline leading to the Guardian suddenly had a violent energy passing through the pipeline to the Guardian. The Guardian, with excessive energy supply, was like a frightened wild horse running wildly, and the nanorobot production line placed inside it was running at superpower. A large number of nanorobots came to the damaged part of Swifeng through the exit, repairing the outer armor destroyed by the missile at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the Swifeng Injury Management interface, the armor damage value dropped rapidly at a rate of 1% per second. In less than 20 seconds, the starboard side of Swifeng, which had been completely destroyed, restored its original appearance. Chapter 30. Faced with the sudden changes in the Swifeng, the Flying Eagle Federation fleet was in an uproar. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly came to Gao Fei. Gao Cheng even yelled in despair on the bridge, "Is this a battleship? Who has ever seen a battleship that can heal itself? Send a directed communication and request the captain on the other side to call." Gao Fei knew that if the fight continued, their fleet would definitely not be able to find a favor. Why not negotiate with the other side to see what the other side wanted to do? In the Swifeng bridge, Qi Yiming looked at the communication request prompt and refused without even thinking about it. You can use your feet to figure out that the Flying Eagle Federation's request for communication at this time is nothing more than asking him why he attacked the Flying Eagle Federation, and by the way, trying to see if the crisis can be resolved through peaceful means. As a human being, Qi Yiming was very angry at the Eagle Federation's acquiescence in orbital bombing, and of course he would not give the other party a chance to make peace. Moreover, his bet with Wang Zhengfeng was to wipe out all the combat power of the Flying Eagle Federation. How could he complete the bet if they made peace? The other party refused to call. The communications director looked at Gao Fei in panic. In desperation, Gao Fei could only order the fleet to attack with all its strength and rush into the effective firing range of the main guns of each ship in the shortest possible time. After Swifeng switched to combat mode, its ultra-long-range strike effect was significantly reduced. The railgun that originally only required 1 round of bombardment now requires 2 rounds of intensive barrage. If you are unlucky, it may even take 3 rounds of bombardment to destroy a railgun. After the Guardian main control program was mounted, the shooting accuracy dropped rapidly, adding many variables to the battle. In addition, the warships of the Flying Eagle Federation were gradually entering the optimal range of their main guns, so Qi Yiming decided to temporarily withdraw from the railgun's firing range and defeat the enemy fleet first. After receiving the order, the Swifeng turned its bow and slowly exited the range of the railgun. The enemy ship is retreating. The radar chief reported to Gao Fei. Retreat? Gao Fei, who was originally prepared to fight to the death, seemed to see hope of survival again, and hurriedly looked at the battlefield situation map in the center of the bridge. No, it doesn't look like a retreat. Gao Fei rubbed his chin and thought carefully, the retreat speed shouldn't be so slow. It feels like he is waiting for us. Gao Fei seemed to have caught some important information, and quickly ordered in the fleet channel, every ship should pay attention to avoidance. The enemy ships are looking for opportunities to fight with our fleet. Before he finished speaking, 6 burst laser beams flew from Swifeng's position, followed immediately by a continuous stream of laser beams, which were barrages fired by Swifeng's secondary guns. The 6 burst lasers first penetrated a frigate of the Flying Eagle Federation, and then hit a destroyer behind the frigate. After penetrating the outer armor of the destroyer, the scorching energy beam disappeared into the universe. The laser beams fired by the secondary guns also damaged several warships. After seeing the results of the battle, Yiming remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to order Hineo to adjust the charging time of the secondary gun to the normal firing frequency. The lack of manpower on the ship simply affects the combat effectiveness. Qi Yiming complained and ordered Hineo, adjust the charging time of the secondary battery to the normal state. But even the slightly less powerful secondary gun attack made Gao Fei sweat and tremble all over. Damn it, this is a destroyer? You have the firepower of a battleship, you are wearing the skin of a destroyer, and you come to a remote place like ours to bully children. Do you still have a sense of public morality? Gao Fei really wanted to grab the commander on the opposite side. The caller asked the other party loudly. Gao Gao, who was rushing at the front, was already in despair. He could clearly see Swifeng's bow main gun aimed at his ship. Gao Cheng and his crew had already taken the last posture in their lives, preparing to welcome death. But as I waited and waited, it felt like a full century had passed, and the expected death had not come. Hell, you're just firing. How scary is this feeling of waiting to die? Don't you have some ideas in your heart? Gao Cheng slightly loosened his right hand covering his eyes and looked through his fingers. Look at the picture returned by the battlefield monitor. However, the Swifeng had already turned its guns towards the cruiser on the right side of the ship. Angry, Gao Cheng yelled, "Damn it, you don't want to play like this. Either give me a good time or get out of here." Before he finished speaking, he shut up again. Because Swafeng's stern main gun had been aimed at his ship at some point, and the slight blue light emitted from the muzzle showed that it had begun to charge. At this time, Gao Cheng actually felt a sense of relief and shed tears of emotion unconsciously. The next second, a light that blinded a Krypton gold dog's eyes flashed in front of Gao Cheng's eyes. The Swafeng's front and rear main guns hit the two cruisers respectively without any accidents, and it was an old drama that captured the soul. Seeing his nephew's ship being sunk before his eyes, Gao Fei couldn't bring up a trace of hatred. The performance of the opponent's warship was so powerful that he lost all will to resist for a while. After Swafeng's main guns sank two cruisers, the secondary guns also began to show their power. Although the design frequency of the secondary battery with adjusted attack intensity has been reduced, when facing the frigates and destroyers of the Flying Eagle Federation, one round of bombardment can often sink or damage 7 or 8 warships. How many warships did the Flying Eagle Federation participate in the battle? A few volleys of secondary artillery fire completely penetrated their formation. Along the way where the Flying Eagle Federation fleet attacked, there were scattered the wreckage of warships in various postures. The bodies of many Flying Eagle Federation combatants were scattered around the wreckage. Gao Fei's mood at this time can no longer be described as despair, and his mind is blank at this moment. A huge defeat is just around the corner, and the Flying Eagle Federation is finished. These were Goofy's last thoughts. After the few remaining cruisers in the fleet were sunk one after another, the remaining frigates and destroyers completely lost their fighting spirit and turned around and fled. Looking at the fleeing enemies, Qi Yiming still did not pursue them. He had enough time to order the Swafeng to switch to combat mode, and the probe's main control system was activated again. Swafeng started the demolition work again. When the news of the failure was transmitted back to the Eagle Federation's capital planet, Eagle Star, the senior officials of the Eagle Federation immediately exploded. There was a flurry of excitement in the government building. Many senior officials dropped their things and went home to pack up their belongings and prepare to run away. The Swafeng broke through 2 lines of defense in less than 3 hours, and swept through the Eagle Federation fleet like a chopping of melons and vegetables. It was already a day later that the news was transmitted back to the Grey Rock Star through the internal communication. At that time, Wang Sen was inspecting the energy block production factory with his confidants. There is no way, most of the family's energy blocks have been replaced by the black-hearted Qi Yiming. As a result, they no longer had any extra energy blocks to distribute to other retainers, so they could only increase their power to expand production. When Wang Sen learned that Qi Yiming single-handedly broke through the 2 defense lines of the Flying Eagle Federation, he fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he saw his father and brother lying on the hospital bed on his left and right sides respectively. Chapter 31. When Wang Zhengfeng woke up, his first reaction was to order his subordinates to quickly organize manpower to support Qi Yiming. Ancestors, move quickly. If you go late, the capital star will be occupied by others. Wang Zhengfeng jumped in anger when he saw his men walking leisurely. Just then Wang Sen woke up, pulled his father and asked, "Father, is the matter about Mr. Qi true?" Wang Zhengfeng twitched his lips, "Hurry up, pack up and take people to the capital star of the Eagle Federation. Mr. Qi has too few people and no one to help him fight the ground battle." Only then did Wang Sen recover from the shock. He rushed out of the room without even having time to put on his shoes, shouting at others to organize manpower along the way. He himself quickly headed to the airport to dispatch a large number of transport ships to wait for people to board the ship. Wang Dong squinted his eyes and watched secretly. Looking at his father who was shouting anxiously and his elder brother rushing out of the door, Wang Dong was really unhappy. At this time, his heart was full of complaints. "Old man Feng, you big-tailed wolf. We agreed to organize the manpower to raid the Zheng family. It's been so long and there's no movement at all." On the other side, Qi Yiming continued to advance towards the belly of the Flying Eagle Federation after completing another demolition operation. There is no suspense in the rest of the battle. Oh, no. It should be said that there was no suspense in this surprise battle from the beginning. For the upgraded Swafeng, it was already clear to Qi Yiming that it was invincible below the cruiser level. If the Flying Eagle Federation's defense line had not been well managed, it wouldn't have even taken 3 hours for Qi Yiming to sweep them away. When he arrived at the third line of defense of the Flying Eagle Federation, Qi Yiming encountered no resistance at all. After spending an hour doing the demolition, the raid on the Eagle Federation came to an end for the time being. All that was left was the ground battle. Before the Wang family sent people, he could only cruise around the Eagle Star and sweep away the fish that had slipped through the net. Qi Yiming was quite certain that the Wang family would send someone here. He believed that Wang Zhengfeng would always be paying attention to his actions. If I'm not wrong, the reinforcement fleet sent by the family master will arrive in the next few days. Qi Yiming stood in front of the huge porthole and looked at the dark green planet outside, and said to the couple standing behind him. In the past 2 days, you two will take turns commanding the Suifeng to clear out the remaining power of the Eagle Galaxy. I will guide you from the side. Qi Yiming turned around and looked at the star-crossed couple. The couple was obviously stunned, followed by ecstasy. Chen Cheng ran to the captain's seat in a few steps and sat down on it. Hao Qingkai looked at the extremely excited Chen Cheng with a gloomy face, and just snorted, and Chen Cheng took the initiative to give up the captain's seat with a wink. Qi Yiming suppressed a smile. Okay, this is still bronchitis. The two temporary captains gradually mastered the battleship command in the past few days while waiting for reinforcements from the Wang family. Although they made many mistakes at the beginning, they were both talented and soon got better and became familiar with the basic process of battleship command. Now, Qi Yiming finally has 2 people of his own who can be somewhat useful. The 2 men took turns commanding the warships to clear the warships, which continued until Wang Sen led the fleet to come for support. To put it mildly, it is a fleet. In fact, the only ones that can fight are Wang Sen's struggle frigate and a destroyer. The rest are transport ships filled with ground combat personnel, a total of 5 ships. The people in the transport ship are packed like sardine cans. Sure enough, the people in the Marine Corps are all low-class people. In fact, after Qi Yiming's raids and intimidation these days, there are not many troops on the Eagle Star who are willing to resist. The ground battle was fought lightly, almost as an armed march. It took more than a month to take over the entire Eagle Star ground defense facility and restore public order. By the time everything was settled, it was already a month and a half before Qi Yiming set off back to the Suant Galaxy. Qi Yiming has been the center of attention wherever he goes this month, and his combat prowess in the raid has won him the respect of many parties. Especially the senior officials of the former Flying Eagle Federation, they were mainly disrespectful. Didn't you see how many people followed him before he went out? Not to mention his own people, wherever Qi Yiming has been, people from the Wang family will cast their eyes with admiration and envy. Wang Sen is even more of a follower, following Qi Yiming all day long, and now he can tell what Qi Yiming is going to do as soon as he raises his hand, acting like a butler. It won't work otherwise. Qi Yiming is now a great help to their Wang family and should be worshipped like their ancestor. Whether the Wang family can dominate the Suanmu Star territory depends entirely on this person. How could Wang Sen neglect him? But Qi Yiming's left eyelid has been twitching these past 2 days. Is the left eye jumping to wealth or disaster? It should be wealth jumping, right? I also helped Wang Jiaping lose the Flying Eagle Federation. 180 energy blocks shouldn't be much, right? Qi Yiming muttered softly. After completing the complete occupation of the Flying Eagle Galaxy, Qi Yiming and Wang Sen completed the handover procedures with the personnel who came to take over and set off back to the Suant Galaxy. On the way, Qi Yiming was still imagining Wang Zhengfeng handing him a large pile of energy blocks in pain, and he giggled from time to time. The couple in charge of the voyage once thought that Mr. Qi, who created the legend of single-handedly destroying the country, had lost his mind. But when Qi Yiming and the others returned to the Suant Galaxy, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Qi Yiming even burst into tears. What the hell, why did you get beaten up and come to your hometown again? Qi Yiming seriously doubted whether the Wang family could still be a competent collaborator. Who could bear to have people overthrow their old nest at every turn? When he got closer to the battlefield and took a closer look, he saw an old acquaintance. Zhang Hu once again led the fleet into the hinterland of the Wang family. This time, he confidently led his fleet to pursue the Wang family's defeated army. Since their last failed raid on the Wang family, the Zhang family has been guarding against the Wang family's revenge. They even used their money to secretly purchase 2 cruisers, just waiting for the Wang family to come. But after waiting and waiting for the Wang family's revenge, Zhang Hu almost gave up the ambush plan. But just half a month ago, Fang Min, the elder of the Wang family, suddenly appeared at Zhang Hu's scheduled ambush battlefield with a large fleet. What else is there to say? With the home field advantage and some calculations, the Wang fleet suffered heavy losses. In one encounter, the fleet brought by Fang Min lost half of its destroyers, plus the cruiser purchased by Wang Dong. There was no need to fight the next battle. Fang Min first braved the firepower of the Zhang family and tried his best to find Wang Dong's ship from the group of life capsules ejected from various battleships. Then he led Wang Dong to fight and retreat. In the end, because of the heavy casualties, the fleet turned from retreat to rout. In this way, the Wang family's core fleet was like delivering food, taking the initiative to deliver it to people's doorsteps and letting them take a bite. After finishing the meal, they returned to the Suant galaxy with the person who bit them. Wang Zhengfeng was not prepared for this at all. By the time he knew the news of the fleet's defeat, people from the Zheng family were already knocking on the door. Wang Zhengfeng spat out a mouthful of old blood and fell straight to the ground. Chapter 32. At this moment, it was impossible for Qi Yiming to change partners, so he could only drive the Suifeng into the battlefield with a sad face. Can your Wang family still be reliable? Once I go out and let people visit your Wang family's lair, can we still cooperate happily? Qi Yiming looked at Wang Sen, who looked anxious in the communicator. What's the hurry? Isn't this still a ground war? We've already entered the ground battle, why don't you worry? If we wait a little longer, maybe we won't have to go. Wang Sen looked at Qi Yiming with a sad face. It's safe. It's safe. As long as I'm here, even if the Zheng family wins the ground battle, I can make him spit it out obediently. Zheng Hu on the Black Tiger squinted his eyes and stared at the situation map of the ground battlefield. Tell the commander of the ground forces that his advance is too slow. If he has not captured the enemy's fortress in area 2243 within 13 hours, he does not need to come back. The adjutant bowed and turned around to deliver the order. Sir, the radar detected a warship entering the battlefield behind our fleet. The radar commander suddenly became nervous. This smell is so familiar, it was the same rhythm during the last raid. Zheng Hu's eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously ordered the fleet to assemble to prepare for the enemy. Mainly because the lesson from last time was still fresh in his mind, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. Fortunately, the situation this time was very different from last time. Last time, before entering the ground battle, he was stabbed in the back from behind the fleet. This time they have entered a ground battle, and their own side has the advantage. He can now rely on the Wang family's defense line to fight a defensive battle. And Zheng Hu didn't think that the Wang family, the battleship that had repelled them last time, could invite them again this time. With the financial resources of the Wang family, it is already very good to be able to invite such a powerful person once, and it is impossible to invite him again in a short period of time. Don't panic, hold on still. Zheng Hu was busy thinking about things, completely unaware of the strange atmosphere permeating the bridge. Most people looked at Zheng Hu with strange eyes. First launch the battlefield monitor to detect the enemy's situation clearly. I have the advantage, hold on tight. Zheng Hu didn't realize at all that the muscles in his face were twitching when he said these words. A few minutes later, the battlefield monitor transmitted back the picture. The scene on the screen is still familiar from last time, a frigate and a battleship of an indescribable level. Zheng Hu's eyelids twitched, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The radar commander said tremblingly, Captain, a high-energy reaction has been detected, and the other party is charging the main gun. The distance. Zheng Hu didn't believe that his luck would be so bad, so he asked a key question without giving up. Radar hesitated for a long time without daring to reply. Distance. Zheng Hu raised his voice and stared at the radar commander. It's 370,000 kilometers away from our ship. Zheng Hu sat down on the seat and kept reminding himself, I have the advantage. I have the advantage. You must hold on, don't waste time. But the next second, bursting laser beams flew towards his fleet like raindrops. The flash of the explosion suddenly illuminated the void around the Black Tiger. Zheng Hu's vision went dark and he almost fainted. Ancestor, why are you back again? Zheng Hu looked at the picture from the monitor with a sad face. No, I still have a chance. Zheng Hu suddenly remembered the two giant railguns that had not been destroyed on the Wang family's defense line. Order the ships to line up in front of the railgun. We still have a chance. The communications commander immediately issued orders to assemble to the warships scattered over the grey rock star. The Black Tiger also began to slowly maneuver toward the railgun. Qi Yiming is not in a hurry to repel the Zheng family's fleet. Their fleet is too scattered. If the attack is too painful and they all withdraw, it will take a lot of effort to attack the Zheng family. Seeing that the Zheng family's fleet was gathering, Qi Yiming slightly slowed down the frequency of attacks and waited for the Zheng family's fleet to complete its assembly. However, even if they deliberately released the water, the Zheng family lost several destroyers and several frigates during the assembly process. One cruiser also suffered heavy damage, and there was a faint intention of withdrawing from the battlefield. During the entire assembly process, Zheng Hu had a fierce battle between the two villains in his mind. In the end, the villain who had the advantage's mind was slightly better. Having strengthened his will to fight, Zheng Hu no longer hesitated. Although some battleships were lost, the situation is slowly improving. Didn't you see that the opponent's firepower intensity dropped a lot? After sending someone to restart the railgun, Zheng Hu felt more at ease and prepared to set up a battle formation with the opponent. But the next second Qi Yiming's attack knocked Zheng Hu from heaven to hell. Looking at the slowly disintegrating railgun, Zheng Hu's originally brilliant mind shut down. He really couldn't figure out how a destroyer-sized warship could have the energy to support such a high-intensity blast laser attack. "Captain, do we still have the upper hand?" the adjutant asked in a low voice, looking at Zheng Hu, who was stunned at the captain's seat. "Take advantage of your sister and retreat quickly." Zheng Hu almost cried. He really couldn't figure out where the Wang family got the thigh from and why the Zheng family couldn't find it. However, Qi Yiming was not prepared to let go of the Zheng family's fleet from the beginning. When the attack began, he drove the Swifeng to slowly close the distance between the two sides. Zheng Hu didn't notice the whole time that the Swifeng was less than 150,000 kilometers away from his fleet. This is the misalignment distance of Swifeng's two main guns. Any closer and the warships on both sides will be too fast to track the main guns, resulting in a sharp drop in hit rate. For Swifeng, 150,000 kilometers can already easily destroy the Zheng family's fleet. When attacking the Flying Eagle Federation, the Swifeng was wary of the railguns on the defense line. Now that he no longer had this worry, Qi Yiming prepared to have a close battle with the opponent. Yes, close range. For the Swifeng, within 200,000 kilometers is considered a close-range attack. Swifeng, the power furnace is at full power output. Following Qi Yiming's command, a main power furnace in Swifeng's power room started humming, and the 4 auxiliary power furnaces surrounding it participated in the work for the first time. The main cannon, which originally took 40 seconds to charge, had its charging time shortened by half, and the secondary cannon was even more exaggerated, spitting out energy beams almost non-stop. The Swifeng launched another attack and immediately destroyed the only remaining railgun on the front line. The next step is basically that college students enter kindergarten and become gods. I don't know whether Qi Yiming did it intentionally or not, but Zheng Hu's ship did not receive special care and survived until the end of the battle. Except for Zheng Hu's Black Tiger, the fleet that participated in the pursuit this time was unscathed. The rest of the warships were either sunk or hit by secondary artillery fire and lost engine power, floating helplessly near the battlefield. "Captain, the other party has sent a communication request." The communication commander breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky to have escaped disaster for the time being. After connecting the communication, Qi Yiming looked at Zheng Hu with a smile. "Do you have any energy blocks? As long as there are enough energy blocks, I can consider letting you go and let you go back." Zheng Hu spurted out a mouthful of old blood and slumped unsteadily on the captain's chair. Chapter 33. Zheng Hu really didn't expect Qi Yiming to be so shameless. This was Qi Qiuo's blackmail. But what can he do? Qi Yiming happily handed over the combat readiness energy block on the Black Tiger. Qi Yiming did not do too much, leaving enough energy for Zheng Hu to go back. He said lightly, "You go. By the way, don't forget to order your ground troops to stop resisting, otherwise you know." In this way, Qi Yiming once again saved the Wang family. When he saw Wang Zhengfeng was crying like a child while pulling Qi Yiming's sleeves with snot and tears. Wang Zhengfeng was tired. When Fang Min led the team to set off, he was also dazzled by the news that Qi Yiming single-handedly destroyed the Flying Eagle Federation fleet. He drifted away. Let Fang Min blow so high in one breath. Feeling proud, he agreed to Fang Min's proposal. Originally, he thought that the Zheng family must be prepared, but it had been several months since the last attack on the Zheng family. No matter how vigilant the Zheng family was, they would not have thought that the Wang family would suddenly attack at this time. But this slap hurt so much. Instead of letting down their guard, the Zheng family spent all their wealth to buy 2 cruisers and waited for the Wang family to deliver food to their door. The Wang family's core fleet, which was deployed in full force, was ambushed and defeated all the way back to the Suan galaxy. Qi Yiming didn't bother to listen to Wang Zhenfeng's explanation. He waved his hand and said, "Where's Fang Min? I want to ask that old boy what he thinks in his head." In fact, all of this really has something to do with Qi Yiming. The main reason is that Qi Yiming's performance was too evil, and he destroyed the Flying Eagle Federation by himself. Wang Sen led the Marines to occupy the capital star of the Flying Eagle Federation, which all contributed to his success as the head of the family. As a staunch supporter of Wang Dong, how could Fang Min sit idly by and ignore this? It was only then that Qi Yiming took advantage of the opportunity to attack the Flying Eagle Federation and forcefully passed the proposal to attack the Zhang family at the retainer meeting, hoping to save Wang Dong from some disadvantages. It's just that I didn't expect that things would backfire and lead to the current situation. Originally, Qi Yiming had planned to lead the Wang family fleet to wipe out the Suanwu Xingyu after defeating the Flying Eagle Federation. However, because the Wang family's core fleet was almost completely destroyed, he had to postpone the action. Fortunately, the trophies brought back from the Flying Eagle Federation gave the Wang family a boost of blood, otherwise Qi Yiming really had plans to find partners for cooperation again. Qi Yiming's journey had a purpose. Ever since he knew that members of the original human federation like him would wake up from time to time and reintegrate into the new world, he became a little nervous. It is true that he wants to return to his hometown to take a look, but more importantly, there is a large amount of scientific research data of the human federation stored in the central brain of the capital star. As long as he can get those scientific research materials, he believes that he can break into his own world even without the help of the Glory Federation. Qi Yiming had to get back there before others arrived, otherwise his authority would be locked by others, and he could only look at the information and sigh. When will you regain your strength? Qi Yiming pushed away Wang Zhengfeng, who was wiping his nose with his sleeve. With the legacy of the Flying Eagle Federation, soon. Wang Zhengfeng thought for a while and then said, there will be a large caravan coming to the Suanwu Star territory recently. I can purchase enough warships through them. It won't be long before our Wang family you can resurrect with full blood. Qi Yiming nodded and said sincerely, if you don't have your own military industry, you can only walk on one leg. Wang Zhengfeng smiled awkwardly. It wasn't that he didn't want to build a warship assembly factory, but that the Wang family really didn't have the strength. Looking at the Suanwu Star territory, no one has the strength to establish a warship assembly factory on its own. First, the industrial strength is not good enough, and the most important thing is that the scientific research strength cannot keep up. They do not have the ability to reverse engineer existing warships. Without drawings, how can they start assembling warships? Half a month later, a huge transport fleet arrived at the Suan Galaxy accompanied by a convoy fleet that Qi Yiming thought was of acceptable strength. The team was led by a slightly stout middle-aged man who called himself Fatty Tang. Wherever he goes he always has a professional smile on his face. His caravan should have already inquired about the current situation of the Wang family when they came. It has to be said that profiteers are profiteers. When they quoted Wang Zhengfeng, the prices of various models of warships had almost increased by 20%. Wang Zhengfeng could only hold his nose and admit it. Wang Zhengfeng purchased 5 cruisers and 20 destroyers at one time. Such a big deal made Fatty Tang laugh so hard that he couldn't even see his eyes. He still had a conscience, and when Wang Zhengfeng proposed to buy frigates, he sold Wang Zhengfeng 27 frigates, half for sale and half for free. However, Wang Zhengfeng wanted too much at one time. Even if he gave Wang Zhengfeng all the second-hand goods in the escort fleet, he would not be able to fill the hole. Besides, Fatty Tang has to go to other star regions to trade, so the combat effectiveness of the escort fleet must be guaranteed. He said to Wang Zhengfeng, I will send a message to the headquarters and ask them to send a group of warships. It won't take long. In this way, the caravan temporarily stopped in the Suan Galaxy, waiting for the headquarters to deliver the goods. For a time, various entertainment centers on the Grey Rock Star were overcrowded, and people from the caravan came to the surface of the planet for vacation while taking advantage of their rest. In the bar, Qi Yiming was chatting with Wang Sen. He was a little distracted. The main topic of conversation between the two caravans in the booth behind him aroused Qi Yiming's interest. Have you heard? The Wanluo Empire discovered a mysterious battleship in the K332 galaxy. I've heard about it too. It's said that the Empire lost many fleets because of that battleship. I heard that the battleship is a relic of our ancestors. Do you still need to hear about it? It's obvious. It's a pity that the battleship's self-defense system is always in working condition. As long as a battleship approaches her, it will be attacked by a burst laser with intensity close to that of a battleship. How many years have passed, and the energy on that battleship has not been exhausted. The relics of the ancestors are really elusive. Hearing this, Qi Yiming's heart flew away. A battleship from the Human Federation era? Is it a warship of the Strategic Strike Fleet? Mr. Qi, what are you thinking about? You are drinking. Wang Sen, who was a little drunk, did not notice anything unusual about Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming can't think of drinking now. No, I have to go and see, what if it's a modular battleship? Thinking about his own concerns, Qi Yiming raised his glass to fool Wang Sen. After coming out of the bar and looking for someone to take the drunk Wang Sen back to his residence, Qi Yiming went directly to find Wang Zhengfeng. Wang Zhengfeng was now more friendly to Qi Yiming than he was to his father. He invited Qi Yiming into the living room to warm him up, and sat upright to listen to Qi Yiming's reason for coming. I have to go on a trip, I don't know how long it will take, but I will come back as soon as possible. Qi Yiming said the purpose of his trip directly without being polite. Wang Zhengfeng was stunned at first, and then he said with a smile when he heard Qi Yiming said he would come back, Mr. Qi, feel free to go, I will reorganize the Wang family fleet as soon as possible and wait for Mr. Qi to come back so that I can sweep across the Suanwu Star territory. Chapter 34. 2 days later, Qi Yiming quietly left the Suan galaxy with the energy block given to him by the Wang family. Watching Qi Yiming leave, Wang Zhengfeng burst into tears again. The thighs are thick, but they are a bit energy-consuming. Before leaving this time, Qi Yiming deliberately selected some war orphans on the Grey Rock Star. Through the raid on the Flying Eagle Federation, he once again realized the loss caused by lack of manpower to his combat effectiveness. These orphans have just grown up and have not been brainwashed by the Wang family, so Qi Yiming is relatively safe to use them. There are also members of the guards. After solid training, the Yaluo people are still capable of fulfilling the tasks of the guards. So Qi Yiming simply filled up the number of guards at once, and once again selected more than 200 people from the Yaluo planet who had not yet integrated into the Wang family system. In addition, those who were boarding the ship for the first time just made up the manpower of the ship's guard. As for the training issue, Qi Yiming decided to take it slow on the road. Guard personnel only need to master the use of individual weapons in the ship, which is not difficult. As for the technical positions, we can only rely on those orphans. Fortunately, they all received a good education before reaching adulthood. Qi Yiming grouped them according to different positions on the warship during the voyage. He dug out the textbooks from his time at the Battleship Command Academy from the Guardian and taught these children in a cram-like manner. The children also lived up to their expectations. After a short period of training, they initially mastered the equipment for their respective positions. The only thing left is to rely on time to accumulate experience. After a short journey, the Swafeng arrived at the border of the Suanwu starfield. Qi Yiming has always been curious about how humans today achieve cross-star navigation. Now he knew that a mode of transportation that had been eliminated long ago in the Human Federation era, bridge jumping, appeared in front of him. This is a mode of transportation that has been eliminated by the Human Federation for hundreds of years. I didn't expect to see it here again. The way the bridge jumper works is simple, his direction is fixed. After consuming a certain amount of energy, it can make a directional jump of hundreds of light years. Depending on the distance, there will be 1 or 2 bridge jumps as a connection. Although this method consumes energy, it prevents the fleet from getting lost on the way. The jumping bridge was jointly funded by major business groups to make it easier for their trade fleets to travel across the star fields more safely. Later, it was gradually opened to individuals. Of course, the energy to activate the bridge jump had to be borne by the individual, and they would charge a certain fee as funds to maintain the bridge jump. Fortunately, Wang Zhengfeng gave Qi Yiming a sum of money when he set out. Although the amount was not large, it was enough to cover the cost of using the jumping bridge. Without staying at the border of the Suanwu Star territory for too long, after paying a usage fee, the Swafeng entered the jump mode as the bridge jump was activated. Half a month later, Qi Yiming drove Swafeng to the territory of Wanluo Empire. At the border of the empire, Qi Yiming was extorted of a large amount of tolls, 2 energy blocks, which Qi Yiming has never forgotten. However, the man was quite kind. After receiving the energy block, he sent Qi Yiming a set of data. After analysis by the ship's brain, Qi Yiming knew that it was a star map of the Empire's territory. But what makes Qi Yiming angry is that such lousy things as star maps can be obtained for free at any free port set up by the Empire in various colonial systems. Qi Yiming felt that his IQ had been crushed, and he felt very unhappy. As a result, the personnel on the ship were miserable and suffered from Qi Yiming's devilish training for more than 10 days. Finally, the devil's training stopped after reaching a resting point planned by Qi Yiming. It has to be said that after arriving in the Empire, Chi Yiming regained a little bit of the feeling of the Human Federation era. A free airport anchored in the high orbit of a habitable planet is home to a dazzling array of spacecraft of all types. Those were private spaceships belonging to the citizens of the Empire, as well as some battleships, which were forcibly isolated on the other side of the airport. Chi Yiming followed the guidance of the airport and parked the Swifeng into the berth. Then he said to the members on the ship, "I'll give you a few days off and have a good rest, but you are not allowed to leave the airport. Your respective communicators must be turned on at all times. We can't stop here for a few days." After all, they were all half-grown children, and the long space voyage was really tiring for them, so they rushed out of the Swifeng with a roar of laughter. As for the Yaluo people, they disembarked from the ship in an orderly manner under the leadership of Chen Cheng and his wife. They are still not used to this kind of space travel. After all, they have stepped from the industrial age to the cosmic age. It is understandable that Chi Yiming is not used to it. Just in case, Chi Yiming asked the couple to organize them to disembark in batches to experience life. Chi Yiming took 2 Yaluo people who seemed to have good minds to act as escorts and entered the airport to inquire about the K332 galaxy. "You wouldn't know if you didn't ask." Chi Yiming was frightened and trembled when he asked. "I learned from several drunkards that the Empire had recently organized a large fleet to go to the K332 system again, hoping to use up the number of ships to exhaust the energy of the battleship." Chi Yiming knew in his heart that no matter whether the warship was a modular warship of the Strategic Strike Fleet, the energy on it would not last long, and he had to go to the K332 galaxy as soon as possible. Chi Yiming did not dare to stay at the airport for long. After replenishing materials, he called back the crew members who had just let themselves go amidst howls of disappointment. The Swifeng was on the road again. This time the journey was not too far. It only took them 3 days to arrive at another free airport near the K332 galaxy. This place is different from the place where they first settled down. All they see are warships of various types. It seems that there are quite a few people who want to get that battleship. Chi Yiming looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little troubled. Even ignoring the Empire's fleet, with so many warships operating alone, it seemed that he had to speed up his actions, otherwise the warships, which were already low on energy, might be towed away at any time. Fortunately, Imperial officials did not block the route to K332. They offered a huge reward. As long as anyone could enter the battleship and successfully gain control, the Empire would pay a high price for it. The amount offered is enough for a person to live freely in any country for the rest of his life. When passing the last navigation point, someone from the Empire specially sent Chi Yiming a space coordinate and registered Chi Yiming's detailed information. Of course Chi Yiming was not that stupid. His identity information had been properly handled at the border when he entered the Empire. Of course, the border official who had extorted a large sum of money from him helped handle it. Based on the obtained position mark, the ship's intelligent brain made a precise positioning. Chi Yiming no longer delayed and ordered Swifeng's newly appointed navigator to set off. As soon as the Swifeng escaped from the jump, the ship's brain sent out a message. Received the identification code sent by the Redemption. Attention! The Redemption has unlocked the ship. Chi Yiming felt ecstatic when he heard this piece of information. It's really a modular battleship. It's actually the Redemption. I'm not afraid of large-scale team battles now. Chi Yiming rubbed his hands together excitedly, but his brows were still furrowed. Taking away the Redemption is very simple for Chi Yiming, just combine her with the Swifeng. The problem is how to take away the Redemption without anyone knowing. After all, there are many battleships around the Redemption trying to get close to her. Chapter 35. Looking at the various warships surrounding the Redemption, Chi Yiming really couldn't think of any good ideas for a while. He once tried to change the control authority without boarding the Redemption, but unfortunately failed. This was a tricky situation. The energy on the Redemption could run out at any time, so Chi Yiming had to find a way quickly. First think of a way to send the energy block to the Redemption. We have to let the Redemption cooperate and put on a show. Chi Yiming's eyes lit up and he immediately got up and walked towards the battleship warehouse. There was a single pilot traffic boat docked there, and Chi Yiming was preparing to drive her to the Redemption. After Chi Yiming left the bridge, Chen Cheng temporarily took over the command of Swifeng. Chen Cheng, send a forced duel message to the Redemption. This is a game mode in the Strategic Strike Fleet. It is a training to train each warship to deal with encounters. At the moment when the forced duel message is received, the two warships can bombard each other with the lowest attack intensity, and the dueled warship will enter duel mode under any circumstances until one party admits defeat or the system determines that one party has failed. This energy intensity will leave some scars on the outer armor of the battleship at most, but will not be able to cause any substantial damage to the battleship. The Redemption has confirmed to activate duel mode. Chen Cheng reported the situation of the Redemption through the communicator. Let the Swifeng come closer. Just treat the Redemption as a hostile warship, just to test the training effect during this period. Qi Yiming jumped into the cockpit of the traffic boat with a box containing energy blocks in his hand. Swifeng's actions were clearly visible to the surrounding battleship members. There was a lot of noise in their improvised chat channel. Is this new warship so reckless? Has her captain inquired about the situation of that warship? Wait and see how he dies. I said, should we remind him? A kind-hearted captain spoke in the channel. What's the reminder? You still think there aren't enough battleships around? One less competitor counts as one. A sharp voice competed for space in the channel. So everyone looked at Swifeng, which was gradually approaching the Redemption, with farewell eyes. Look, we're about to enter the range of the battleship's main gun. The channel that had been quiet for a few minutes became lively again. I bet that this battleship can survive 2 rounds of bombardment and 2 energy blocks. Does anyone dare to bet? Xiao Qi, are you so generous? I'm following you. I bet that battleship can last more than 3 rounds of bombardment. A sweet voice came from the channel, but the words he said made it impossible to connect with this intoxicating voice. Together. Hey! Sister Pao, do you know the captain of that battleship? Are you so optimistic about him? The person known as Xiao Qi seemed to be familiar with the female captain and spoke very casually. I took the answer. A few people made a bet in a few words, and the Swifeng also entered the main gun range of the Redemption. Strictly speaking, the Redemption is not a battleship, but an auxiliary ship. Her hull only carries a triple main gun at the stern, and a strange-looking main gun at the bow. The barrel is long and thin, and there are rings wrapped around the outside of the barrel, from large to small, connecting to each other and extending to the muzzle. There are quite a lot of secondary guns on the Redemption, with a total of 16 guns on the left and right sides of the ship. The special weapons carried on her hull, when combined with the Guardian, can accurately launch the nanorobots produced by the Guardian onto the hull of a friendly ship, thereby assisting the friendly ship in repairing damaged armor. And it can transmit its own energy to the target warship remotely through the special weapons it carries. This ability has a limited scope of application and is only applicable to modular warships in the Strategic Strike Fleet. Under the anticipation of the onlookers, the Swifeng finally entered the range of the Redemption's main gun. In duel mode, the Redemption opened fire. The triple main gun fired a salvo, and 3 burst laser beams flew towards the Swifeng. The hearts of all the melon eaters were in their throats at this moment, especially Xiao Qi and Sister Pao, who had made a bet. As the temporary captain, Chen Cheng did not disappoint them. He decisively ordered the navigator to keep the rudder on the left side and the engine output to the highest power, and escaped the bombardment far away. Oh, your reaction is very smart. Xiao Qi's voice sounded in the temporary communication channel again. The captain seems to be a newbie. His reaction was a bit too big. The engines seemed to be working at full power. Sister Gun saw something different. Here, why did he fight back? I wonder if everyone thinks that battleship is a treasure. An extremely nervous voice suddenly appeared in the channel. Don't be nervous. Don't you know that the outer armor of that battleship is very protective? Sister Gun's voice sounded much more relaxed. Then you can't fire casually. What if you break something? Before the man finished speaking, 6 blast laser beams fired from Swifeng's main gun accurately hit the Redemption, but only left a few shallow scars on her outer armor. Look, I'm right. That battleship can't break through the defenses on the other side. Sister Cannon's clear laughter reached the ears of the captains of the battleships participating in the discussion from the communication channel. The message Chen Cheng saw was, the main gun hit, and the Redemption's armor damage was 12%. Tens of seconds later, the Redemption fired again. This time Swifeng was not as lucky as last time and was hit hard. The moment the Swifeng was hit, the painful howls of a man and a woman came from the temporary communication channel. Everyone else laughed too. He was hit in the second round of shelling. This captain is pretty good. Wait, why is that battleship still fighting back? Someone discovered something unusual about the Swifeng. According to past experience, as long as a battleship enters the main gun range of the Redemption, the cruiser and below will basically be bombarded by one round to send you to God. If you are lucky, you can get another round. However, the Swafeng was clearly hit by a round of shelling, and all of them were hit, but it didn't happen at all and continued to shoot at each other with the redemption. Can any master explain what's going on? Shouldn't the normal process be to kill with one shot? Could it be that there was a private pie transaction between the battleship and the ancient relic? The performance of the Swafeng suddenly detonated the temporary communication channel, and everyone speculated about the situation of the Swafeng. But what happened next surprised them even more. When Swafeng got close enough, a small traffic boat was suddenly released from the stern of the ship. I wonder, what is this for? To forcefully push off the ship? Doesn't he know that the battleship hasn't even found the entrance yet? Xiao Qi could no longer care about his bet at this time. He had been completely distracted by the strange movements of the Swafeng. Sister Gun, who had been very active in the channel just now, also fell silent. She stood on the bridge of her own ship and carefully watched Swafeng's every move through the optical tracking radar. I saw the traffic boat nimbly dodging the blast laser between the two battleships, quickly approaching the redemption. Chapter 36. Qi Yiming drove the traffic boat and deliberately flew around the area where the two warships were fighting. He was not worried about friendly fire, because the two warships in dual mode would actively avoid friendly forces before firing. Although Qi Yiming was driving only a traffic boat, it was still considered a friendly force in the identification friend or foe system. Qi Yiming did this just to make the people around him more interested in watching this performance specially arranged for them. The effect was pretty good. The crowd watched nervously as Qi Yiming's small traffic boat shuttled between the bursting laser beams launched by the two battleships, and they forgot to comment for a moment. A few minutes later, with everyone watching nervously, Qi Yiming drove the traffic boat to the side of the redemption. He first circled around the redemption, giving everyone the illusion of looking for the entrance. Why didn't the battleship's secondary guns attack the traffic boat? Someone asked in the temporary channel in surprise. Didn't you see that the secondary battery is busy attacking the enemy? How much of a threat can a traffic boat pose? If you kill the warship that releases it, the people on the traffic boat will naturally become your meal. A captain who looked like a boss gave a lesson. The tone of his subordinate explained everything. Everyone nodded frequently and felt that this should be the reason. What did that traffic boat seem to have found? Someone suddenly shouted in the channel in shock. I saw Qi Yiming driving the traffic boat and landing between the two secondary battery mounts, just blocking everyone's observation angle. What is there between the two secondary guns? Whose warship opened the door at that place? Someone said dismissively in the communication channel. The location where Qi Yiming docked was indeed not the hatch of the redemption, but an emergency escape hatch. Under normal circumstances, emergency escape hatches will not be opened, but Qi Yiming took a trick. He sent a code to the redemption indicating a mechanical problem with the transport boat, requesting an emergency docking. So the redemption opened the emergency escape hatch closest to Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming climbed into the redemption from the escape hatch with the energy block. As Qi Yiming appeared in the ship, the redemption woke up the lighting equipment. Lights came on around him, and the first thing Qi Yiming saw were the bodies of several former Federation crew members. Qi Yiming didn't know what happened inside the ship that year. Logically speaking, the energy blocks in the redemption's warehouse had the largest reserves. No matter what, it will never drift in space forever. Qi Yiming tried to ask the ship's brain to increase his authority. Sure enough, it was another empty battleship, except of course the bodies lying on the ground. Eventually he succeeded in gaining supreme control of the redemption. Qi Yiming quickly walked to the power room, replaced the energy block he brought with him on the redemption, and placed another block in the power room where the energy block was to be replaced. In this way, the redemption will have 2 energy blocks available in a short period of time. Then Qi Yiming climbed back into the traffic boat through the escape hatch without spending any more time on the ship. The whole process took less than 5 minutes and did not arouse the suspicion of the captains on the periphery. Some people even laughed at Qi Yiming in the temporary communication channel for being a fool and wondering what could be found next to the secondary battery mount. Then, amidst the laughter of everyone, Qi Yiming drove the traffic boat back to the Swafeng. The main event is about to take place next. Qi Yiming returned to the Swafeng bridge and immediately took over the command, and issued the order to start the engine of the redemption through the shipboard brain. Holy shit, why did the engine of that battleship ignite? The captain who discovered that the redemption started the engine shouted in the temporary communication channel. Who knew that what would surprise these captains even more was yet to come? Qi Yiming forced the redemption to bypass the identification friend or foe system, increased the attack intensity of the main gun, and fired a shot at the Swifeng's stern warehouse. Before leaving the Swifeng, Qi Yiming ordered the crew to move out all the important supplies from the warehouse and lower the airlock. No one was allowed to enter the warehouse. All this was planned by one of them, and Swifeng's armor was penetrated. Some unimportant supplies left in the warehouse flew out along the breach in the ship's hull like flowers scattered by a goddess. That scene made everyone onlookers mistakenly believe that the Swifeng had suffered heavy damage. Then they saw the snow peak smoothly turning its bow and escaping from the Redemption at high speed. But the problem is that the engine of the Redemption has already been started, and it is closely chasing behind the Swifeng. The captains who were watching were all dumbfounded. When had they ever seen such a situation before? Most of the captains here have been in the K332 galaxy for more than half a year, and have never seen the Redemption move. This sudden change of position was a bit difficult for them to accept. I don't know who yelled in the channel, "What the heck, why are you coming towards me?" Before he finished speaking, the Redemption killed a warship in the onlookers with one shot. Don't forget that although the Redemption is in a duel with the Swifeng, she is still performing a warning mission at the same time. The Redemption will still attack any non-friendly ship that comes within range of her main guns. This stunned the other captains. It took them a while to react, and they cursed wildly. At the same time, they quickly ordered their warships to move and try to stay out of the range of the Redemption's main gun. How could Qi Yiming let these people succeed? His purpose was to mess up the scene, and the messy the better. So Qi Yiming ordered the navigator to fly the Swifeng to the place where the warships were densest. The scene that was originally chaotic because of the sudden change of position of the Redemption was now even more chaotic because of Qi Yiming's saucy maneuvers. The temporary communication channel was abuzz with shouts and curses. "Your uncle, why are you always chasing me?" The captain, known as Xiao Qi, whimpered. Qi Yiming, who didn't have a temporary communication channel, couldn't hear what he was saying at all. When the Redemption passed Xiao Qi destroyer, its 16 secondary guns fired at the same time. The unsuspecting destroyer was instantly penetrated by the blast laser and saw a violent explosion from the inside. Fortunately, Sister Pao was calm and found a way to pull Qi Yiming into the temporary communication channel. "What wicked thing did you do, you little bastard, to let the warships chase you?" Sister Pao asked Qi Yiming all over the place the moment she entered the channel. Qi Yiming said innocently, "I don't know either. I just drove the traffic boat and circled around him." "Then what were you doing behind the secondary battery just now?" "I just want to see if there is a hatch behind the secondary gun." Qi Yiming innocently looked at the gun sister in the communicator with his watery little eyes. Anyway, Qi Yiming made up his mind and didn't know anything about it. Others are on the Swifeng, even if they break the sky, no one will believe that the Redemption is faithfully executing Qi Yiming's orders at this moment. "Damn it, don't come towards me. If you come here again, I will lock down and fire." An unlucky guy who was randomly selected by Qi Yiming angrily threatened Qi Yiming powerlessly in the temporary communication channel. Qi Yiming's face was covered with sweat, and he kept apologizing to the man, I'm sorry, let me borrow it for a while." In fact, he was already happy. In order to make the performance more realistic, Qi Yiming even asked Hao Qingkai to spray water on his face. There was no accident. The battleship that Qi Yiming forced to use was sunk by the Redemption in an instant. It was just a frigate. It was killed by one shot. Qi Yiming was not surprised. Chapter 37. The more chaotic the scene, the easier it was for him to do anything, so he took the Redemption back and forth to various places where warships gathered. As long as Qi Yiming passed by, there would be a lot of excitement. Seeing that the surroundings were disturbed by him, Qi Yiming shouted loudly in the temporary communication channel. "Who the hell can tell me how to get rid of that tail?" Qi Yiming, who has very good acting skills, shouted wildly and forced another way out. "Well, I couldn't borrow it this time." Only then did Qi Yiming realize that he could not continue to act, otherwise he would be betrayed. "Sister Pao." Qi Yiming imitated Xiao Qi title and called in the channel. "If you fart, let it go." Sister Pao replied rudely, still unable to conceal her seductive voice. "Is there an asteroid belt nearby?" After a while, the gun sister said in the communication channel, "The bow of the ship is facing 126 degrees, and the jump engine is charged 73%. According to the data given by the gun sister, Qi Yiming quickly adjusted the direction of Swifeng's bow. At this time, Qi Yiming didn't believe that Sister Pao would lie to him, so he didn't hesitate. After the Swifeng entered jump mode, the Redemption could no longer track it. But what the captains don't know is that the two modular warships in a dual state share position markers in real time. This approach is easy to understand. It is to prevent someone from deliberately avoiding during the duel and prolonging the duel. The Swifeng quickly entered jump mode, and after losing its target, the Redemption quietly stopped in place again. Just as the captains were driving their respective battleships to get closer to observe the situation, the Redemption's engine started again. The direction of the ship's bow is consistent with the direction Swifeng left. The sudden ignition of the engine really startled the captains. I bet, did the captain of that battleship jump into the well just now with his child in his arms? Or was he poaching someone else, and he wanted to pursue them relentlessly? He watched as the Redemption entered the jump immediately after the Swifeng left. Mode, a captain asked weakly over the communication channel. Everyone looked at each other, and some people had already begun to pray for Chi Yiming. Sister Pao looked at the place where the Redemption disappeared in confusion. She seemed to have caught something but she couldn't tell exactly what. Everything went smoothly. Next, Chi Yiming only needed to command the Swifeng to wait in the asteroid belt for a while and deliberately let a few asteroids hit the Swifeng. Then Chi Yiming returned to the captains and let everyone know that he had narrowly escaped death. Sister Pao asked Chi Yiming doubtfully, "Where is that ancient battleship?" "How do I know? I can't even hide. I finally got rid of him. How could I go back and look for him?" Chi Yiming pretended to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Okay, now, the K332 galaxy is so big, it will take at least half a year to find that battleship again." Someone complained. "So what if I find it? It's not like I'm being chased around like a chicken." Sister Pao was straightforward and had no intention of covering up her ugliness. However, the attractive bounty offered by the Empire made no one of the captains present willing to leave, and it was hard for Chi Yiming to say that he was leaving, otherwise the suspicion would be too high. Losing interest in chatting, the captains simply turned the search radar power on their respective battleships to maximum and began to scan the K332 galaxy inch by inch. Sister Pao established a private communication channel with Chi Yiming. "Let's go, you come with me to the asteroid belt." Sister Pao directly sent a formation request to Chi Yiming's Swifeng. Chi Yiming wanted to refuse, but judging from the situation, Sister Pao didn't seem to be an easy fool. Can I not go? I was really chased just now." Chi Yiming said hesitantly, trying hard to show the feeling of escaping from death. "Let's take a look outside. Maybe the battleship can't find you and is still wandering around the asteroid belt." Sister Pao doesn't know, but Chi Yiming knows it very well. When he left the asteroid belt, he still issued a warning order to the Redemption, and then asked the Redemption's onboard brain to hide the Redemption behind an asteroid with a diameter of more than 500 meters. You may not be able to find the Redemption with a long-distance scan, but you can't tell if you scan it from a close distance. But don't other captains know how to go to the asteroid belt and scan it up close? They really know, but they are all pretending to be confused. After all, it is too dangerous to go to the asteroid belt now. If you accidentally enter the range of the Redemption's main gun, a battleship with an average destroyer level among the captains will be dead as long as it enters the range. No one is so stupid as to rush to the front. They believe that sooner or later someone will find the Redemption again, or at worst there will be the Empire's exploration fleet. An individual can give up looking for the Redemption because of the danger, but it is absolutely impossible for the Empire's fleet to give up looking for the Redemption. But Sister Pao's current behavior is a bit suspicious. Chi Yiming really can't understand why Sister Pao is willing to risk huge risks to find the Redemption, and then drag him with Chi Yiming after it's over. "Although I don't know what you did to that battleship, I'm sure you found a way to control that battleship. You'd better come with me, or I'll let everyone know about it right away." The elder sister took off her disguise and stared at Chi Yiming with vicious eyes. Only then did Chi Yiming realize that his acting skills were not proficient enough, or that some smart people had noticed it. In desperation, Chi Yiming could only accept the formation application sent by the gun sister, and then the two warships accelerated towards the asteroid belt and entered the jump mode under the sympathetic eyes of everyone. In fact, Chi Yiming wanted to deny Sister Pao's guess, but sometimes smart people are very conceited. They would rather believe their own guesses than solid evidence on some things. Moreover, Chi Yiming could not provide any evidence to prove that he had not tampered with the Redemption. The two warships arrived at the outskirts of the asteroid belt a few minutes later. The scanning radar on Sister Gunner's destroyer heavy artillery immediately discovered traces of the Redemption. "I really guessed it right." Sister Pao looked at the grimacing Chi Yiming jokingly, "Because you are so honest, I can give you half of the Empire's bounty." No matter what, it's you got control of this battleship. Does Qi Yiming care about the bounty? Yes, he cares. The problem is that Qi Yiming has more lofty ideals. The redemption is much more important to Qi Yiming than money. If Qi Yiming just wanted to live out his life, maybe he would really consider handing over the redemption in exchange for a huge bounty. Faced with the distribution plan thrown by Sister Pao, Qi Yiming did not speak. Sister Pao was a little complacent and had already begun to imagine a happy life in the future. Is Qi Yiming the kind of person who is easy to get along with? Absolutely not. Despite his usual cheerfulness, even he would be afraid of being ruthless. At this moment, Sister Pao was already a dead person in Qi Yiming's eyes. Chapter 38. Sister Pao's fate was miserable. The huge wealth that was about to be obtained went to her head, and she was not prepared for Qi Yiming to attack her. When the heavy artillery was approaching the redemption, Qi Yiming ordered the Shuafeng and the redemption to fire on the heavy artillery. The gunner sister had no time to send any distress signal, and the ship was sunk by the dense barrage of 2 destroyers. She herself was vaporized by a burst laser from the Shuafeng that penetrated the shielding armor of the bridge. Looking at the wreckage of the heavy artillery, Qi Yiming shook his head and ordered the Shuafeng's gunner, destroy all lifeboats launched from the heavy artillery. Qi Yiming knew that this was not the time for compassion to overflow. If the situation was not dealt with cleanly, it would leave a trail behind. It might bring him endless trouble in the future, so Qi Yiming could only be cold-blooded. After taking care of the tail, Qi Yiming ordered the Shuafeng to approach the redemption and prepare to combine the 2 warships. Warning! A large number of fleets are leaving the jump. Shuafeng's shipboard brain suddenly shouted a warning. Qi Yiming stood in the bridge and saw more than 30 warships suddenly appearing 500,000 kilometers away from the Shuafeng. Commander of the battleship on the opposite side, listen, you have been surrounded, ah. Durante subconsciously said his common words when he was a ground patrol officer and immediately changed his words. Commander of the battleship on the opposite side, turn off the engine immediately, muzzle up, waiting for inspection. After discovering the appearance of the Imperial fleet, Qi Yiming knew that today's matter could not be settled so easily. Ignoring the warning from the Imperial fleet commander, Qi Yiming directly started the combination process with the redemption. After receiving the combined command, the 2 warships quickly approached. Please select combination mode. 2-ship formation mode. After Qi Yiming put forward the mode selection on the shipboard brain, he did not choose to have the Shuafeng directly combined with the redemption. Chen Cheng, you and Hao Chenkai go to the Guardian and bring enough energy blocks. The Guardian will be combined with the redemption later. You will serve as the temporary captain of the combination. The new combination will still be called the redemption. The 2 took orders and left quickly. A few minutes later, Shuafeng disintegrated first. The Guardian and probe left combination mode at the same time. The probe did not fly far after escaping from its original position. Instead, it moved to the lower side of the Lightning under the tug of the tractor beam shot by the Lightning, and the secondary guns on the ship were restored to 2 triple main guns. One flew back to the Guardian, and the other flew to the position of the Lightning's bow main gun under the action of the tractor beam, and recombined with the bow main gun to form a front and rear piggyback main gun. The main gun on the stern of the probe also fell into the position of the main gun on the stern of the Lightning. It was also a front and rear backpack main gun. Immediately afterwards, the probe was firmly embedded in the armored cavity specially formed for her in the belly of the Lightning. Shuafeng completed its transformation again and became a destroyer with 12 secondary guns and 2 front and rear piggyback triple main guns. At the same time, the Guardian and the Redemption were combined in the same steps. It's just the main gun at the bow of the new Redemption. The upper part is the special main gun used to launch nanorobots and transmit energy. The lower part is the triple main gun, and her secondary gun has been replaced. The original 16 doors have been increased to 22 doors. After completing the combination, the 2 warships quickly formed a 2-ship formation. The Redemption was in a rear position and was protected by the Shuafeng. When the captains of the Imperial fleet saw this scene, they all made a fuss in the fleet channel. Is this a battleship that can be combined at will? Is this showing off your skills? So what if it can be combined? I don't know how effective it is in combat. Don't make any noise. Durante stopped everyone's quarrel in time. Every ship, please pay attention. The 2 cruisers maneuver to the level of the enemy ship and form a trapezoidal array upwards in order of battleship level. Although faced with the strange changes of Shuafeng and Redemption, the Imperial fleet still moved quickly, completing the reorganization of the front within a few minutes and slowly approaching Qi Yiming's 2-ship formation. The Redemption, the secondary guns fire at full capacity to provide fire support for the ship, and the main guns fire at will. Qi Yiming was not panicked. He could single-handedly fight off a full cruiser-level fleet without the Redemption. Now with the help of the Redemption, it is no longer a problem to kill this Imperial fleet. After the Imperial fleet entered a distance of 450,000 kilometers, they launched a series of missiles intensively, numbering in the thousands. Qi Yiming made a rough calculation and found that the number of missiles had exceeded the upper limit that Shuafeng and Redemption could intercept. The Redemption locks the ship and activates the remote maintenance system. Qi Yiming ordered decisively. Although the Guardian has lost the powerful energy support of the Lightning, the Redemption has sufficient energy blocks, and the energy consumption of the remote maintenance device has been optimized, which greatly enhances the durability of maintenance. When the Empire's missile rain entered the Shuafeng Formation's secondary battery range, the two warships opened fire with all their might. The Shuafeng even turned on all the power furnaces in the ship, continuously providing abundant energy for the secondary guns. The dense rain of missiles was instantly hit head-on. Each laser beam can instantly burn out 2 or 3 missiles, but the firepower projected by the Imperial fleet at once is too dense. Even with the help of the Redemption, the Shuafeng can only intercept most of the missiles. The missiles that passed through the defense network pounced directly on Qi Yiming's 2 warships. In order to protect the Redemption, the Shuafeng had to block the missile's flight path under the command of Qi Yiming. The armor damage was 26%, the structural damage was 7%. The shipboard brain faithfully reported the damage to the battleship, and the Shuafeng suffered heavy damage after just one attack. "Oh my god, why are you so fierce?" Qi Yiming cursed. Then he came to his senses. Which businessman in the world has the most evil heart? Of course it's an arms dealer. The Suanmu Galaxy is a useless place where you can't assemble any warships you want, so you can only buy them everywhere. Arms dealers are afraid of being counterattacked by the warships they sell, so of course they sell monkey version warships. When facing Qi Yiming's Shuafeng, he already had no advantage. Coupled with the generation difference, it would be difficult for Qi Yiming to lose. But today he was facing an empire with a complete arms production line, and its combat effectiveness was certainly not the same. The monkey version of the battleship is killing people. Qi Yiming couldn't help but wailed. But even so, Qi Yiming felt not guilty. Behind the Shuafeng was the Redemption, also known as the Nanny. The moment the Shuafeng was attacked, the Redemption activated its remote maintenance system. Qi Yiming could clearly see Shuafeng's injury information panel. The armor integrity value was rapidly recovering at a rate of 2% per second. In other words, by the time the next round of attacks by the Imperial fleet arrives, the Shuafeng has almost recovered to its original state. Of course, it was impossible for Qi Yiming to just take a beating and not fight back. The longer the battle lasts, the more advantageous it is for Yiming to align with the ebb and flow of strength on both sides. So many recommendation votes, thank you everyone. I am moved to tears. Yes, I still have a monthly ticket. I continue to be moved and cry. By the way, I am writing this chapter, and I sat there for a long time to figure out how many secondary guns the 2 battleships should have, and what is the configuration of the main guns. Chapter 39. The Imperial fleet fired a total of 2 rounds of missiles before entering the Shuafeng's main gun range. A total of hundreds of missiles escaped in the firepower network woven by the 2 battleships, causing 70% armor damage to Shuafeng's front and rear. Unfortunately, with the continuous repairs of the Redemption, the armor loss of the Shuafeng has remained at about 23%. Durante was a little confused. According to past experience, shouldn't the warship that was damaged by missiles be sunk at this time? Although Durante was unwilling to sink the battleship in front of him, it was not up to him to decide what happened on the battlefield. How can she be so strong? As a result, Durante once thought that his weapon was good at paddling water. But the weapon's commander was also very depressed. He had tried his best. Many times he placed the missile in place regardless of the frighteningly high temperature of the launch nest. If it were Qi Yiming, he would definitely be awarded a medal for professionalism. High energy reaction detected, the opponent's main gun is charging. The radar chief under Durante reported the battlefield information in a timely manner. Impossible. The distance between the 2 sides is more than 300,000 kilometers. How is it possible to complete the attack from this position? The adjutant said with a look of surprise. Durante was much calmer. Don't forget, the range of the main gun of that ancient warship exceeds 300,000 kilometers. Only then did everyone remember that Sui-Feng seemed to have just completed an incredible interaction with the Redemption. This shows that the enemy ship Sui-Feng and the Redemption in their eyes have the same origin. Every ship should avoid gunfire and keep the distance between them. Durante stopped explaining. At this moment, he did not feel afraid. On the contrary, he was very excited. Originally, he thought he would only get an ancient warship in this mission, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected surprise. He had begun to fantasize about the rewards the Empire would give him after capturing the 2 battleships. As the saying goes, empiricism kills, and sometimes this is very true. Qi Yiming relied on his experience in the Suanwu galaxy to start a war with the Empire, and Durante launched an attack on Qi Yiming based on the Redemption's attack intensity and accuracy. The 2 sides didn't fight together at once. Qi Yiming's Sui-Feng would probably have become space junk by this time if it hadn't been for the Redemption behind it. The Sui-Feng's 2 front and rear backpack-mounted triple main guns, supported by the probe's fire control system, shoot extremely accurately. A salvo of main guns fired, and 9 blast laser beams drew a fascinating trajectory in the empty space, accurately kissing a cruiser in the Imperial fleet. It can only be said that the monkey version of the battleship of the Suanwu galaxy was too severely emasculated. The Empire's cruiser only suffered heavy damage after eating 9 burst laser beams, and barely managed to withdraw from the battlefield. This moment really frightened Durante. Is this a trick? Are the opponent's weapons so powerful? Durante muttered in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. But he didn't dare to make any more excuses and immediately ordered a change of formation. Attention, all ships, form a spherical formation with this ship as the center. It must be said that the Empire's captains received good training, and the formation changes were completed in an orderly manner. During this period, Sui-Feng fired again. This time, Qi Yiming was relieved. Imperial frigate-level battleships were still so vulnerable to the attacks of Sui-Feng and Redemption. The destroyer, which is the backbone of the fleet, performed slightly better. If the Sui-Feng wanted to sink the destroyer, it needed 2 salvos from its 2 main guns to achieve its goal. As an auxiliary battleship, the Redemption's main gun's shooting accuracy is obviously much worse than that of the Sui-Feng. Before the Imperial fleet entered the optimal firing range of the main guns, the hit rate of the 2 main guns was less than 40%. Even so, Qi Yiming's 2 warships took advantage of their range in the early stages of the battle and sank 7 frigates and 3 destroyers. And 1 cruiser was seriously injured and withdrawn from the battlefield. For a time, the missiles and density of the Imperial fleet dropped a lot, and the secondary guns of the 2 battleships could barely cope. The armor integrity of the Sui-Feng increased to 94% under the continuous repairs of the Redemption. However, the situation on the battlefield did not develop in a direction favorable to Qi Yiming. The Imperial fleet was working hard to get closer, trying to bring Qi Yiming's warship into the range of its own main guns. Qi Yiming was not stupid. He played a game called kite flying with his opponent and tried his best to reduce the number of Imperial warships. Although the Snow Peak can easily escape the pursuit of the Imperial fleet, the Redemption cannot. The Redemption did not have the Sui-Feng's abnormal ability to supply energy at an instant overload. Even if the engine power was pushed to the maximum, it was still approached by the Imperial fleet at a slow speed. In order to ensure the safety of the Redemption, the Sui-Feng had to slow down and block most of the attacks for the Redemption. In the end, Qi Yiming gave up the kite-flying plan and ordered the Redemption to enter the asteroid belt and use the complex terrain to avoid the attack of the Imperial fleet. The Sui-Feng rushed towards the Imperial fleet at full speed. It's not that Qi Yiming is reckless, but that she has absolute confidence in the Redemption's repair ability. The most stressful time is the period before Sui-Feng rushes into the range of its own secondary guns. As long as it can survive this distance, Sui-Feng can kill most of the frigates and destroyers of the Imperial fleet at an astonishing speed with its secondary battery of fire. As long as it can sink most of the Empire's frigates and destroyers, the Sui-Feng can easily handle the remaining warships even if their vitality output is reduced. Durante did not notice anything unusual about the Snow Peak and the Redemption, and still calmly urged the navigator to speed up. The Imperial fleet quickly closed the distance between the 2 sides as the Durante ship increased its speed. Report, the enemy ship has entered the asteroid belt, another warship is accelerating towards us. Durante smiled softly, continue to monitor. This is the enemy's counterattack before defeat. Order all ships to pay attention to their formation. All main guns will fire at my command after they enter the range. A few minutes later, the Zhong Sui-Feng entered the main gun range of the Imperial fleet. The time has come to test Qi Yiming's 2 battleships. Following Durante's order, all warships of the Imperial fleet opened fire at the same time, and the missile nests also launched missiles at the same time. At this time, the Swifeng not only had to face a rain of missile attacks, but also faced the main and secondary battery attacks of nearly 20 warships of various types. In an instant, the Swifeng's outer armor integrity rate dropped to 75%, and it dropped at a rate of 1% per second. If the Redemption hadn't stopped remote maintenance, the Swifeng would have turned around and run away at this time. Qi Yiming gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward, and Swifeng's main gun was not idle either. Another salvo sank a destroyer. Although the Redemption was undergoing repairs at the far end, its main guns were also firing. Although the hit rate dropped again due to the slightly farther distance, it was lucky enough to sink 2 frigates. After Durante, who was originally full of confidence, ordered the fleet to launch a salvo, the scene of paralyzing the Swifeng did not appear. Instead, we suffered greater losses. At this time, the warships of both sides are 270,000 kilometers apart, which is the optimal shooting distance of the Swifeng's main battery and the effective shooting distance of the secondary battery. Swifeng's internal energy supply pipeline changed under Qi Yiming's order. The pipeline that originally provided energy to the engine at the maximum energy supply rate returned to its normal energy supply state. Swifeng's speed also dropped significantly. The pipeline responsible for supplying energy to the weapon system flashed blue light, and Swifeng's main and secondary guns entered the full firing stage. The laser beams fired by the secondary cannon are almost connected in a straight line, and the burst laser fired by the main cannon flies towards its target at a speed of 3 rounds per minute. Don't worry, I only have one battleship, but I will still beat you violently. Qi Yiming sat in the armored bridge, watching the images on the battlefield monitor without blinking. The formation of the Imperial fleet was now shrouded in the flames of explosions one after another. Chapter 40. Faced with the sudden blow, Durante felt bad all over. He had never seen a destroyer-class battleship capable of such a high density of firepower. Even if a battleship wanted to achieve this kind of firepower density, it would take 5 or 6 years of cooperative training for the entire crew to even think about it. The Imperial fleet's command channel has become a mess. The port side of this ship suffered heavy damage. Some crew members were thrown out of the battleship and asked to withdraw from the battle order. The captain of a frigate said on the communication channel while holding back the great grief of losing his comrades. The main gun on the bow of this ship was hit, and the energy supply pipeline exploded. We are abandoning the ship, requesting friendly ships to rescue the escape capsule. Another captain reluctantly issued an order to abandon the ship because of the uncontrolled energy inside the warship. In just 3 minutes, 7 or 8 warships of the originally neat Imperial fleet broke away from the formation and slowly withdrew from the battlefield. 3 or 4 warships were torn to pieces by Swifeng's precise bombardment before they had time to react. Even the cruiser in the center of the spherical array was hit by a stray bullet, and its outer armor was reduced by 3%. Durante, who had just been fantasizing about getting promoted and getting rich, was now sweating coldly. His brain had lost the ability to think, and he stood there in a daze, listening to the people on the fleet communication channel making a mess. Commanders who make stupid mistakes on the battlefield are certainly hateful, but what is even more hateful are commanders like Durante whose brains shut down in emergencies. Not to mention being unable to issue orders on a battlefield where seconds are racing against time. Even if you clearly issue correct orders, opportunities will sometimes be missed. Durante was stunned for half a minute, and during this half minute, the Swifeng's main gun fired twice, and the secondary gun fired thousands of laser beams. The Imperial fleet charged forward fiercely, and within half an hour there were signs of collapse. How could Qi Yiming, a competent commander, let go of such an opportunity? Seize the opportunity to lock on Durante's cruiser, and fire up the secondary and main guns at the same time. The result was obvious. As the only remaining cruiser in the entire fleet, it set off fireworks on the bustling battlefield. When the captains of the Imperial fleet discovered that their commander's ship had been sunk by the Swifeng with overwhelming firepower, their psychological defenses collapsed instantly. The captains of each ship could no longer think of a decisive battle with the Swifeng except for escaping for their lives. After discovering that the Imperial fleet was disintegrated, Qi Yiming did not pursue it. Instead, he ordered the Redemption to move closer to the Swifeng and reorganize a 2-ship formation. Qi Yiming's thinking was very clear. If he didn't take advantage of the chaos and run away at this time, and wait for the Empire to react and send heavy troops to block the channels in and out of the K-332 system, even if Qi Yiming's 2 warships were able to fight, they would still be killed. Day. When Qi Yiming commanded the two battleships to arrive at the edge of the K332 galaxy, the captain of the Imperial battleship responsible for guarding the channel seemed still in shock. The captain simply couldn't believe that a full fleet led by a cruiser had just passed by here. Less than half an hour later, it was running to death. Then there are 30 pigs waiting there for you to slaughter. It will take a day. The captain guarding the entrance complained in front of his subordinates without any scruples. Captain, there are 2 warships applying to leave the K332 system through the channel. The communications commander turned to look at his superior. The captain was about to give the order to be released when his adjutant stepped forward and stopped him. Sir, we should block the channel first at this time. On the surface, the captain looked at his adjutant with approval, but in his heart he had already greeted the adjutant's immediate family members. Are you out of your mind? Are those 2 battleships the ones you can mess with? Didn't you see that a full fleet of cruiser-class ships in the Empire was subdued in less than half an hour? Are you really a sensible person? The captain was reminded and roared furiously in his heart, but he still looked businesslike on the outside. Blocking the channel requires high-level authorization. This ship is responsible for maintaining the smooth flow of the channel. We cannot block the channel before receiving a clear order. The wise captain used a high-sounding reason to tell the adjutant. He stopped and glanced at the order he had just received to block the galaxy. Then he turned to the communications commander and said, "Inform those 2 warships that they can use the channel." At this time, Qi Yiming was ready to break in, but unexpectedly the captain of the Empire actually let him go. Qi Yiming ignored the Imperial warship and ran as far as he could at this time. It was best to run out of the Imperial territory before the Imperial officials reacted. In fact, the Empire's response was not slow. As soon as they received the news of the fleet's defeat, the top brass of the Empire's military issued an order to blockade the K332 system. It was just that Qi Yiming was lucky enough to meet a captain who knew how to cherish his life, which allowed him to successfully escape from the K332 galaxy. But this does not mean that Qi Yiming is safe, but that their escape has just begun. In order to save time, Qi Yiming did not make any supplies on the way out of the Imperial territory. The crew could only struggle to eat rations produced by the ship's food synthesis machine to maintain their most basic energy needs. The 2 warships raced against time along the way. Every time they passed the Imperial checkpoint set up on the waterway, Qi Yiming would raise his heart to his throat. But what surprised Qi Yiming was that there were no surprises along the way. Until the 2 warships jumped off the bridge at the border of the Empire and left the territory of the Empire, Qi Yiming didn't quite believe that this was true. But the fact is that he led the Shuafeng and the Redemption to successfully leave the Empire's territory and embarked on the journey back to the Suanwu Star territory. If the top officials of the Empire are not idiots, then there is instability within the Empire and they have no energy to deal with us. Qi Yiming touched his chin and said to the couple. Qi Yiming was very satisfied with the stable performance of the couple this time, so he specially communicated with them for a while. In fact, Qi Yiming's guess was not wrong. Just when Qi Yiming defeated the Imperial fleet, their senior officials had ordered all waterway checkpoints within the Empire's territory to immediately block the waterway. However, what the Empire's senior officials did not expect was that just when they were preparing to pursue Qi Yiming with all their strength, the Empire's neighboring Republic of Turing suddenly launched an attack and concentrated 3 main fleets to raid the Empire's defense line at the junction of the 2 countries. The Imperial fleet suffered heavy losses. The fleet originally used to contain Qi Yiming temporarily changed its plan, and the entire fleet was sent to the border to support the front line. The officers at the checkpoints on each waterway knew that Qi Yiming was the target to be intercepted, but no one was willing to stand up and die without reinforcements, which allowed Qi Yiming to take advantage of the loophole. I have to say that sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. Qi Yiming's luck this time is like being the chosen one, which makes people envious and speechless. A few days later, Shuafeng and Redemption appeared at the border of the Suanwu galaxy. At this moment, Qi Yiming was really relieved. You can be considered as running out. It's better to torture food in the Suanwu galaxy. Chapter 41. After successfully escaping from the Empire, Qi Yiming felt much better, and even felt like humming a tuneless hometown tune. Qi Yiming's good mood also made all the crew members feel less sore in the waist and legs, and more energetic in walking. In a dozen days, we will reach the Suanwu galaxy. Then we will give everyone a holiday and have a good rest for a while. Qi Yiming said generously to the couple who had been on the Redemption. Qi Yiming then boarded the Redemption in a transport boat. He had to hold a funeral for the crew members of the former Human Federation. When the 2 warships flew over a star, Qi Yiming personally pressed the button to eject the coffin. The crew members on the two warships were all wearing neat former Federation uniforms, standing in neat rows in front of the huge hanging window to salute. Qi Yiming solemnly saluted his comrades and checked the Federation flag covering the coffin one by one to see if there were any wrinkles. The funeral ceremony was simple and solemn. After the last coffin was launched from the escape passage, all the crew members gradually dispersed. Only Qi Yiming stood quietly in front of the hanging window and watched his comrade's coffin go away. 2 days after the ceremony, Qi Yiming was in a depressed mood. He sat lazily in the captain's room most of the time to adjust his mood. Report. Qi Yiming's temporary adjutant knocked on the door of the captain's room. Come in. Report to the captain, there is an unknown warship approaching my formation ahead. Adjutant Qin Fei gave a not-so-standard military salute. I'll be at the bridge right away, you go first. Qi Yiming stood up and said to the adjutant. A few minutes later, Qi Yiming appeared on the bridge. The communications chief of the Suifeng had already contacted the warship on the opposite side. Wang Sen? How did you get into this state? Qi Yiming saw that Wang Sen was trying his best to explain something to the communications chief on the communicator screen. Wang Sen was stunned at first, and then looked at Qi Yiming with tears in his eyes. Qi Yiming suddenly felt sick, and he was too tired to complain. You can guess what happened by looking at the situation of Wang Sen's ship. Although Wang Sen replaced his frigate, which he had been driving for who knows how many years, he is now sitting in the bridge of a cruiser. But the cruiser has holes everywhere except the bridge, which has not suffered much damage. It is a miracle among miracles that Wang Sen can insist on driving his ship here. Mr. Qi, my hometown is going to be taken away again. Wang Sen cried to Qi Yiming without any shame. Qi Yiming really didn't know how to continue. He really wanted to turn around and leave at this moment. Looking at Qi Yiming's angry expression, Wang Sen knew that something was going to happen, and hurriedly added. It's really not our Wang family's fault this time. The old family is about to be destroyed, what else do you want to say? Mr. Qi, you don't know, since you destroyed the Flying Eagle Federation alone last time, all the families in the Suanwu Star region have been stunned. You mean you blame me for this? Qi Yiming was a little amused, this destruction of the country has caused trouble. No, no. I don't mean that. Wang Sen hurriedly shook his head to deny. Later, all the major families came to their senses. They colluded privately and took advantage of Mr. Qi's absence to form a temporary alliance and assemble a large fleet to attack us. Qi Yiming's expression became slightly more relaxed. Originally, he thought that this time the Wang family was asking for trouble again, and the main force was destroyed and then the old nest was attacked. Qi Yiming thought carefully, and the destruction of the Flying Eagle Federation was indeed a little ill-considered. Originally, the various forces in the Suanwu galaxy were in a very delicate state of balance. Qi Yiming's sudden destruction of a family, and the abnormal record created by a single warship, would indeed touch the fragile nerves of each family. They may not have much to do with Qi Yiming, but directly killing the Wang family that Qi Yiming helped can also play a certain role. At least all the families are back to the same starting line. It depends on which family can successfully win over Qi Yiming in the end. The problem is that Qi Yiming doesn't want to get involved in this kind of shitty thing. He chose the Wang family on a whim and didn't consider it so complicated at all. What is the current battle situation? Qi Yiming was too lazy to ask Wang Sen about the details and asked directly about the current situation. When I came out to ask for help, my father was holding the second line of defense of the Suan galaxy with the remaining fleet. Qi Yiming nodded. This time it was not bad. He was not directly attacked on the ground battle on the Greystone Star. During the conversation between the two, the Redemption was also slowly repairing Wang Sen's struggle cruiser. When the two finished talking, the outer armor of Wang Sen's struggle was brand new. At the beginning, Wang Sen was focused on explaining things to Qi Yiming and didn't pay attention to these. But when his ship joined Qi Yiming's formation, he found that his warship seemed a little different. Captain, our armor integrity rate has just been restored to 100%. The adjutant, who had been unable to interrupt, had the opportunity to report this strange thing after Wang Sen ended the communication. In their opinion, the struggle was beyond repair. After the war, it would either be sent to the battleship graveyard or dismantled as a whole. But in just 5 or 6 minutes of conversation, the outer armor of Wang Sen's struggle was miraculously repaired. System? System Daddy! Wang Sen actually shouted the lines that usually only the protagonist said. He actually thought that he was lucky and had awakened some kind of system to repair his endeavor without his knowledge. The embarrassed adjutant standing aside tugged on Wang Sen's sleeve and pointed to the redemption next to the Endeavour. There was a light green light just now, emitted from that battleship from time to time. The adjutant looked at Wang Sen, who was wiping his saliva in a panic, and continued, "Every time a green light passes, our armor integrity rate will increase. Quite a few, and where the light shines, the originally damaged outer armor will also be repaired." Wang Sen was stunned for a while before he came to his senses and quickly asked to speak to Qi Yiming again. "I know what you want to ask, it's confidential," Qi Yiming said simply and hung up the communication. Although he decided to help the Wang family tide over the crisis again, Qi Yiming was still very angry and did not want to see Wang Sen's face again in a short time. "I owed you the Wang family in my last life. You were beaten once when I went out. Even though I returned to the Suanwu galaxy, all I fought was to abuse the food. The problem is that doing this kind of thing too much will destroy your character. Say, maybe it will lower my IQ." Qi Yiming sat in Cambridge with an expressionless face, but his heart was racing. "When I go back this time, I have to finish everything in the Suanwu Star territory in the shortest possible time. I can't delay here anymore." Qi Yiming finally made a quick decision to cut through the mess. "Since it's a game of abuse, let's do it all at once. It just so happens that all the forces in the Suanwu Star territory have assembled their fleets in the Suan galaxy, so they will cook it up without stopping. After it's over, whoever is unconvinced will be killed directly." Chapter 42. Zheng Hu sat in the Cambridge of the Black Tiger and calmly directed the battle in front of him. This is the third time in the past year that he has led a fleet to attack the core territory of the Wang family. "Every time I come here on a familiar road, and then go back on a familiar road." He had not calculated how much the Wang family had lost. The Zheng family alone had lost no less than 20 warships in these 3 battles. The best record was the counterattack a few months ago. When they had already entered a ground battle, they were beaten by Qi Yiming even if they didn't recognize their mother, and then they evacuated the Suan galaxy in despair. Although there are other forces involved this time, Zheng Hu feels guilty. "Radar chief, are there any unknown warships appearing behind us?" Zheng Hu looked at his radar chief nervously. Fortunately, the radar commander, who was stared at by Zheng Hu, shook his head and said that no suspicious warships had been found yet. This is the 18th time he has asked this question after advancing the battle line over the Grey Rock Star. But 10 minutes later, Zheng Hu asked the radar director the same question again. This made the already nervous chief radar even more nervous, and he frequently made some low-level mistakes. The problem was that even if Zheng Hu ordered the radar commander to detect the rear of their fleet so frequently, he still could not alleviate the shadow that Qi Yiming had cast on Zheng Hu's heart. At this moment, Zheng Hu felt extremely agitated, and he always felt like there was a pair of cold eyes staring at him from behind. "I shouldn't carry it like this. It is said that the guest of the Wang family has traveled far away and has not been seen in various occasions in the Wang family for a while." Zheng Hu was trying to comfort himself. "I can't help but comfort it, the shadow area is a bit too big." "Report." The radar chief suddenly turned around and reported the situation to Zheng Hu. Zheng Hu, who was doing some psychological preparation, heard the radar commander's unusual report and was so frightened that he stood up from the captain's chair. "The Zheng family patriarch's ship is slowly leaving the low orbit of the Grey Rock Star." The radar chief did not interrupt his report because of Zheng Hu's maneuvering performance. Zheng Hu, who was frightened, glanced at the radar director bitterly. "Can you speak faster next time when you report? You will scare people to death." Chief Radar muttered, "How fast can you speak? No matter how fast you speak, won't the words have to pop out of your mouth one by one?" After a few minutes of staring back at the radar screen, the radar director felt the desire to go back and report again. But after being scolded by Zheng Hu just now, he was a little hesitant. Captain." He opened his mouth to test Zheng Hu. Zheng Hu still stared at the radar director with nervous eyes, which made the radar director a little depressed. "Say it quickly." Zheng Hu stared at the radar for a long time, but he couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Zheng Hu was so angry that he jumped up and down. "A fleet appears from behind." Boom! There was a loud noise and Zheng Hu fainted. The radar director opened his mouth wide and added at a loss, "It's a friendly ship." Just as the crew of the Black Tiger was trying to wake Zheng Hu up, Qi Yiming's 2 battleships had already approached the Suan galaxy. Along the way he has swept through several small fleets, basically consisting of destroyers and frigates. Almost every battle is measured in seconds. Qi Yiming didn't bother to give orders and allowed his weapon commanders to perform freely, which was also a good opportunity to train their adaptability. Even though Wang Sen's Endeavour was already a cruiser, it still followed the Shuafeng obediently, and occasionally fired a few shots but still missed the mark. Later, Wang Sen simply ordered the bombardment to stop. He really couldn't afford to lose this man. "Captain, we are here," the adjutant said softly as he came to Qi Yiming, who was taking a nap. "Are we here? What else is there to say, just start the fight." Qi Yiming couldn't muster any interest in fighting, so he still let his men do it. The commander on the other side sent a communication request. Communication request. Qi Yiming thought for a while and decided to see what the other party wanted to say first. It would be best if it could be resolved peacefully. After all, in Qi Yiming's eyes, those battleships were already the property of the Wang family. When the communication was connected, Qi Yiming chuckled, "Hey, it's you again. How many energy blocks did you bring this time?" Zheng Hu, who was finally woken up by the crew, was originally happy to see his comrade ship. But as soon as he sat down, the radar chief shouted again, an unknown warship appeared behind the fleet. Zheng Hu did not faint this time, but let the radar chief conduct a careful detection. Then with tears streaming down his face, he sent a communication request to the Shuafeng. "This, Mr. Qi." Zheng Hu said awkwardly, "You are back so early." Qi Yiming laughed again and thought to himself, it seems that his psychological shadow is really quite large. Qi Yiming cleared his throat and looked at Zheng Hu with warm eyes. "No, am I coming back at a bad time?" "No, no." Zheng Hu waved his hands repeatedly, "You're back just in time, we are about to leave." "No, I haven't fired yet, why do you have the nerve to leave?" The corner of Zheng Hu's mouth twitched. "You still want to fire, will you be better than us if you fire?" Of course, it is impossible to say this to Qi Yiming. Zheng Hu wiped away his tears and said, "I can't trouble you, let's leave now." As the fleet commander of the temporary alliance, Zheng Hu had the authority to order the fleet to retreat. So while talking to Qi Yiming, he had already ordered the fleet to abandon its current mission and turn the ship's bow to prepare to leave the Wang family's last line of defense on the Grey Rock Star. It stands to reason that Qi Yiming's feat of destroying a country by himself has already spread among the big families. At this time, no one will stand up to stop Zheng Hu from retreating. But there were some who didn't open their eyes, and took the initiative to give their faces to Qi Yiming for a slap. I saw a dozen warships in the combined fleet painted with the flag of the Song family rushing out of the fleet and rushing directly in the direction of the Shuafeng. Seeing this scene, Zheng Hu was so frightened that he immediately roared in the Joint Fleet Command Channel, "Song Laosi, what are you going to do?" The captain known as Song Laosi immediately replied, "If it weren't for just 2 destroyers, I don't believe he could destroy the Flying Eagle Federation with this kind of garbage." But before the Song family's fleet could approach the Shuafeng, dozens of laser blast cannons hit Song Laosi's cruiser. Song Laosi only had time to shout in the joint channel, "This is impossible." Then his ship exploded from the inside due to internal energy disorder and loss of control. If anyone is still unconvinced, feel free to stand up. Qi Yiming turned on the public address box and said tepidly. At the same time, all the warships rushed out by the Song family were sunk by Shuafeng and Redemption within a few minutes. Zheng Hu watched everything that happened suddenly and remained silent. "Since we are all here today, let's make a break together." Qi Yiming saw that the scene was shaken and nodded with a smile. The Wang family must be unified in the Suanwu Star territory, it's just a matter of how and when. Qi Yiming directly dropped a bombshell. Chapter 43. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. As soon as Qi Yiming finished speaking, the originally noisy United Fleet communication channel suddenly went silent for a few seconds, and then an even noisier sound came out. Most of them were scolding Qi Yiming for overestimating his capabilities. As the commander-in-chief of the combined fleet, Zheng Hu remained silent. "Zheng Hu, what are you waiting for? I can't bear it if you can tolerate such an arrogant person. If you don't take everyone with you, I will take everyone with you." Lu Jun, the elder of the Lu family, was the first to express his stance. Zheng Hu still didn't speak, just quietly looking at the people in the small windows that were divided into small windows on the communication screen. "Brothers, I will not give in to Zheng Hu. Is there anyone willing to come with me?" As expected, there were many responses. So the Zheng family was kicked out of the United Fleet inexplicably. The Zheng family elders who came with Zheng Hu wanted to persuade Zheng Hu, but Zheng Hu smiled contemptuously. "You're a bunch of people who don't care about life and death. Don't come to me later when you are all crying for your father and mother." "What do you mean, young master. Elder Zheng looked at his young master in confusion. I have dealt with Mr. Qi twice, and I know very well the combat power of his battleship. Zheng Hu explained calmly, and after the Flying Eagle Federation was destroyed, I sent someone to investigate carefully and found that the Flying Eagle Federation was indeed destroyed by Mr. Qi on his own. The elder was dumbfounded. I originally thought this was just news fabricated by some thoughtful person. What's even more amazing is that it took Mr. Qi less than a day from the beginning of the war to breaking through all the defense lines of the Flying Eagle Federation. Zheng Hu said even more incredible information. What, less than a day? The elder didn't know what to say anymore. Isn't it true that all the fleets of the Flying Eagle Federation are doing nothing? Doesn't that Gao Fei claim to be invincible? Zheng Hu smiled and continued, the fleet of the Flying Eagle Federation fought a decisive battle with Qi Yiming on the second line of defense, which lasted 5 minutes. As a result, Gao Fei's nephew died in the battle, and the main fleet of the Flying Eagle Federation was almost completely destroyed. This is simply incredible. With just our battleships, how long do you think we can last under Qi Yiming? Zheng Hu turned his head and looked at the elder standing beside him. Elder Zheng used his limited imagination to deduce the upcoming battle, and ended up breaking out in cold sweat. On the other side, Lu Jun took over Zheng Hu's command and led the combined fleet to rush towards Qi Yiming. After leaving aside the Zheng family's fleet, the combined fleet's combat effectiveness dropped a lot. There were only 8 cruisers, 27 destroyers, and 14 frigates. They didn't even have a decent battle formation and they all attacked Suifeng and Redemption in unison. Number. A small place is a small place, and they don't even want to put more effort into the battle formation. Qi Yiming didn't take the fleet in front of him seriously at all. Qi Yiming directed the Suifeng to move forward slowly, not even bothering to bring the Redemption with him. Wang Sen, who was sitting on the bridge, felt a little guilty. After all, he had only heard that Qi Yiming destroyed the Flying Eagle Federation alone. Wang Sen didn't know exactly how the battle went. Faced with so many warships rushing towards them, Wang Sen was extremely nervous. The battle broke out as scheduled amidst Wang Sen's nervous breathing. It's still the same old routine, the combined fleet missiles open the way. When Qi Yiming's Suifeng was 370,000 kilometers away from the two sides, its 2 front and rear backpack main guns fired a salvo. In order to carry out effective strikes, this time the barrels on the 2 main guns were aimed at a target respectively under the control of fire control radars. 12 beams of burst lasers shot out from the thick barrel as the gunner pressed the launch button. The rain of missiles and the bursting laser beams passed each other at the midpoint of the distance between the two sides. Suifeng's attack seemed so weak and powerless, while the combined fleet's attack was obviously much more powerful. How dare a mere destroyer with such a density of firepower brazenly claim to have wiped out the Flying Eagle Federation on its own? Lu Jun couldn't help but smile. Zheng Hu was actually defeated twice by such a person. Lu Jun looked at the missiles launched by his side with confidence. He could already imagine what would happen to the Suifeng after being hit by so many missiles. I'm going to let you go crazy, take your battleship to another world later and go crazy. However, the expected scene did not happen, and Qi Yiming even felt that dealing with the seemingly terrifying amount of missile rain was much easier than before. Qi Yiming thought about it and understood the reason. Lu Jun believed that his side had a numerical advantage and had no organizational array at all. Although the missiles looked like a salvo without careful calculation was simply another attack density. Generally, in a carefully calculated salvo of missiles, the missiles arrive at almost the same time when attacking the enemy. This can instantly cause great defensive pressure on the defender, and requires extremely high firepower density on the defender. If the density of the barrage fired is insufficient, many missiles will break through the defense network and hit the warship. However, Lu Jun only ordered a salvo and did not make specific requirements for each ship. This caused the missiles to arrive at the attack target point in batches. This made Qi Yiming feel that there was not much difficulty in defense. The Suifeng easily intercepted all the missiles without even needing to activate all the power furnaces to shorten the charging time of the secondary guns. On the other hand, on the combined fleet side, the 12 burst lasers fired by Suifeng's main gun are charged according to standard combat energy. Even so, a laser beam sank a destroyer and seriously damaged 2 frigates. In just one attack on the combined fleet, nearly half of the battleships were sunk. Lu Jun's laughter stopped suddenly and he looked at the battlefield in front of him in disbelief. Other captains in the combined fleet were also frightened by this wave of attacks, and even forgot to issue the order for the next round of attacks. Qi Yiming is not the kind of leader who will cease fire when the enemy ceases fire. The main gun fires 12 burst lasers again after a period of charging. The target this time was the cruisers in the combined fleet. Qi Yiming was still more cautious. To ensure nothing went wrong, he prepared 2 burst lasers for each cruiser this time. The 12 burst laser beams flew over a distance of 270,000 kilometers under the eyes of everyone and accurately hit the target. Unfortunately for Lu Jun, it was one of the 6 goals. But he was also lucky. The 2 laser beams that hit Lu Jun's ship did not cause an explosion inside the ship. They only opened 2 large holes in the ship, causing a large number of casualties. Lu Jun also suffered from violent shaking. The head of the ship was broken. At this moment, he was looking at the Swifeng that was slowly flying towards him with dull eyes and blood on his face. The other 2 cruisers that were not selected immediately turned around and prepared to flee the battlefield when the Swifeng began to approach them. "Hey, captains of those 2 cruisers, I'm aiming my main guns at you. Try moving again." Qi Yiming once again used the public channel to shout to the 2 warships. Chapter 44. The captains of the 2 cruisers tremblingly ordered their navigators to turn off their engines and await their fate. "Don't be too afraid. I won't embarrass my defeated generals. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zheng Hu." Qi Yiming raised his eyebrows and looked at Zheng Hu, who was still in the communication channel. Zheng Hu twitched the corners of his mouth and forced an ugly smile. The elder of the Zheng family had already sat on the ground with his legs limp. Even if he made a bold guess, he could not imagine that the battle scene in front of him would be a one-sided massacre. Qi Yiming's Swifeng cruise is as simple as a trip to the vegetable market. Leave the combat readiness energy blocks on your ship and you can leave. Qi Yiming didn't say anything more to them, but just asked them to take messages to their respective families. "Go back and tell your family master that I will give them a week to make a decision. If they still haven't decided after a week, I will come to inquire in person." The surviving captains, as if they had been granted amnesty, packed the combat-ready energy blocks on the battleships into boxes and threw them into space, and left the Suan galaxy without looking back. Only the Zheng family's fleet was left shivering in front of the Grey Rock Star's defense line. "Tell me about you." Qi Yiming turned to Zheng Hu after watching the remaining fleets leave. "I am very interested in Mr. Qi's idea of leading the Wang family to unify the Suan Wu Star territory. I wonder if our Zheng family is qualified to participate in it." Zheng Hu was not as scared as the other captains. Because he knew very well that since Qi Yiming did not attack their Zheng family's fleet from the beginning, it meant that Qi Yiming had already acquiesced in Zheng Hu's position before the battle began. "Do you have the right to decide the affairs of your Zheng family?" Qi Yiming was very curious about Zheng Hu's identity. At first, he thought that Zheng Hu was at most an elder of the Zheng family. Now it seems that Zheng Hu's identity should be higher than that of the elders. So a little. "As the future head of the Zheng family, I still have the confidence to dissuade my father from becoming an enemy of Mr. Qi." After Zheng Hu completely gave up the idea of resistance, he spoke more calmly. Qi Yiming nodded. "In this case, I will also give you 1 week. After 1 week, you will bring all the fleets of your Zheng family to assemble in the Suan galaxy. As for the issue of profit distribution, let your family head send someone to talk to Wang Zhengfeng. I'm not involved." Zheng Hu originally thought that Qi Yiming would overpower the Wang family and become the true king of the Suan Wu galaxy. However, in the end, he did not expect that Qi Yiming had no interest in this. "Don't look at me like that. I have other things to do. I have no interest in these bullshit profit distributions. You will know after contacting Wang Zhengfeng." Qi Yiming noticed Zheng Hu's surprise and added one sentence. Zheng Hu nodded and stopped asking. To show his sincerity, he ordered the Zheng family's fleet participating in the attack to disarm and wait for the Wang family to receive it. He himself once again drove the Black Tiger and left the Suan galaxy in despair. After Zheng Hu left, Qi Yiming commanded the Swifeng and the Redemption back to the airport of Grey Rock Star. Wang Zhengfeng and his retainers had been waiting at the airport for quite some time. Qi Yiming glanced at Wang Zhengfeng angrily after getting off the boat, and Wang Zhengfeng also smiled awkwardly. After all, the attack on the Wang family this time had something to do with Qi Yiming, so Qi Yiming didn't want to embarrass Wang Zhengfeng anymore. He just patted him on the shoulder and said, "Maybe it won't be so good in the future. Good luck." Wang Zhengfeng nodded in agreement. It was not like the head of the family talking to his guest at all. Instead, it seemed like a conversation between superiors and subordinates. "Hurry up and clean up this mess, you may be very busy in the next time." Wang Zhengfeng looked at Qi Yiming with strange eyes, and then at his eldest son Wang Sen. Wang Sen stood behind the Qi Yiming with a serious face, shaking his head and waving his hands to his father, indicating that he should not ask any more questions, and he would explain the details slowly. After walking for so many days, Qi Yiming was really tired. He ordered the crew members following him to stay on duty. After the rest of the crew dispersed, Qi Yiming went directly back to his residence. He was very dissatisfied with Wang Zhenfeng's performance at the airport. It was not the behavior a hero should have at all. No matter how tyrannical he is still a guest of his Wang family, and the courtesy is acceptable, but listening to him in a humble manner is indeed a bit much. Why am I so mean, when others regard me as their ancestor, and yet I despise others for being humble? Qi Yiming finally laughed at himself and put the matter behind him. No one bothered Qi Yiming in the next few days, but the Wang family sent someone to invite Qi Yiming on the day Zheng Hu arrived, but Qi Yiming sternly refused. Qi Yiming is not interested in how the two parties negotiate in the end. As long as they can quickly integrate the Suanwu Star territory and provide him with enough energy blocks, Qi Yiming will be happy to see the outcome of the negotiations between the two parties. But what surprised Qi Yiming was that Liu Bishu came twice during his rest days. He didn't say anything when he came over for the first time. He just sat in Qi Yiming's home and stared at Qi Yiming with shocked eyes. Qi Yiming thought to himself, isn't this guy having some bad habits? Fortunately nothing happened in the end. Things were much normal the second time he came, and he brought some good news to Qi Yiming. Mr. Qi, I have contacted some former members of the Glory Federation, and some of them are willing to follow Mr. Qi. Liu Bishu respectfully handed Qi Yiming a list of personnel. Qi Yiming took a quick glance and put the list away. In fact, Qi Yiming had given up the idea of winning over these people after Liu Bishu refused the invitation. But now these people took the initiative to stick to him again, which made Qi Yiming a little difficult to deal with. Don't look at Qi Yiming's surface laughter, passing by everything, and being polite to strangers, but it's really not easy to really gain Qi Yiming's trust. And what Qi Yiming needs is timely help, not Liu Bishu's icing on the cake. To be honest, with this group of people from Yellow Star and the War Orphans selected from the Wang family, Qi Yiming no longer needs those people from the Glory Federation. Liu Bishu is not a dull person. He can see that Qi Yiming has some intention of rejecting them. He immediately threw out the trump card. One of these people is called He Yang. He has a group of location markers in his hand. It is said that they were all recorded by people sent to explore everywhere during the active period of the Glory Federation. Location markers? What's there? Qi Yiming's curiosity was aroused. Ancient warships. Liu Bishu said word by word. Although the navigation logs of several warships in Qi Yiming's hands also record the locations of the forced landings of many other warships in the strategic strike fleet, more than 1,000 years have passed after all. The places where they were forced to land may have changed their original positions as the celestial bodies in the universe continue to move. It would be very difficult to find those warships according to the navigation logs on the warships. In 1,000 years, the distance of celestial body movement is nothing for the large-scale universe, but for humans, anything can happen in 1,000 years. In this way, I will meet this He Yang first. I will talk about the rest slowly after I meet He Yang. Qi Yiming finally decided to accept some people from the Glory Federation to a limited extent. The glory of the Federation, illuminate the stars. Liu Bishu was naturally happy to achieve his goal. The glory of the Federation, illuminate the stars. Qi Yiming habitually returned the greeting. Chapter 45. A few days after Qi Yiming sent the message to each family, the heads of each family came to Suan Galaxy one after another, but Qi Yiming never participated in their meeting. The negotiations lasted for 2 weeks, and the Song family negotiating team left alone midway. On the day the negotiations were completed, Wang Sen's mood was not high. Qi Yiming knew the reason. Wang Zhengfeng and others decided to form the Suanwu Federation. When Qi Yiming found Wang Sen, he was sitting alone in a bar drinking. Come with me out to see the outside world. Qi Yiming asked the bartender for a drink and sat across from Wang Sen. My wish since childhood is to lead our Wang family to unify the Suanwu Star territory step by step. Isn't this almost finished? You know I'm not talking about this form of unity. The outside world is thousands of times more exciting than this corner, don't limit yourself too much. After speaking, Qi Yiming stood up and left the bar. He had to rush home to meet He Yang. Liu Bishu had told him the day before that He Yang would come to his home tonight. When He Yang arrived, he was wrapped up tightly, with only a pair of eyes exposed on his face. Qi Yiming looked at He Yang warily. Isn't it a bit rude for Mr. He to meet his collaborators like this? Lu Bishu, who came with He Yang, hurried out to smooth things over. Mr. Qi, don't be angry. He has been like this since the high-level purge. He must be tightly wrapped when going out. I will let him take it off right now. As he spoke, he turned around and whispered to He Yang to remove his disguise. He Yang hesitated for a long time, and when Qi Yiming was about to lose his patience, he slowly took off his disguise and showed his true face. Qi Yiming looked at He Yang carefully and found that there was nothing special about him. He was the kind of person who was difficult to find even if he was thrown into a crowd. I heard that Mr. He has some position markers in his hand. Qi Yiming didn't have a good impression of He Yang, so he spoke in a stiff tone. He Yang didn't say much, and directly took out a storage device and inserted it into the personal terminal he carried with him. 2 landmark points are displayed on the screen of the personal terminal. Qi Yiming frowned and looked at Lu Bishu. Didn't you say it was a batch? Why are there only 2? Lu Bishu looked at Qi Yiming awkwardly, not knowing how to explain it. It's not his fault. I said it was a batch on purpose. He didn't know the actual quantity. He Yang's voice was a little hoarse and he came to Lu Bishu's rescue. Forget it, let's talk about the situation of these 2 points first. Qi Yiming stopped asking and looked back at the information on the personal terminal screen. The information showed that a warship was located close to a system on the border of the Dolan Federation. It was an unexplored area, so the Dolan Federation had never discovered the warship. The other battleship is not far from the first battleship, 2 star systems apart in the same star field. But the specific location mark is in an encrypted state. Is it convenient to leave the information? Qi Yiming tentatively asked He Yang. He Yang happily pulled out the memory device from his personal terminal and handed it to Qi Yiming. This thing is a disaster to me. I can't wait to take action quickly. Qi Yiming was stunned for a moment, then laughed. It is true that if this kind of thing falls into the hands of a person with little background and strength, it can only bring him countless troubles. But I have a condition. He Yang suddenly said when Qi Yiming's finger touched the storage device. Qi Yiming withdrew his hand and said, "Tell me. I want to join your team." Qi Yiming didn't understand what He Yang meant and said doubtfully, "Aren't you a member of the Glory Federation? Now we are companions." He Yang smiled faintly, "I mean to join your battleship and serve." "This is impossible." Qi Yiming rejected the other party without even thinking. "Just kidding, Wang Sen has been hanging around with him for so long but he still hasn't been able to visit the interior of the battleship. A random person shows up with 2 position markers that he doesn't know are true or false, and then says he wants to sail? Do you think Qi Yiming is a fool? Why can Hao Qinkai and his wife, as well as the Yeluo people and those war orphans board the ship, but these people can't? The reason is very simple. Half of the people on board the ship have insufficient knowledge reserves, and it is impossible to leak the internal situation of Swifeng in a short time. The war orphans were all young men who were inexperienced in the world. Their backgrounds were very simple. As long as Qi Yiming guided them properly, he believed that no one would leak the situation of the Swifeng. The backgrounds of these people in the Glory Federation were too complicated, and Qi Yiming was worried about these people running the ship. Qi Yiming's decisive refusal made He Yang's shining eyes suddenly dim. But Qi Yiming went on to say, "I will be traveling far away soon, and I will definitely bring some transport ships with me. We need manpower on the transport ships. If you are willing, you can serve on the transport ships." When He Yang heard that Qi Yiming did not completely reject him, but asked him to serve on the transport ship, He Yang suddenly became happy again. He immediately stood at attention and saluted, calling the captain hello. It seems that he doesn't care which battleship he serves on, but as long as he can get on the ship. Is there anyone else who wants to serve on the ship? Qi Yiming simply asked Lu Bishu. Lu Bishu said that the others had their own battleships, and just hoped that Qi Yiming could take them with him when he set off. Qi Yiming thought for a while and nodded in agreement. "I don't know how much trouble I will encounter along the way. One more battleship will be more help. If the Swifeng encounters an emergency, it will be very embarrassing if there is no helper. Then tell them that I will tell you in advance when we set off, and let them gather in the Suan Galaxy." Qi Yiming thought for a while, but did not go to see those people immediately. After all, now is not the time. The matter in the Suan Wu Star territory has not been settled yet, and the Song family's departure in the middle obviously means that the talks have broken down. As for Wang Zhengfeng, the first president of the Federation, the first thing he did after taking office was to mobilize a large amount of resources to prepare supplies for Qi Yiming's long journey. The most important thing is the energy block. Qi Yiming was so cruel that Wang Zhengfeng almost fainted again when he realized that Qi Yiming needed a cargo ship full of energy blocks. The energy block is not large in size, and it would take more than 2 million blocks to fill a cargo ship with a standard tonnage. What is the concept of more than 2 million energy blocks? The integrated Suanwu Federation will take nearly a year to produce. Fortunately, all the major families had their own private treasury, so they scraped together, and Wang Zhengfeng paid a certain amount of political benefits to collect the energy blocks Qi Yiming needed in a short period of time. On the day of departure, Xinguang, the capital of the Suanwu Federation, was crowded with people seeing him off. Wang Zhengfeng looked at the transport ship that was about to set sail with tears in his eyes, while Zheng Hu and Qi Yiming were chatting happily. I really hope that I can go out and have adventures with Mr. Qi. Okay, I welcome you with both hands. Qi Yiming joked with Zheng Hu with a smile. Wang Zhengfeng wiped away his tears and came to Qi Yiming. Mr. Qi must come back. Chapter 46. Before he finished speaking, a man dressed as an officer hurriedly came to Wang Zhengfeng and whispered a few words with a very serious expression. Qi Yiming had a hunch that he might not be able to leave today. Sure enough, Wang Zhengfeng said to Qi Yiming in an anxious tone, Mr. Qi, the Wanluo Empire has invaded. He was invaded by foreign enemies as soon as he took office, which was a very big blow to Wang Zhengfeng. In fact, Qi Yiming wanted to just let it go. Anyway, he had obtained enough supplies and fulfilled his original promise to the Wang family. But the problem is that the Federation's invasion blocked the only exit from the Suanwu Star territory, forcing Qi Yiming to participate in this war. The war progressed very quickly, and the Suanwu Federation's fleet was no match for the Imperial fleet with its complete industrial system. The losses were extremely heavy. This time, the Federation seemed to have gotten the news about Qi Yiming and sent 2 full fleets led by cruisers. The Empire has a full cruiser-class fleet consisting of 5 cruisers, 15 destroyers, 25 frigates, and several transport ships. This gave Qi Yiming a very headache. The Suanwu Federation has just been integrated, and various battleships are being adapted. The combat capabilities of the fleet are not very strong. In addition, there is no advantage in quantity. Wang Zhengfeng had to piece together a semi-cruiser level fleet, and all levels of warships were monkey versions. The border guard fleet was retreating steadily, causing a trace of instability within the newly established Suanwu Federation. Everyone has different thoughts. Wang Zhengfeng and Zheng Hu came to Qi Yiming at the same time. The current situation is very unfavorable to us. Qi Yiming looked at the general holographic map of the conference room and touched his chin with his right hand. Every family seems to have some small tricks in private. Zheng Hu did not shy away from this topic. When the Federation was first established, it didn't have enough centripetal force. It's normal for instability to occur. A victory will solve all problems. Qi Yiming saw clearly. The problem is that we don't have the ability to repel the Empire's fleet. Wang Zhengfeng interjected. Wang Zhengfeng was an expert in domestic affairs, but he was far behind Zheng Hu in terms of military affairs, so he could only stand aside and stare. The redemption will follow the fully equipped fleet, while the Suifeng will lead another fleet that is not fully equipped to bypass the flank of the battlefield and cut off their supply lines first. Qi Yiming quickly drew 2 attacks on the map. Wire. Zheng Hu nodded in agreement. Seizing the jumping bridge on the border will cut off the opponent's supply line and block the opponent's reinforcements. The only thing is, with the current strength of the Suanwu Federation, how long will it take to establish a fixed line of defense and defend the jumping bridge? This is the question that Qi Yiming is most concerned about. This Wang Zhengfeng knows best. In up to 3 days. I can transport some railguns in stock to the vicinity of the jump bridge for direct assembly. After all, the Suanwu Star territory is now nominally a whole. Although there is not much improvement in combat effectiveness, there has been long-term progress in terms of project progress. After all, there are more people. Zheng Hu, you will lead the full fleet. The redemption can provide you with quite strong support. Qi Yiming glanced at Zheng Hu and continued, don't fight with the opponent before joining me. I want to how to take them in circles in the Suanwu Star territory. Qi Yiming was very worried that Zheng Hu would lead the fleet to fight the enemy, so he gave him special instructions. Zheng Hu is not a fool. How could he go up and fight the enemy to death when he obviously does not have the upper hand in strength? That would cost a lot of people on livable planets. Wang Zhengfeng felt very distressed. Necessary sacrifices must be accepted, otherwise the Suanwu Federation will not exist for long. Qi Yiming patted Wang Zhengfeng on the shoulder. The three simply made a battle plan, and Wang Zhengfeng hurriedly organized the first high-level meeting of the Federation. Upon hearing such a negative battle plan, Lu Jun, who survived the war against the Wang family before the establishment of the Suanwu Federation, was the first to object. He felt that the battle plan was very inappropriate. Mr. Qi combat prowess is obvious to all of us. Since Mr. Qi is here, why do we need to make such a complicated battle plan? Just let Mr. Qi go up and crush him. At first glance, this person seems to have not been severely beaten by society, or he is simply a frog in the well. Could it be that Mr. Qi can suppress us easily, but he can't suppress the Imperial fleet in retrospect? Are you afraid that you have some misunderstanding about your combat power? Qi Yiming looked at the slightly excited Lu Jun. Don't you know that your battleships are all monkey version battleships? Monkey version. Obviously, this is the first time Lu Jun has heard of this term. Zhang Hu explained on the side, Mr. Qi means that although our warships are at the same level as the Imperial fleet, they are weaker than the Empire in terms of protection and firepower. How could this happen? Lu Jun looked incredulous. There is no way, we don't have a complete industrial system, so we can only buy the monkey version of the warship. Wang Zhengfeng shrugged helplessly. It seems that Wang Zhengfeng knows these very well. Then we might as well just surrender. Lu Jun went to the extreme. It's not enough to surrender. Although it is a monkey version of the battleship, the difference is not big. Zhang Hu glanced at Qi Yiming and cursed the monster secretly, and then explained, the reason why Mr. Qi suppressed us is mainly because his battleship seemed there is a generation gap with our warships. Qi Yiming nodded. He didn't want to talk too much about the combat capabilities of Suifeng and Redemption, so he interrupted Zhang Hu's next words. If we fight the opponent head-on in a positional battle, the Suanwu Federation will certainly suffer. Qi Yiming took a sip of water and then said, but as long as the command is proper, it is not impossible to drag the opponent to death. At this time, Qi Yiming was very helpless. He knew that in the final battle, Suifeng and Redemption would have to combine in full view of the public. The two warships were temporarily separated because Qi Yiming did not want to expose his strength too much. He knew very well that if the two battleships were combined, whether from the defensive or offensive end, and faced the Empire's full fleet alone, Suifeng would definitely not suffer a loss, but it would probably not be able to defeat the Empire's fleet. At this time, the Suanwu Federation's combat power is crucial. I know that each family has their own thoughts in private. Qi Yiming directly put the matter on the table. The Suanwu Federation has just been established, and I understand your feelings. But for the benefit of each family, please at least hold on for a week. If the war is not over after a week, then I will never stop what everyone here wants to do. This was the last guarantee Qi Yiming made to Wang Zhengfeng in private. Moreover, Qi Yiming also put a lot of thought into the smooth establishment of the Suanwu Federation. Qi Yiming was not willing to see the situation that was finally achieved be destroyed like this. Upon hearing Qi Yiming's straightforward words, the representatives of each company showed a look of embarrassment on their faces. Not that they were all talented people, but they adjusted their facial expressions in an instant. Mr. Qi has said so. On behalf of our Lu family, I should come down first. Lu Jun was more cheerful this time and was the first to stand up and support Qi Yiming. Other participants looked at Lu Jun's performance and nodded in agreement. In fact, they did not agree to this for Qi Yiming's sake. The most important thing was the interests of each family. Preserving the Suanwu Federation is a choice that maximizes their interests. They will only choose to surrender to the Empire when they have no choice but to do so. Chapter 47. After the military meeting, everyone started preparing separately. Hao Qingkai and his wife also knew at this time that they would command the Redemption to travel with Zhang Hu. Remember your mission, which is to provide strong support to the fleet. The Redemption must not be at the forefront of the fleet. Qi Yiming looked at the couple sternly. Hao Qingkai nodded, Captain, please rest assured, we know what to do. Well, I have specifically told Zhang Hu that he will take special care of you. Qi Yiming was not afraid of Zhang Hu selling the Redemption, because Zhang Hu knew clearly that if he deliberately sold the Redemption, Qi Yiming would definitely kill the Zhang family before leaving the Suanwu Star territory. Coupled with the powerful ability of the Redemption to repair its armor after the war, Zhang Hu will also be prompted to protect the Redemption. According to the plan, Zhang Hu will lead a full fleet and set off first with the Redemption. Qi Yiming will set off half a day later and head towards the border of the Suanwu Star territory from another direction. 2 days later, Zheng Hu will come into contact with the forward of the Imperial fleet. After a slight contact with the opponent, Zheng Hu will lead the fleet to retreat to the Zheng family's original territory. Zheng Hu has returned to his home territory when he returns to the Zheng family territory. He will use his understanding of the environment in the galaxy to lead the Imperial fleet in circles to buy time for Qi Yiming to jump off the bridge. The plan went smoothly. After the Imperial fleet encountered Zheng Hu's fleet, the main fleet followed Zheng Hu and chased towards the Zheng family's territory. At this time, Qi Yiming had quietly led the fleet to the vicinity of the jumping bridge. Although the commander of the Imperial fleet used the advantages of his own warships to make great efforts, he also handled the details very well. Qi Yiming looked at the enemy defense fleet near the jumping bridge. The commander of the Imperial fleet was obviously also on guard against the Suanwu Federation cutting off his supply line. With the Imperial fleet having the upper hand, half of the Imperial fleet was left to guard the jumping bridge. It is not difficult for Qi Yiming to destroy this guarding fleet. The problem is that he can completely annihilate this fleet and not even a single warship can let the other side slip away. Because there was a large number of transport ships following Qi Yiming's fleet, waiting for Qi Yiming to capture the jump bridge and then set up a defense line near the jump bridge. If a battleship escapes and brings the news of the bridge being lost to the commander of the Empire, at the speed of the Imperial fleet, it would take less than 3 days to appear in the border system. The defense line has not yet been established by then. If the Empire sends reinforcements from the mainland, Qi Yiming cannot imagine the situation. Qi Yiming made some arrangements and directly led the fleet to kill them. The Empire's garrison fleet also came up to meet Qi Yiming's fleet when they discovered it, which made Qi Yiming feel relieved. It seems that the commanders at all levels of the Imperial fleet have the idea of underestimating the enemy. Qi Yiming said to Fang Min on the fleet channel. As a former elder of the Wang family, Fang Min had been depressed for a while because of the failed attack on the Zheng family. If Qi Yiming hadn't turned the tide, he might have committed suicide in guilt at this time. Therefore, he was also grateful to Qi Yiming and executed Qi Yiming's orders meticulously along the way. As a veteran, Fang Min also saw that the commander of the Imperial fleet underestimated the enemy. It stands to reason that defending the bridge jump is the first order of tasks of the Imperial fleet. Unless there are special circumstances, they cannot leave the bridge jump and take the initiative to fight. Since you underestimated the enemy, you have to pay a corresponding price. Qi Yiming ordered the fleet to continue moving forward. When the enemy entered Suifeng's main gun range, Qi Yiming did not order Suifeng to fire. Instead, they continued to move forward with the fleet. If Qi Yiming wanted to completely annihilate the garrison fleet, he had to take it by surprise. The fleet of the Suanwu Federation will fight against the Imperial fleet according to normal rules of engagement. After several rounds of missiles, the Suanwu Federation hesitated to use the monkey version of the warship, resulting in relatively heavy losses. One of the 3 cruisers in the fleet was severely damaged and was withdrawn from the battle sequence. The originally small number of destroyers also lost 7. There were only 2 frigates left after 2 rounds of attacks by the Empire. The losses on the Imperial side were much lighter, with only 3 frigates suffering too much damage and being sunk. Qi Yiming faced such serious losses without blinking an eye and continued to order the fleet to attack. Many battleship wreckage were left on the route of their attack, and life-saving capsules were being launched from each wreckage all the time. Qi Yiming knew that if the Suifeng did not fire, his fleet might collapse at any time. He looked at the distance between the enemy and ourselves, 273 kilometers. It has entered the optimal firing range of Suifeng's secondary guns. Qi Yiming did not hesitate and directly ordered the Suifeng to activate all the power furnaces in the ship. The surging energy was continuously injected into the energy slots of each weapon of the Suifeng through pipelines, waiting to be stimulated. The Suifeng's performance did not disappoint everyone. The dense barrage arrived in front of the Imperial fleet in an instant. The commander of the Imperial fleet hadn't figured out what was going on, but explosions lit up one after another in his own fleet. The 4 cruisers, the main battle force of the Empire, were focused on by Suifeng's main gun. With the blessing of abundant energy supply, Suifeng brought a killing feast to the Imperial fleet at a rate of 2 volleys per minute. By the time the captains of the 4 Imperial cruisers reacted, their battleships had lost the chance to escape. Amidst the roars of despair, these captains watched helplessly as their ships were covered by the barrage fired by Suifeng. They didn't even have a chance to send out a distress signal before the battleship sank. Under the leadership of Qi Yiming, the fleet of the Suanwu Federation took down the Empire's garrison fleet without any suspense. Although the losses were heavy, Qi Yiming had to make such sacrifices in order to achieve the combat objectives. At this time, Qi Yiming had no time to think about these problems. After clearing out the remaining enemies, he quickly contacted the transport fleet following them. Half an hour later, a huge transport fleet appeared in Qi Yiming's eyes. The commander of this transport fleet was Wang Dong, who had a unique talent for organizational engineering. Even the most complex engineering operations would be carried out in an orderly manner under his dispatch. After arriving near the jumping bridge, the transport fleet started operations directly. A large number of railgun components were pulled out of the belly of the transport ship, and the engineers controlled the small engineering ship to quickly place it in the location planned in advance by Qi Yiming and others. This time, each family of the Suanwu Federation spent a lot of money and took out all the material reserves that could be taken out. A total of 20 railguns were divided into 3 positions and placed near the jump bridge. As long as a fleet jumps in, railguns in any direction can easily attack enemy warships. In addition, warships that have just left the jump mode will have a few seconds of energy disorder. During these few seconds, as long as the warship is slightly attacked, the internal energy of the warship will be out of control, and the warship will be torn into pieces by the violent energy flow in an instant. Watching Wang Dong advance the progress of the project in an orderly manner, Qi Yiming looked in the direction of the Zheng family's territory with concern. He was very worried that Zheng Hu would be caught by the main fleet of the Empire before he completed his mission here, and in that case, everything he did here would be in vain. Chapter 48. No matter how strong Zheng Hu's commanding ability was, it was extremely difficult for the Suanwu Federation's fleet to resist when using less to attack more, and the performance of the warships was completely at a disadvantage. After returning to Zheng Hu's familiar territory, Zheng Hu has been taking the Empire's fleet in circles. During this period, 2 small-scale decisive battles were fought with the Empire relying on the Zheng family's original defense line. If it were not for the Nanny redemption, the Suanwu Federation's fleet would have collapsed long ago. Zheng Hu initially only had some understanding of the redemption's capabilities, but he still didn't believe it without seeing it with his own eyes, so he didn't take the redemption seriously in the early stages of the resistance. It wasn't until a small-scale decisive battle that he realized the power of the redemption. With the strong support of the redemption, many severely damaged warships were repaired and returned to the battlefield in a short period of time. Only then did Zheng Hu change his tactics. In every subsequent battle, Zheng Hu placed the most survivable cruiser in the front row to attract enemy firepower. Under the heavy protection of the other battleships, the redemption continued to provide support for the cruisers in the front row. This stabilized the morale that was on the verge of collapse. The high-intensity chase battle left Zheng Hu mentally and physically exhausted, and his command errors gradually increased as time went by. Several times Zheng Hu's cruiser Black Tiger was almost sunk by the Imperial fleet. If Chen Cheng, the captain of the redemption, hadn't been astute and swooped in to fend off some attacks for the Black Tiger, Zheng Hu might have been killed long ago. However, Chen Cheng always kept Qi Yiming's advice in mind. The premise of all actions is to ensure the safety of the redemption. It's been 2.5 days. Zheng Hu rubbed his cheeks, trying to make his thoughts clearer. If Qi Yiming doesn't come again, we will be doomed. At this time, the federal fleet was at the end of its strength. Several of the Zheng family's original lines of defense were also breached one by the Imperial fleet in the pursuit battles over the past few days. But the Imperial fleet wasn't much better. A full fleet plus half a fleet, 7 cruisers, 20 destroyers, and 35 frigates were also sunk by Zheng Hu like a bloodletting. However, the 7 main cruisers of the Imperial fleet did not suffer any damage. Most of the sunk ones were frigates. Only 3 destroyers were unlucky and were sunk by railgun fire. After several battles, the gap in the number of fleets between the two sides was widened. The Imperial fleet commander simply divided the fleet into 2 and continuously reduced Zheng Hu's range of activities from 2 directions. At this moment, Zheng Hu commanded the fleet and had retreated to the only habitable planet in the Zheng family. This is the last line of defense that Zheng Hu can rely on. If this line of defense is lost, Zheng Hu will have to directly face the encirclement and suppression of the Imperial fleet. Chen Cheng, remember. If this line of defense is lost, the redemption must evacuate immediately and join the Suifeng. Zheng Hu warned the temporary captain of the redemption again. Chen Cheng looked at Zheng Hu, who seemed to be determined to die, and silently lowered his head. During the past few days of fighting, he had a very good feeling for this commander. In order to ensure that the redemption would not be attacked, he even ordered friendly ships to defend the Redemption from attacks many times. Chen Cheng knew that Zheng Hu made this move for the sake of the overall situation, but this still could not stop him from admiring Zheng Hu. The battle did not stop because the Suanwu Federation fleet suffered heavy losses. As soon as Zheng Hu warned Chen Cheng, the Imperial fleet pressed towards their fleet from two directions. Zheng Hu did not want to take the initiative before all the railguns on the defense line were destroyed. He needs to use this line of defense to maximize the enemy's combat power. The Zheng family had devoted a lot of energy to this line of defense. 13 orbital guns were lined up and anchored in the high orbit of the habitable planet. Between the railguns are giant structures designed to shield enemy attacks. Zheng Hu dispersed the fleet among these giant buildings and started an artillery battle with the Imperial fleet in a dignified manner. The Imperial fleet fought resolutely, enduring huge casualties to close the distance between the two fleets to within the optimal range of the main guns. The last line of defense did not disappoint Zheng Hu. Before the 13 railguns were destroyed, the Imperial fleet lost 7 destroyers and 12 frigates. However, the cruiser was too well protected by the Imperial fleet, and there was only one cruiser. Minor injuries. After the railgun was destroyed, the giant buildings on the defense line did not last long in the face of the rain of missiles fired by the Imperial fleet. Soon Zheng Hu had to order the fleet to retreat. Zheng Hu knew that the Federal fleet had reached the point where it had to fight tooth and nail. He repeated his old trick and once again lined up the only 3 cruisers in the fleet in the front row. The remaining battleships formed a spherical array to firmly protect the Redemption in the center. Chen Cheng, remember what I said to you before the war. Zheng Hu warned Chen Cheng again. Seeing Chen Cheng nodded, he safely ordered the fleet to follow his Black Tiger's maneuvers and launch an attack from the enemy's flank. In fact, the commander of the Imperial fleet was very shocked. The information he received from the Imperial Military Department was that the newly formed Suanwu Federation did not have a complete industrial system, so the performance of the warships was much worse. But the battles in the past few days have refreshed his knowledge many times. The enemy warships that had been severely damaged just now would appear on the battle line again soon after slowly retreating to their own formation. Unless the battleship's main guns are knocked out, the same thing will always happen. The commander of the Imperial fleet really couldn't figure out what was going on with the warships of the Suanwu Federation. This battle almost made him doubt his life, until he discovered that the culprit of everything was the Redemption, which was closely protected. Fortunately, the number of warships in the Suanwu Federation is not large. After 2 days of consumption, they have reached the end of their strength. If he works harder, he can successfully capture this fleet. The high-spirited commander waved his hand, and the Imperial fleet pressed forward in a mighty manner. A few minutes later the two sides entered into an artillery battle again. After all, there were not many consumables like missiles left after these days of chasing battles, and it was impossible to organize a decent salvo, so both sides chose to carry cannons and fight each other with bayonets. This back-and-forth shelling battle most tests the crew's mental endurance. Obviously, the crew members of the Suanwu Federation have reached their limit. Before the bombardment had even started, a cruiser was lost due to a mistake by the Redemption. This became the last straw that broke the morale of the fleet. No matter how Zheng Hu shouted in the fleet channel, it was useless. The captains of each ship turned around and left the battle line without caring about the lives of other comrades. The formation spread out and the Redemption was immediately placed under the enemy's gunfire. Chen Cheng, who didn't have much combat experience, was suddenly stunned. The commander of the Imperial fleet has long been dissatisfied with the Redemption. The reason why the Federation warship was able to quickly repair and return to the battle line was all because of that weird warship. He had tried many times to find opportunities to kill the warship in one fell swoop, but the Federal fleet had blocked his range of fire. This is such a good opportunity, I can't miss it. The Imperial fleet commander seized the opportunity and immediately ordered the entire fleet to target the Redemption with a salvo. Chapter 49. At this time, Zheng Hu tried hard to stabilize the collapsing fleet, and did not realize that the Redemption had been exposed to the enemy's guns. The commander of the Imperial fleet had completed the organization of a salvo, and hundreds of main guns fired at the same time. Dense bursting laser beams flew towards the Redemption. Zheng Hu did not react until the Redemption was hit by the enemy's salvo. Chen Cheng, the captain of the Redemption, was even more frightened and sweating. Chen Cheng was not worried about his own life, but worried about betraying Qi Yiming's trust. He knew how much Qi Yiming valued this warship. If the Redemption was buried here because of him, even Chen Cheng could not forgive himself. The hull of the Redemption kept shaking under the dense barrage, but the violent explosion imagined by the commander of the Imperial fleet did not occur. In fact, the effect of the salvo was very good. The outer armor of the Redemption dropped to 25% the moment it was hit. The salvos from two directions made the two sides of the Redemption unrecognizable, but luckily, none of the main and secondary guns were hit. Seeing that the Redemption was almost sunk, Zheng Hu was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He could no longer care about stopping the disintegrating fleet, he had to protect the Redemption. Chen Cheng also gave up supporting the friendly ships at this time, and turned the power of the Redemption's power reactor to the maximum, fully supplying the operation of the nanorobot production line in the ship. The outer armor value of the Redemption recovered from 25% to 40% in just 1 minute, but it was still a drop in the bucket. As long as the Imperial fleet fired another salvo, the Redemption would definitely be sunk. And the commander of the Imperial fleet was doing the same. How long will it take to charge the main gun? The commander asked the weapons officer anxiously. 1 minute and 25 seconds. The power reactor is at full power. In a battlefield where every second counts, 1 more second may create different results. The commander understood this very well and kept urging the weapons officer to speed up the weapon charging speed. At the same time, Zheng Hu commanded his ship to approach the Redemption desperately, trying to block the fatal attack for the Redemption. 50 km, 40 km, 10 km. Just when the Black Tiger reached the starboard side of the Redemption, the Imperial fleet fired another salvo. Zheng Hu had no time to speak, and the Black Tiger lost its combat effectiveness instantly due to the saturation attack. The Redemption was not much better, although the starboard attack was blocked by the Black Tiger. But the port side was still hit hard by the burst laser fired by the Imperial fleet. The secondary guns on the port side of the Redemption were all destroyed, and the outer armor was directly penetrated. On the Redemption injury monitor, the value indicating the integrity of the port side outer armor was instantly reset to 0, and even the structural value dropped by 15% in this attack. Chen Cheng had no time to feel sad about Zheng Hu's death, and immediately turned the bow to prepare to break away from contact with the enemy ship. However, the fleets of both sides were originally at the distance of cannons and bayonets. Even if the Redemption could run faster, it would not be able to escape the main gun range of the Imperial fleet in a short time. A few minutes later, the Imperial fleet fired again. At this time, Chen Cheng had closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Captain. I failed to protect the Redemption." Just when Chen Cheng thought that the Redemption was doomed, the paralyzed Black Tiger struggled and blocked most of the attacks for the Redemption again. At this time, Zheng Hu was standing in the position of the navigator with blood on his face, and he pushed the throttle valve of the power furnace of the Black Tiger with great effort while enduring the severe pain caused by his physical injury. "Xiao Chen, go quickly. I can only help you block it for a while." Zheng Hu's painful and firm voice sounded in the fleet communication screen. "Tell Qi Yiming that I don't accept him. Relying on a battleship with excellent performance to defeat me. I don't accept him. But it's worth it to see the unification of the Suanwu Star region in this life. I thank him, Qi Yiming." After that, Zheng Hu drove the Black Tiger again to block the third salvo of the Imperial fleet for the Redemption. This time, the Black Tiger completely extinguished the engine, and as the internal energy went out of control, the Black Tiger was torn into pieces. Chen Cheng tried hard to hold back the tears in his eyes, and urged the navigator of the Redemption to drive the warship as fast as possible. With Zheng Hu's self-sacrifice, the Redemption successfully escaped the main gun range of the Imperial fleet. Chen Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, and the tears in his eyes could no longer be controlled. Suddenly, the Suifeng left the jump mode and appeared directly next to the Redemption. Qi Yiming immediately connected the communication with the Redemption. "Why are you crying? Immediately start the combination program of the Redemption and the Suifeng." Qi Yiming had no time to understand the battlefield situation, and he felt very bad at the border. But the defense line around the jumping bridge could not be fixed for a while, and Qi Yiming really couldn't leave in advance. Until the defense line was half completed, Qi Yiming was really anxious, and he directly left his fleet and drove the Suifeng to support Zheng Hu alone. But he didn't expect to be a step late. Seeing the miserable appearance of the Redemption, Qi Yiming didn't even care about the death of Zheng Hu and immediately ordered the Suifeng and the Redemption to start combining. "Please select the main control program." The intelligent computer gave the options rigidly. "Based on lightning, execute the emergency combination program." Qi Yiming said calmly. "Skip programs 3, 6, 14, and 25, and start the emergency combination program." The two battleships that were already very close to each other suddenly had dense arcs of electricity flashing between their hulls. The two warships quickly approached. On the sides facing each other, there were rigid structures extending out, and corresponding slots also appeared. In less than 30 seconds, the hulls of the two battleships vibrated, and then they were closely attached to each other. The connection between the two ships was quickly covered by armor. The originally damaged secondary guns of the Redemption were retracted into the hull, and then 6 new secondary guns were ejected from the sterns of the Explorer and the Guardian. These secondary guns are the redundant secondary guns after the combination of several battleships. Due to the limited gun positions, these redundant secondary guns were stored as backup weapons and are now being used. The two battleships fit together left and right, so the overall appearance has not changed much, except that the newly combined battleship is much wider. The Redemption's remote repair weapon had separated from the hull when the two battleships were combined, and was pulled to the front of the battleship by the tractor beam, where there was an extra gun mount specifically to house this special main gun. The 4 piggyback turrets on the Redemption and Snow Peak were rearranged along the central axis of the new combined battleship, 2 in front and 1 in back. The excess main guns were taken back inside the battleship as backup. Due to the combination of the two destroyers, the computing power of Swifeng, which was upgraded again, has been improved. After loading a main control program, Swifeng, which originally could only load 1 auxiliary program, has the ability to load 1 more auxiliary program. In other words, the current Swifeng can run the main control programs of the Probe and the Guardian at the same time. In addition, the Swifeng is a combination with the Lightning as the main body, and the battleship also has an abundant energy supply. After the combination was completed, the Snow Peak's outer armor value dropped to 70% due to the heavy damage to the Redemption. The Guardian once again received an oversaturated energy supply, and the speed of producing nano-repair robots received strong energy support. The armor value is restored to 85% in just 3 minutes. After completing the emergency combination, the new Swifeng became a monster battleship that was good at both offense and defense. Zheng Hu, wait until I avenge you. Qi Yiming gritted his teeth and looked fiercely at the Imperial fleet approaching the Swifeng. Chapter 50. Faced with the sudden appearance of the Swifeng, the commander of the Imperial fleet was not much surprised. But he was shocked by the subsequent changes in Swifeng and Redemption. He had never seen a battleship do such a thing in broad daylight. The captains of the other battleships were not much better, and the originally aggressive team came to a halt. The Imperial fleet's brief absence gave Swifeng enough time to repair itself. However, Qi Yiming did not wait for the outer armor to be completely restored. The moment the Swifeng completed the assembly, Qi Yiming ordered the navigator to attack forward. Don't you like artillery battles? I will show you what a real artillery battle is. Qi Yiming gritted his teeth and stared at the battlefield situation map. When the Imperial fleet was pursuing the Suanmu Federation, it had actually been divided into 2 temporary fleets and attacked the fleet led by Zheng Hu from 2 directions. At this time, the 2 temporary fleets have not yet merged. Without thinking, Qi Yiming directly ordered the navigator to sail the Swifeng between the 2 temporary fleets of the Empire. What kind of divine command is this? The commander of the Imperial fleet looked at the Swifeng rushing towards them in confusion. Is the commander on the opposite side probably kicked in the head by a donkey? Didn't he come here to die? Then I would be disrespectful. The commander of the other fleet said with a sinister smile. As the commander-in-chief of the Imperial fleet's expedition, Hong Shan immediately took over the command of the other fleet. Attention all ships, the cruiser is located on the first floor below the enemy ship, and the other warships are arranged upwards in order of level. The negative level in Hong Shan Pass is based on the plane where Swifeng is located, which is level 0. Going up is positive and going down is negative. Following Hong Shan's order, the 2 temporary fleets of the Empire quickly formed an array after a short shock, maximizing the firepower density of the Imperial fleet. Qi Yiming raised the corner of his mouth. This formation can greatly increase the frontal width of the fleet, so that every warship participating in the battle can include the enemy ship within the effective range of its main gun. Although the battle atmosphere was tense, Qi Yiming did not forget to introduce the advantages and disadvantages of various formations in fleet battles to Chen Cheng and his wife. Navigator, ignore the enemy's actions and separate the 2 fleets as quickly as possible. Qi Yiming turned around and ordered the navigator. The navigator rolled his eyes and thought, are we going to divide the enemy's fleet? We are obviously going to die, okay. But he still faithfully carried out Qi Yiming's orders. But Captain, aren't we a little reckless rushing in like this? Hao Qingkai was a little worried. and Chen Cheng was still in the negative emotions of Zhang Hu's death. Hao Qingkai, you will take over the redemption from now on. Qi Yiming directly dismissed Chen Cheng, as a captain, you are so incompetent. After speaking, Qi Yiming glared at Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng wanted to say something more, but heard Qi Yiming speak again. What are you? We should remember the sacrifices of our comrades. But that was all after the battle. You were in a daze on the battlefield. Look back at those people on the redemption. Aren't those people your comrades? Have you ever thought about them when you were in a daze? Chen Cheng lowered his head and stopped talking. Qi Yiming was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. He turned around and looked at Hao Qingkai to continue the previous topic, whether you are reckless or not depends on the strength gap of the fleet. It seems that you still don't understand Sui Feng's capabilities thoroughly enough. It's not surprising. After all, this is the first time you have seen Sui Feng in this form today. After saying that, Qi Yiming ignored the couple and focused on the battlefield situation map in front of him. At this time, the Sui Feng had already brought the Imperial fleet within the range of its main and secondary batteries. The weapons commander is ready to test fire, calibrate the minimum energy value required to penetrate enemy armor. Qi Yiming issued a clear and unambiguous order to the weapons commander. The weapons commander has also accumulated a certain amount of experience after many battles. The number 1 main gun is charged to 50% and fires immediately after locking on the enemy ship. The port bow secondary gun executes the same command. After receiving the order, the weapons commander issued instructions to each gun position through the command panel in front of him. When the Sui Feng's power furnace is running at full power, it only takes 1 minute to charge the main gun to 50%, and it only takes 20 seconds to charge the secondary gun to 50%. After the first round of test firing, the main gun successfully penetrated the armor of a cruiser in the Imperial fleet, but did not cause too much damage to the cruiser. The secondary gun also penetrated the target's armor and still did not cause too much damage. Qi Yiming's order was that as long as the main and secondary guns could penetrate the enemy's armor, the weapon commander continued to lower the maximum capacity of the main and secondary battery energy slots. It was not until the main gun was adjusted to 35% and the secondary gun to 40% that it reached the Qi Yiming requirement. After adjustment, the charging time of the main gun has been reduced from the original 1 minute to 40 seconds, and the secondary battery has been reduced to 13 seconds. The adjustment of the main and secondary guns was completed, and the Sui Feng just entered the open area between the two fleets of the Empire. The engineering team notes that except for the energy required by each gun position, which cannot be reduced, all other energy will be transferred to the Guardian. After the weapon commander completed the debugging, Qi Yiming issued an order to the engineering team again. After the order was issued, the impact speed of the Sui Feng suddenly dropped, and the tail flame from the engine nozzle became much dimmer. It can be said that the Sui Feng is still moving forward entirely relying on her own inertia. Hong Shan really couldn't understand Qi Yiming's operation. What was the difference between this kind of impact and death? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After all, Sui Feng had already entered the range of the main and secondary guns of each ship. Attention all ships, fire freely. With one command, the Sui Feng seemed to become a huge magnet, sucking all the surrounding explosive laser beams towards itself. No matter how strong your battleship's outer armor is, I don't believe you can become an immortal under the bombardment of more than a dozen battleships' main guns. However, the Sui Feng was like an asteroid, floating there, enduring blasting lasers from all directions. The scene in Angshan's imagination never appeared. At this time, the Sui Feng suffered too many attacks and was completely covered up by the white light emitted by the bursting laser beam. The Imperial fleet could not see clearly what happened to the Sui Feng. But Qi Yiming clearly knew what the Sui Feng was going through. I saw that the armor value on the Sui Feng's damage monitoring panel had been jumping back and forth between 85% and 23% since the enemy fleet attacked. After the Imperial fleet attacked once, Sui Feng's armor value was reduced to 23%, and returned to 85% in the next second. In fact, this value cannot fully show the status of Sui Feng at this time. To be precise, Sui Feng's armor value was cleared the moment the Imperial fleet salvo arrived. However, because the Guardian has 500% more energy supply than before, the production speed of nanobots has reached an astonishing level. Within a 10 millionth of a second when the Sui Feng's armor value was cleared, the nano-repair robots that had already covered the Sui Feng's hull instantly restored the armor value to 23%, and then countless nano-robots replenished it in the next second. Once in place, the armor value will be directly restored to 85%. This caused the value on the injury monitor to jump back and forth between 23% and 85%. What kind of monster is this? Hong Shan completely lost his composure and suddenly stood up from the captain's chair. But the thing that broke him was yet to come.